I guess I'm doing the late show for a little bit. Excuse me. Probably gonna go downstairs, give me a cup of cognac. My niggas and my niggerettes. So is there anybody here? What's up? It's not. I'll cancel the late show. We're gonna have a good share. I was just trying to see if anybody wanted to continue the conversation. So we might get. Who we got in the building? Got one person. Come on, folks. Late share. Uh, if not, I'll just do a show tomorrow. Shit. Everybody want to claim all tired and shit. It's like 3 o'clock here. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I guess we so I'll give you about 30 minutes. See what's up. Anybody want to come on? That's the link. Links. See what we got here. See who's coming up. Ooh. Oh, shit.
Ooh, yeah. Uh-huh.
What's up?
What's
What's
good?
up? What's up? What's good? Yeah,
Okay.
all what's up?
Okay, Jerry, Tom. Tom is right here. You want to accuse me of being disrespectful?
You were when you were saying shut the fuck up. You're saying that to a grown man, bro. Like that's not how you talk to people.
Dude, come on now.
Or
There are times
people
where
don't talk.
there are times where
Well,
there time you got to own up when you got
well,
I
people don't
deserve
talk
that.
to me like that. That's all I'm saying. It was disrespectful. 'Cause, people don't talk to
Well,
me
it's the
like that.
first time for everything, but yes, I see
No,
what you're
no,
trying to
like
say.
there's also a first and a last, and
Mm,
I don't like that kind of shit.
In
there you
other
go.
words, we're gonna have, as long as we're not disrespectful to each other, but at the same flip of a coin, we all have to have thicker skin
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
there's gonna be times when there's times. I'm gonna put it to you this way: there's times that people thought that I'm a BGS yes man, and how many times did I openly disagree with BGS?
Plenty. You've had your moments when you disagree with him,
And
That's kind of
even
what
he,
we.
and he
and
respected
I
that.
mean, you got to be respectful to each other. I mean, there's gonna come a moment where we're probably gonna have to tell a person shut the fuck up. But if a person's explaining it, just give them their time to explain it.
Hmm.
No matter how good, bad, or ugly the pitch may be, you got to give them their time. But now, at the same time, I gotta play play the devil's advocate again. You gotta control your impulses because there's times when you're speaking to, and I noticed that it's like what I remember when I said to BGS about the reason why community policing has went down the drain is because number one, people don't get out their fucking cars. Community policing is not supposed to be policing the whole city. It's supposed to police a community.
Hmm.
At least you should know a couple of families or a couple of people, a couple of store workers. You should know some people because let's say if I knew five families, how many people do those five families know? So it's supposed to be an extension that could
Network.
network, so it can network to other things.
Hmm.
So one of those things you got to network into is that everybody needs their time and place and be respectful.
Well, the
But
reason why
the
the, my
but
fault,
the,
didn't
I
mean
was
to.
I'm gonna give you time to talk. But this is the reason why I say about the impulse because sometimes the impulse you're gonna is and everybody gets it every little bit, not just picking on you. Um, Everybody gets excited, want to get their words in, and I get it. I get it. But if it's a subject matter expert, they got to get the floor.
Hmm.
Do I have PG? Do I have PhD privilege? Not necessarily, but I give expert privilege. If we're talking about comics or the skilled tradesman, a guy like Artisan and electrician 480, they're going to take the floor even before PhD because they're the expert in that field. Just like if we have something about Africana studies or social studies, that's going to be Dr. T's basket. You get what I'm
Yep.
saying? If I can't, out of anybody who's an expert in, how to deal with child support in Canada, that's going to be your bag. I'm not saying that's your only expertise, but
Uh,
none of us in Canada and Canadian are fathers there because
well,
the
well,
laws are
well,
a lot more fucked up there
yeah,
than
it,
even here.
it's actually a lot worse here in Charles. I mentioned this last night. So I was going over BGS's
Saturday night
catalog.
sissy fight. You ain't shit, Eastro.
Wait
You ain't shit
a
for that.
minute.
Go
Wait a
ahead.
minute.
Go ahead, Dre. Finish. Hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on. Go ahead,
yeah,
Dre.
like
Go ahead, Dre.
like
That shit just caught me
like
off guard. I'm sorry.
yeah, like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. But it's okay. But like I know that what I say is logical, so it doesn't bother me.
No, no, no.
What
You're
what
very
what what
logical.
what bothers me is like being interrupted and
Hmm.
multiple like being interrupted like multiple times. That's what annoys me.
Mm. I
I
had to deal
respect.
with the same thing myself, fam.
Well,
So,
because you're interrupting me right now, brother.
Well, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah. So because
I
I was actually going over BGS's like older catalog and
hmm
it was brothers in Canada and actually you were up there on that panel you were up there on that panel actually Charles. Uh,
Uh-huh.
yeah, Paul Proteus. That's how I found BGS. Is the dude from Canada, Paul Proteus. Like you were actually on that panel. Like you were there in and out, but you were on that panel with him.
Oh yeah. It's.
I actually forgot you were up there. So
Oh yeah.
I actually got a reminder when I was rewatching it yesterday.
I'm a forgettable character sometimes. But it's the thing about it is we got to be respectful, but at the same time, we had to get respect. We have to be respectful. We got to control our impulses.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I,
Namer came a long way before you see the Namer today.
yeah, I understand that because like
So did I.
actually I grew up like around like my elders and stuff and like you had to fight to like get a word in and get respect and all that kind of stuff. So I understand that. But it's just like
And,
when I'm talking about like a specific thing, like people
Go
don't
ahead.
understand what, like, I take offense when people don't actually understand what they're talking about.
Hmm.
I think that people get a bit offended, and that's the one thing about being. Y'all don't mind if I become black pill, do you?
Yeah,
By
good,
all
bro.
means.
It's your channel.
This is what happens when a lot of guys are not used to being around a lot of men. Not saying you two aren't, but this is what I see. Because we make so much leeway for women, and I'm one of those people. I'm
Well,
peaceful,
it looks like
but I
it looks like artisans in the back. Sorry to
okay.
interrupt.
Oh, I didn't see you because of the phone. Go. Welcome, old old sage of comics
Oh,
and
sick.
old sage of comics and sheetrock.
Yeah,
But
shit.
what you gotta realize this, and coming up, right? We had the
Hmm.
kids table.
Hmm.
The kids had to sit at the table, and you had to shut the fuck up sometimes because you were not allowed. The parents could talk about a lot of shit around you, for you. They could be smoking, playing cards. Not one goddamn piece of that fucking conversation you're supposed to repeat. Am I lying, guys?
Well,
No,
the way I
you
was
ain't
raised,
lying.
like,
Ain't no lie found here, my brother.
You're not even supposed to butt in. The only time you say excuse me if you're hungry or you got to go to the bathroom and you excuse yourself.
well, that's my whole thing. Cause like I only talk about the stuff that I actually know, and if I don't know, like I specifically say that like I'm not sure or it's my opinion or whatever. Because like the way I was raised, it was like my older like family members, like every year is we do a battle royale just to see who's the strongest. Yeah, did that for years.
And this is the part where I think that a lot of men we had a lot of spaces taken away from us as men, believe it or not. Um, when I got respected as a man was two times. One when I won my first championship, and two when I joined the military. My mother couldn't say that much shit to me anymore. Like I'm your son, but I'm no longer your child.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Well,
You
that's
came of age.
yeah.
I'm giving you, but I still give my parents respect because my parents will ask where I am, and I'll tell them sometimes, majority 99%, 90% of the time. They were, and my nephew asked me, "You get tired of grandma and granddaddy calling you?" I said, "No, because one day I got to take the realization those calls are going to stop."
Yeah.
Well, well, actually,
And
bro.
hold on, and what happens is that when you're around men's spaces, you're playing pool, you're playing cards, hell, Madden, Fight Night, whatever, Street Fighter,
Hmm.
arm wrestling, drinking liquor, smoking cigars. It's smoky as shit. When I'm in the cigar lounge, one of my married homeboys who I work with, he's a brother. You might as well say he's one of my brothers, one of my little brothers in the department. Even though the funniest thing, he was in the department about about 2 years because he was a cadet, and cadet time counts towards the retirement. So he was there as a cadet, even though I'm older, and he's married. So he needed a release because him and his wife were not seeing eye to eye that weekend. And I
Mm.
said, "Come on out to the cigar lounge, bring your jack, bring your shit, I'll bring mine, and release." One thing I've noticed with men nowadays is that we don't know how to release because we're so used to carrying, burdening all the fucking iniquities of mankind and carrying our cross like our name is Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
Well,
And
Charles, actually, I have something that like I actually specifically wanted to ask you because you have a son.
No. That's exactly what he was just talking about. What you just did. Like, there's I don't know.
It's actually
You mind if I jump in right here, Charles?
go ahead,
well,
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not gonna be up there long. The thing of it is that me personally, I don't know if it's a delay on when people are on or not, but there are habitual line steppers who always overtalk people and always try to hog up the stage talking. It happens. Okay. The one thing I don't like though is when people are disrespectful to other people that they do not know. I would just assume that everybody that's on a panel is a grown ass man. And if you would not feel comfortable talking to that grown ass man crazy like that, you shouldn't be doing it up on a panel. Now, what happened that you guys are even having this conversation? Nama, you did say something to him that was fucked up because BGS said it. You shouldn't have said it. You don't know Andre like that. He might give BGS a level of respect because he's his elder, but don't think that's something you can do to him too. That's what gets it fucked up. That's what got him in his feelings about that shit, because he's not accepting that from nobody in his real life. Why would you think he's going to accept it from you online? You shouldn't have said anything.
We
in
talked
that
about that just
conversation.
now before you came
Yeah.
out. So
No, I was
saying.
listening when the stream started. Before I got up here, I was listening. That's what I do. I listen. So what you did say to him was fucked up.
Mhm.
I was
Actually, I don't
there. I
remember. I
heard
don't
it.
exactly remember what it was that I was. It
Well,
me telling
I'm
him to
gonna
shut the F
tell
up?
you.
Was
I'm
it?
gonna tell you two. I'm gonna tell you two things. I'm
Probably
gonna tell
should
you
have
two
stayed out of
things
it.
that I got.
It was between him and BGS, and BGS was handling it.
I'm gonna tell you two things that you gotta. I'm gonna give everybody the floor. I'm gonna give everybody the floor, but I'm gonna say this. This is two things. And I gotta remember that we have an international crowd
Mm-hmm.
and we have a very regional crowd because Artisan's from the fucking Bay Area. I'm from the other Bay Area, the Chesapeake Bay Area,
The East Side.
the East Side. You know, I'm from Baltimore. In black communities, this is how we take. You got to be careful, especially with Black Americans and regional. You know, you come to Baltimore saying "What's up" in a certain tone, you might as well put up your dukes.
You might as well.
Because what's up? If
Yeah.
you go too hard, people might check you for that shit.
When
When you say, and some people, and I have to remind myself when, and this is also because certain things were said to us from the dominant society. When I may not take offense, even though the first time you said it, I'm like, as I was saying, and I know you're being proper.
No, he's being condescending.
When you're
What?
and I'm gonna take it, and I'm just gonna say this, Namer. I take it as you trying to be proper. Most black people are gonna take it as being condescending.
No, it's
And that's
condescending because he just wants to get back to what he was saying.
you were saying, and then you gotta understand something.
Of somebody else.
And when you saying that, that's a very condescending way to talk to people because basically you're telling them fuck what you're saying.
Yeah, you basically tell them fuck them, especially the way you said it.
If that was how it was taken, my apology. Excuse me, Andre.
Andre, you still talking? Stop.
Andre,
Stop.
excuse me, brother.
Andre, hold on. You gotta get your time, Andre. Just let him finish.
What I have to say is more important than what he has to say.
No,
God damn it! Did y'all not just hear what the fuck I just said 2 minutes ago?
call the time. Call the time. Go.
God, go throw the flag. Throw the flag. Throw the towel. God damn it! Throw the goddamn towel.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
you got it. This is. Hey, Dre. I'm gonna
What,
stop
me
you right there.
apologizing is not
I'm gonna Dre.
insignificant?
This is the funniest part. This is the funniest part, right? When you accuse somebody of accosting you verbally, physically, mentally, socially, no. Listen, woosah. And you gotta give the person, because if he doesn't know, unless he's being an asshole and he really meant to be an asshole, because I keep forgetting that he's from another culture. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We've known each other for so long that some things culturally does not resonate the same way as it resonates to me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you just let me say what I'm saying, like, you understand where I'm coming from.
Sometimes you gotta wait your turn to say what you're gonna say.
That's the part. That's the part where he's gonna get to it. Let him apologize, because that's what he was getting
I don't
to.
need his apology. It's all good. Like I don't care.
Well, let
About
me own up
how
to
people
it,
feel about me.
but I was
I
actually
don't
trying to
care.
apologize to Artisan because
Yeah,
he
to
was
be,
talking about the
yeah,
way he
to be
missed, because the
true.
way I said, as I was saying, it was open to misinterpretation, and
No, it wasn't
I
no
own up to the
misinterpretation.
fact
You
It wasn't no
disrespected me, not Artisan.
misinterpretation on my
On
part.
you took. I was being
on
like Charles explained. I was trying to be proper, but it came off
If
as I
you
was
were
being
being
condescending.
proper, if you were being proper,
You
you
disrespected
would
me,
have
not
said it
Artisan.
that way. That's not the way you said it. You said it in a fuck you way. Let me get back to what I was saying, because what I'm saying is more important than whatever
If
the
it
fuck.
did come off that way, like I
Because I
said,
know
sir,
you, I've
I
known you for
own.
years,
Oh,
Nemo. That was the way you did it.
yes. I
Well,
Now, I wasn't taking it personal. I just thought, man,
if
that's
that
real.
was what it was,
well,
I apologize. I did not. Andre,
well, Charles, like,
Red Run, hear me now. Red Run, hear me now for a moment. Give me a moment, man.
like,
Give me a moment, man.
I'm just saying, it's like what we have to say is like it's not really important, bro. Like what I have to say is actually really important because like I have a
Yeah.
sister, like my nephew,
Mhm.
my nephew is 8, right? And his
Mhm.
like his mom, my sister, like she doesn't know what to do with him, and like I want to take him in because like I remember how it was like when I was his age and I was growing up, so it's like I want to take him in. It's like I don't know what to do right now. I want to take him in because like
Do
I
you
shouldn't do this. Like I should let him fail. I know like the whole like what space says. Like I should let him fail, but it's like I see me and him, so it's like I want to help him out. It's like I don't know what to do. So
okay?
like
Can I? Well, I
I
won't
want to get
call it
advice
advice.
from
I'll
you
just
guys.
tell you something. Ask yourself the first question: are you mature enough, grown enough to take that person in and do that? Because you already have a
Yeah,
child.
yeah. Like I was actually trying to do this like a year or two ago. I was like, because apparently like my nephew
No,
is
no short
over
story.
here.
I just needed the short answer. Do you think you are? Do you think you are the right person to take him in and do that? Do you think you have the
Yes,
time and attention to do that?
yes, I do, but I don't think she's gonna allow it.
Well, money makes women do a lot of crazy shit. I'm just saying.
I have a question for Andre.
Well, because like currently it's like
I don't need a whole story. I'm just saying that's just the
just
short
like
answer. It's late.
just short story is like like he's being bad and like I don't know what to do with him. It's like I offered her advice and it's like the mate like the first thing I said like for my advice that I gave her was like he needs a
Yeah. Where's his father?
well exactly it's like his dad or at least a
Where's
father
his
figure.
father? I'm asking you. Where's his father?
I don't know because
Does she
I
know?
don't know I don't, she knows but she
Then
doesn't
she
want to
probably
tell
need to
me.
give him to his father first before you. If she can't handle it, and she ain't a big enough or mature enough to admit that she cannot handle that child. How and you said he's 8 already, so he needs to be with his damn father. Find his father and put him with his damn father. Because you already got your hands full with your daughter. And you saying yes, it's a good thing in you to say, hey, I'll take my nephew in and raise him. But you got to be realistic about that shit. One, you having your daughter limited, right? From what I know about your situation, I'm not adding anything to it, just what I know about your situation. You got your daughter on limited time. You're working a lot and you're spending a lot of time online. What actual time are you going to have to devote to this boy who's going to need some time for you and him to do it? You have to be realistic about that shit because a lot of people say yes and then they just got this motherfucker sitting in the corner playing video games. That's not what child raising is. That's a daycare center. That's not raising a child.
That's definitely true.
So that's why I'm asking. You have to ask yourself honestly, are you the right person to do that shit? And where's his father? Because that's whose responsibility it is first, especially if the mama can't do the damn job.
Well, the fucked up part about it is like she also has a daughter, like a younger daughter, and she more so focuses on the daughter than him. And I'm like,
Well, you mentioned that on my stream, and that will cause a problem because he knows he's a secondary, if not tertiary thing. He's not getting the attention that he needs. He's 8 years old. He's going to need a man there all the time and not part-time. It's going to have to be, you're going to have your attention with him to get him straight. Somebody is going to have to be devoted to him solely because that's not what he's getting. So putting them from her house where the daughter is over a tension source to put him in your house where your daughter is going to be priority over him is just giving them the same thing in a different situation. It's nothing for him in that. He's going to need somebody just for him. And hopefully his father would be the one who could focus on him because boys need to understand that part.
Like the reason why I feel for him, because like I was in that scenario when I was younger, and like my brother-in-law actually took care of me when I was younger and in that age.
Mm-hmm.
Like he took care of me, and like he took me to work with him and stuff, and like he taught me how to be a man and stuff. So that's kind of why I feel bad for him.
Well, don't pity him. You know, I mean, you can have sympathy, but don't pity him, right? Because for the most part, you should be on your sister's ass. For one, not having his daddy around, not knowing where the fuck he is. And if she does know where he is, she need to be calling him up and talking to him about his son. It's not supposed to be your responsibility right off the bat. She laid down with somebody and made that motherfucker. She need to be talking to somebody on the phone about, let's make sure our child turns out right. And don't turn out to be a problem out here in these Canadian streets because I ain't got time to focus on him. I care more about my daughter than him. That's not the way that shit should be going. I understand the sympathy. Trust me, I have younger siblings and a bunch of nieces and nephews. I understand. But the first responsibility is on them parents, the people who procreated and made them damn kids. They need to get their shit together. Now, if they are just completely incapable and you relied on the father and he is incapable to do that shit, then you jump in and take charge of that child. But before then, no, you better get this parenting shit correct because y'all fucking it up. This is a life that's important that's going to be out here in the world for another 80 goddamn years. You better get the formula right now. He's 8 and wilding out. Get it together. Tighten the fuck up.
Like I actually wanted to get the opinion of you and Charles, because like you guys actually raised sons, so I wanted to get you guys' opinions of this, because like I don't think I should get involved, but it's like I just feel bad for him, man.
Excuse me, Andre. I have a question for you. First of all, is this child, first of all, which province is your sister in? Is she in Alberta like yourself, or is she back in Ontario?
She's in she's from Toronto, but she's in Ontario.
She's in Ontario. This is Ontario because you're in Alberta.
My family's Jamaican, so like we are the, like they call us the cockroaches of the island. So I have a very large family.
Yeah, but anyway, what I'm asking you is, first of all, what?
I'm just laughing. Go ahead, Neymar. Go ahead, roll.
No, like that's actually what they call us. They call us the cockroaches of the island.
I'm not. Nobody was talking about that. I'm laughing.
That wasn't what we were talking about.
Go ahead,
Neymar. A simple answer.
Yeah.
So, like you said, this kid this kid's in Ontario. Is back in Ontario. First of all, how often have you interacted with this child? First of all, how close are you with him? When you interact with him, how is it?
I haven't actually seen him because you know, like I've been over where I'm at like this whole time. Well, I haven't actually seen him, but it's just like hearing about him and like hearing about like all the stuff that's going around, like going on with him. It's like he kind of reminds me of me, and that's the reason why I felt like I should like step in.
Yeah, exactly what I'm trying to get at, brother. Because here's the thing, you are because you were basically getting too emotionally involved in the situation and not thinking logically about this. Yeah, I know it's his nephew. You're gonna feel a certain kind of way about it.
He's gonna be emotional.
He sees himself. Yeah, it's gonna be emotional for him because he sees himself in this kid. He remembers being in that situation and wants to help this kid. But the question is, are you in the position to help this child?
Yeah. He's more so what it is he's more so helping himself because outside of comic books and movies and construction work and carpentry, I know psychology. Andre's trying to help himself, and he's trying to be the person that may have been or not been himself. So that's why his sympathy is there so quick that no, I need to come in and save him. He's thinking that he's relating to it like it's him. It's not him. It's a different child. So it's a different situation. But I understand the desire to want to help that child because it's your family.
Artisan is like when I was younger. My brother-in-law actually when I got suspended for it was like a month or two. Like my brother-in-law and my sister. Well, my brother-in-law like actually took me along and like had me working with him and like he showed me stuff.
Mm-hmm. Which he should have.
Like he gets the most respect from me.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the desire to pay that kind of thing forward. I do. I understand that, but I also understand that responsibility first has to be put on the parents to do their damn part. It's not enough for everybody to just lay down, have kids, and then care about some, don't give a fuck about the others, and then other people to swoop in to take care of them just because we're related by blood. That's bullshit because it never holds the person that had this child and is basically neglecting them responsible. It doesn't hold them responsible for what they're doing. Yeah, you can come in and take the child, and then maybe she have another kid, another boy that she neglects the same way, and you're going to do it all over again? She learn a lesson.
What fucked me up about this whole thing is that, like, basically, like they called me out of the blue, and they were like, yeah, he's acting up. And
that's
like,
a father. That's a father call. They should have been calling his father.
Exactly. That's all I was thinking about. So like, and they were like, just tell him about your experience. And it's like,
for what?
I ignored the call for days because I was like, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about your experience.
Yeah, and I finally did because I was just like, I was trying to help the kid. Like days later, but it's like I didn't want to talk about it, but I finally did. So
well, one of the things I would say, like, I'm not telling you not to help. What you do is what you do. You're a grown ass man, right? You grown. You got kids and everything. You a father. Some people can't even say they fucking fathers. So I will give you more respect than that than just tell you what the fuck to do, regardless of your damn age, right? But you should look at that a lot. You're going to make your choice whatever you make. My view on it is you need to try to hold your sister a little bit more accountable or get her to get the father on the line because it shouldn't just be for you to do. Them calling you is what happens in the American black community all the time. The one strong person that's there, they try to lump all that shit on him. All they irresponsibility, they try to lump on you. And that's just you stepping in to be the role and solving all they goddamn problems. That means there's no strong man there. That they're looking at you to do that shit for their mistakes. Their problem is that they don't have a relationship with the father.
And that's why I didn't answer for days because I was like, fuck, man. It's like, you're asking me to talk about like the shit that fucking negatively affected me for fucking years.
Yeah, but they're not helping you deal with that, are they? No. Of course not. So if you can't talk about it, you might not be in the position to actually help anybody through it because that means you haven't gotten through it. Blind can't lead the blind, right? Like, I'll give you a perfect example. When I was in school for psychology, I was supposed to come out and do my training to be a marriage and family therapist here. I don't know if they call it something different in Canada or not, right? But that was my track. That's what I was going to do. I was going to be sitting down counseling people on relationships and shit like that. Well, I went through a divorce going through school. Almost didn't finish because my divorce had me so fucked up. What I decided in that time was I did not need to be sitting down with people trying to tell them how to work out their relationship problems when I was having my own relationship problems, because I don't believe you can actually help anybody through shit if you haven't gone through it yourself. You don't know the way out. If you haven't gone through it, you haven't worked it out in yourself where you can actually have some kind of peace with it. You can't help anybody else through that shit. You'll just both be standing there lost looking for a way out. But that's just me. I'm not saying that's for you, but that's just for me. That's why I didn't keep going forward in the same path that I was, because I was not ready to be there trying to mentor anybody through that, counsel anybody through that shit. I didn't know what the hell my situation was. I didn't have that locked down. So all I could possibly give them was bad advice and basically end up replicating the same thing I just went through because I didn't understand it yet. I didn't understand what happened yet. Being able to mentor people through certain parts comes with wisdom, and you have to have wisdom about life, not just books. You have to have gone through shit and actually made it through and can look back in context and see what it was that you went through, why you went through what you went through, and how you got yourself out of it before you can leave any breadcrumbs for anybody else to come through it. If you haven't got through it, how are you going to get them through? You can only take them as far as you've gone. That's basically it in the short version. Oh, Charles still is here. I thought he vaporized. It got too dark.
Oh no, not that. You know, darkness is always around, nigga.
Darkness is always here.
Darkness is encompassing, nigga. That's why I was flowing, so I let people talk. It's like people don't understand. It's like raising a son. It's different than raising a daughter.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you, I had a situation. Well, it wasn't even a major situation because my son goes to a medical academy. To give you a perspective,
Good job.
75 to 80% of the students are female. So him and his boys, which are the few,
he's just having a good time, ain't he?
Oh yeah, right. Shit, even without trying.
Sent the hungry lion to the meat market, huh, Charles? God damn, you a sadist.
Sort of, kind of, sometimes, yes. But it's funny because him and his little friends, they get together, cracking and cussing each other out. The administrator, who's one of the female administrators, like, I like the camaraderie, but when he's being loud, they get singled out.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, dude, time and place. Are you there to just joke all the damn time?
Yeah.
And then when an adult tells you to come here, you walking away. That's insubordination, kid. We don't play those games. And you got to think about it. And I had to tell him what the what dude on the phone. I said, this is how the world works. And I'm going to be very black pill and said that. You see all them little pretty chicks. Guess how the world really reacts to them. She could get pregnant right now. She's going to have all these resources open up to her. Housing, transportation, education, daycare, food stamps, child support, child custody, all this shit just to pass her. And guess what? She could be giving it up to the whole football, wrestling, basketball, swim, and even badminton team because they don't get none.
Even the badminton team.
Even the badminton team.
Even the curling team. The Olympic curling.
Yep. Even the chess team smacking it around a few times.
Right. The debate club.
The debate club getting a little finger popping going. So she might be the smut of the month. And guess what the world will do? They will put her as your boss. They will make sure she's so educated. You know she's a smut. You don't have a choice to fuck up.
Yep. She will fail upwards.
It's like Vito Corleone said it best. Children can be careless, women can be careless, but men never.
No.
I believe it was I remember a similar thing that was said. If you guys remember the movie Marked for Death with Steven Seagal,
Mm-hmm.
when he was like making that deal with the
but Steven Seagal was good.
Yeah, back when Steven Seagal was good. He was like, the only reason I don't fuck up is because I'm careful. And then the other guy looked and said, right, careful doesn't get killed, people get killed. Now stupid gets people killed.
Yes, stupid gets you killed real quick.
real quick. I mean, how many people get? Just a moment, Andre. If you could just bear with me for a moment. Now that wasn't being condescending, was it?
And you didn't hear me say anything about it either. So no, it wasn't.
No, you weren't being condescending at all.
But anyway, I just wanted to ask you a serious question. First of all, because you said you left Ontario and relocated to Alberta just to get away from your family, if I'm not mistaken. You mentioned this before.
That's right.
I'm not gonna go into detail, but I'm
That's good, Charles.
Just simply yes or no. Simply yes or no.
It wasn't to get away from my family, though. It was to make more money.
Okay. But in the process, you also found a semblance of peace and stability while you were there, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, and right now you're in your current situation with your daughter is you don't have her all the time, right? Great.
Yeah, that's correct as well.
So yeah, as far as your little nephew goes, if you can't help him, you can't help him. I know it's not to say that you can't. That doesn't mean you're useless. It's just that the situation,
Well,
you trying to help him out may not be what's in the best for everybody.
well, I actually haven't went into detail. So basically, my sister's telling me that she's considering putting my nephew into fucking, I guess you would call that CPS, like over in the States, you guys would call that CPS.
In the States, CPS just takes your kids from you. You don't put them there.
Over here it's children's aid.
Children's aid or social services or something like that.
Yeah,
social services.
Either way, it's they take your kid.
Well,
right?
child protective services.
Yeah, it's I was in that when I was younger. That's why I was kind of why I feel for the kid.
Yeah, because that would be like her throwing him away.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the situation? Because I was away from the phone for a little bit. Because if you want to take them,
Well, Charles, the situation is basically she's not letting she's not letting him be around his dad. I don't know what the reason is. I don't give a shit. But for whatever reason, he's not around his dad, and she's asking me to come in and try to regulate him. It's how am I gonna regulate him when he's fucking almost 3,000 kilometers away from me? How am I supposed to do that?
And
you can't. You can't. And here's the thing about it. She's asking you to do it.
She was asking me to do it. That's how am I supposed to do that?
She's asking you to do it because I know this is a sore emotional spot for you. Here's the problem with modern women, especially in the Western world. Modern women devalue masculinity to the point that they're not even smart enough and clever enough to know when they need it until it's too late. Think about it. You think in the Carolinas, them bitches were asking for feminists? They were looking for the most toxic men that they can find. But when the men were saying, get your ass out of here, get the fuck out of town. Come on, I got the truck, get your shit, let's go. Why do I got to listen to you? 3 days later, you up there with Arthur Curry, and the Atlanteans. And this is what you got to realize, even with your family members. And you notice this with, and here's, go ahead.
That's the thing for me is they're asking me for help, and it's it was they're asking me for help, and the fucked up thing is it's my sister.
Who's asking you for help? Who's asking you for help?
like two of my
Sister.
sisters, like we got the same mom, same dad. You're asking me for help, but it's like y'all are the ones that like got me fucked up in the first place, and you're asking me for help, and it's like, bruh,
And she's asking you help with your nephew, her son, right?
yeah.
So here's my question: Why isn't she? Why isn't that boy with his father?
Same thing I said, Charles.
Because until she's ready to make that if she's I gotta have another black pill moment. You sit on your goddamn hands until she's ready to have an honest conversation.
Well, Charles, actually, like when I first heard this shit, I was like, why didn't you like talk to the father? That's all I could think of. But like,
What was her
but
response?
once I heard was, like he was considering like, like putting him in a hole or whatever. I was like, yeah,
No. Let's go back. I gotta do the investigation thing by trade. What was her response when you told her what did you talk to the father?
I didn't ask the question because I knew it was gonna be bullshit.
And see, that's the part. Okay. I'm gonna go even further, Black Pill. Do you know why God asked Adam and Eve why did you hid from me? Do you know, Dre?
He already knew why.
Sorry, I missed the question. Could you please repeat it?
Do you know why God asked Adam and Eve why did you hid from me?
No, I don't know the answer to that question.
Because he gave them enough time for them to hear their bullshit because he know the reason why. He just wants to see if you're gonna bullshit yourself because you can't bullshit me. You get my point? Because if she's going through such a mess, I don't know what it is, because what it sounds like it's some mental shit. Pardon my French, but we men here and we don't get offended very easily. It sounds like some mental shit because if a woman doesn't have a good relationship with the father, you better have a damn good reason why. A damn good reason why. Because most men who want their kids, they don't even, and they're not with the mom, they typically don't want to be bothered by the woman. A lot of men will actually pay money for her to stay away if it's that bad. So, what's her reason and why she wants to drop him off? And how old is this boy?
8.
Yeah, you say
8. And why does she want to drop him off for in the system, as we call it in the states?
well, she's talking about like she can't control him and like he's causing problems and he's fighting and all this kind of stuff. But it's like that's part of the reason because I'm just like when I was that age, I was doing the same shit.
Now, here comes another issue because this is kind of my field of expertise a little bit. Would you say, fellas?
Depends on what you say.
Maybe. Maybe.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Here's another part. Here's another part.
This is
When's the
man.
last time he seen his father?
That'll be a good
I don't
question.
actually know.
You might want to ask.
Because I'm an investigator by trade, dude. I tell people the who, the what, the where, the how, and definitely the why.
Well,
And
actually, like what kind of annoys me about this scenario was like just like a year or two ago, um, I was actually saying like just like he'll be my nephew for the summer, just like just so he can be around like a man, like
does your
you know,
sister identify as black?
just be around a man. Sorry,
Does your sister identify as black?
uh, she's Jamaican. Yes, she doesn't identify as black.
Okay, I'm gonna be black pill with you again. She's trying to use every resource for people to feel sorry for her, so she could alleviate herself from
Well,
responsibility.
well, I actually like that didn't relate to what I just said because like what I was saying is like I was actually asking her to let me have my nephew for the summer. It's like, because I knew that like her situation is effed up and like there's no dude around. But you know, like I
No,
said, like I see myself in him, so it was like I wanted to have him around.
it's commendable, but here's the biggest issue. She has custody, and when everything looks good, she can. As soon as you build it, and this is the reason why it's hard to be a stepfather. It's very difficult. It's really thankless if you really want to think about it.
It is thankless.
And you could do all this great shit for a child, and guess who's going to get credit?
Her?
Of course.
Mhm. And think about it.
God.
She can't. When you telling me all this shit, and I'm being an investigator now, don't know her personally. When you're telling me you can't control an 8-year-old, that tells me you're not a disciplined person in the first place yourself.
Well, Charles, like part of what bothers me is like she also has a daughter that's half his age, and she cares more about the daughter than she cares about him. That's what bothers me.
And the black community, who's preferred, the girls or the boy?
That's what
Because
bothers me.
I'm gonna tell you why. That little girl, when she turns of age, when she starts to have her menstruals, she becomes very valuable in the scheme of things.
That's
Okay.
what bothers me. It's like she cares more about like the daughter than she cares about him, and it's like, bruh. And then she had the audacity just the other day to tell me like she reminds me of you, but it's like, actually, he's not like me because I was smarter than him, but like I've been saying that like I wanted to have him around me.
This is the part you gotta realize, man. I hate to be this type of guy, and I had to learn this from females in my family and being a cop. And this is the reason why I always tell you about the impulse. Cool. I'm like, it's you're. This is the reason why I can. It's scary when people see me just go totally emotionless. It's a learned trait for a lot of people. I get it. Because one, if your sister was really real about doing this shit, she had all the opportunity to give the son to the father. Does her and the sister have the same father? Does the son and the kid, they don't have the same father, right?
I'm guessing they
Like
don't.
like her son and like her daughter. No,
I mean, excuse me, the son and the son and your niece and your nephew, do they have the same father?
No, they don't. Of course not.
Didn't
Like,
think so.
come on, like.
And I
we're
didn't think
talking
so
about,
either.
I don't think so
of
either.
course not.
And also, you also got to look at this factoid. Here's the sad part about being a boy. God forbid if you're a junior or a third and you look like your father and mom ended off in a bad relationship with the father, she's going to take it out on you. And if she's still trying to get with the daughter's father because they have a much more recent relationship, whatever you want to leave it as, there's still hope there. So it's an ugly. I mean, before you take the kid, you got to realize this. Let's say you take them in, raise them, do well, and everything's great for 2 to 3 years. You think that once that kid's on honor roll, he's about to get scholarships, he's about to do this, he's in what, 8 now, let's say about 10, 11, he's on honor roll doing all this great shit, getting all this great praise, and here he comes diddy bopping back into the scene. Oh, I knew my son could do it. Oh, my son, I taught him all this stuff, I believed in him. And guess what she got the right to do? Take him back.
Take him back. As soon as the praise is there and the hard work has been done, like you were saying. My boy Black Bang goes through the same thing. I can't tell you how many women's children, single mama's children, he has sit there and raised and got straight, only to end up not with that chick, and then they want to call him to come try to regulate the child now. It wasn't his kid to begin with. They used him for that strong male figure, helped the kid out. And then as soon as the kid is doing good, oh, my baby, I need my baby. You can't be here. You're a bad influence on him.
Well, that's what like what really hurt me because it was like it was like my two sisters because I actually have 7 sisters, but
Fucking
know?
hell! No wonder you don't have no impulse control.
God
Jesus.
damn.
Right.
You had to fight for
Oh
attention.
my God!
Yeah, like,
It's a miracle you don't have to have a suppository. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
god damn.
7
How many brothers
sisters
did you
that
also
wasn't
have?
braiding your hair?
yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, damn.
I actually have
It's amazing that you're straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Andre.
you said 7 sisters. I got a shiver down my spine. Like, oh
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Hold on. Right after Dre finish, you got the floor, neighbor.
Yeah, I actually have 11 siblings, but I have 7 sisters out of that 11. But
All from the same parents? Same mother and father, all of you?
we're talking about like so-called black people here, so no. Well, like the same parents, I have 3. I have 2 sisters.
boy.
We're talking about so-called black people here, so go ahead, Davo.
He said so-called.
First of all, I wanted to ask how many brothers you have. You know, how many of you guys are? How many of them are full siblings? How many of them are half siblings?
Well, I just said that. Like, I have two sisters that like same mom, same dad, and the rest are like all
Half siblings.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the U.S. we call them halves. He's still all the same siblings, but yes, technically.
But,
it's
okay. My second question is:
well,
from
way
the
I was
12 of
raised,
you,
like, there's no family.
Yeah, they're still family.
Andre, from the 12 of them, from the 12 of you, which one are you? Where are you in that order?
I'm around the middle.
You're in the middle. Okay.
So you have younger sisters and older sisters.
Oh, he had to fight like hell for attention.
Well, like I said, I got 7 sisters and 4 brothers. So
Yeah, that's a lot of kids. How many? I'm not trying to get all in your business, but just how many in one house that were raised with you at the same time?
depends on the time, but the most I've ever seen was like probably about 6 to 10.
6 to 10 at one time. That
Well,
makes a little bit
probably
more sense.
actually 6 to 9, 6 to 9, because
Okay.
the last 2 like I wasn't around when they were born, so 6 to 9.
Okay, so it makes more sense to ask to why you exhibit certain traits. That's why. It just makes sense. It's not anything negative or anything like that. It just makes an understanding why. So then I would ask Neymar, you have like a sister or a brother or something like that, right?
I've got 2 brothers and a sister between them. I'm the oldest of 4.
Okay.
Same parents, same mom and dad. In my case, it's I also have mental health issues. I've got a
Yeah, you talked about that before. I don't give you no credit for that shit.
Huh?
I'm giving you no special credit for that shit.
No, but you try and figure
No,
out.
I know.
Anyway.
I'm fucking with you, but yeah, I get it. So okay, that makes more sense, Andre.
Yeah.
Because with that many siblings, it is hard for parents to hear everybody, and kids do have to be a little extra to get heard and be seen. So it might not even be. It might be unconscious for you. Some of the stuff might be unconscious because of that.
Well, Artisan, that's
Interesting.
why I was saying like I don't mind like trying to fight my way to get a word in. Like on these panels, like just like I'm used to it.
Yeah, everybody else ain't. my thinking, my thing on the whole thing, especially when it comes to panel conversations where a lot of people are talking and cutting each other off and talking over each other and shit like that and trying to jockey the whole show, is that, look, I grew up around a lot of relatives and shit like that, but everybody can be heard if you actually take a turn. I'm the oldest out of everybody, grandchildren, all that shit. You can all be heard if you take your turn. Wait your turn, because everybody will get heard. But if you can't do that, it's going to be pandemonium. It's like some panels I cannot watch because people talk and argue and yell over each other the whole fucking time. That's annoying to listen to. Because I can watch some other panels where people are actually respectful of each other's time and their attention and what they have to say, and they actually listen to respond to what they're saying and not having an impulse control issue because they just want to say the shit they want to say. They don't give a shit about everybody else. They just want the opportunity to be center stage and say all this shit they want to say.
Well,
So-
like I would say in the digital era, like it's mostly about like who can be louder than the other person. Like
The digital era just highlights it because it puts more people who usually wouldn't have a big audience to hear them in front of a lot more people. So it brings out those narcissistic tendencies in people more so. Because this is the digital era. Especially when, hey, you got 400 people in the chat box. Awesome. If you open it up to the regular folks, you're gonna get some asshole up there that wants to take up all the time and have the attention on him the whole time. That's a narcissistic issue. It's just because what it tells you is nobody listens to them in their real life because they feel the need to try to suck up all the attention once they're up there. That's what it means. Psychologically, that's what it means. That's what you can see from noticing that shit. Because most people who are satiated or fully satiated in their real life, they don't need to be on a panel talking that goddamn much. Everything doesn't have to flow through them because they are satisfied in the attention that they get in life.
exactly like the whole reason why I even wanted to bring up this conversation was I actually wanted to get like the opinion of Charles and you, because you both like raised sons, so I actually wanted to know like
Sons,
I don't
yeah.
have a son, I have a daughter, so
Yeah, I got one of each. And sons
Right.
can be easy. I can say sons can be easy just because my son was split between two homes. So his situation was a little different. But the main thing I did was that my time with him was my time with him. Nothing else went on during that time. The
yeah,
only
like,
other thing that possibly went on when my son was with me was work, and that was half the day. The rest of the half is all him.
well, Artisan, like I've actually said this on your channel before, and Dr. T was there. Like I said that like I had a son at one point, and
Mhm.
he died of my arms.
Condolences.
No, it's all good. That's kind of why I feel bad for my nephew.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have a lot going on relating to male children outside of your own personal experience, this experience with losing a son in your arms, your nephew being part of your blood, being close to you, and people trying to push it on you, which, like Charles is saying, that could be a manipulation tactic because they know you feel weak in that area. You got a lot of other things going on that need to be resolved before you start bringing another child into that situation, because there's too much unresolved shit just with you off the bat. I mean, if it was your kid that you naturally had, it would just be too bad, so sad. You're gonna have to figure it out while you're building the plane, right? But it's not the situation, and you're not getting the child like is newborn. It's an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds can be tough, especially if you don't have a rapport built up where they will trust you like that. You're going to have to develop it. You're going to have to, either if you don't know how to do that, nobody is around to teach you or tell you how to do that. No elders. You are going to have to learn how to do that shit before you just start experimenting, I would think.
Yeah, and I want you guys to pay attention. Yes, this is my panel, but notice how respectful I am towards Artisan. And I'm not, and it's not. I gotta be jumping in because when Artisan's saying some real shit, hopefully you niggas are taking care. My son's almost grown. His kids are grown and
30,
possibly with
31,
kids,
and 25.
and and most likely one or two of them probably got kids.
My son does. Yep. My granddaughter.
And think about it. I have a great niece. I have actually five great nephews and one great niece.
Damn.
And it's funny because they'll look at me and be like, Uncle Charles, can you help me with this? I'm gonna show you this. And it's like the two little one, the two elementary school ones. One's I think he's 14, 15 now, the oldest. But the ones who are like right under him, they like talk me to death about their day because they're so enamored. And then you got the 1-year-old and the two twins that are newborns. The two twins that are newborns, I'm already setting them right. Like when they sleep, I'm playing Frankie Beverly. They love that shit.
I'm gonna make some more Frankie Beverly fans.
Oh yeah, my great niece, she tripped me out because she started walking. She took my phone, sat by the steps, and she put the phone up to her ear, bobbing her head to Frankie.
Well, I told you what my saying is on that. It's like you ruin them the way you want them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Frankie Beverly, you don't want to hear them in the car bitching. Oh, why are you playing this old folks music? No, you want their ass in the car bobbing their head like Uncle Charles, turn that up.
Yeah, it worked for it worked for all my wrestlers. They know the
Yep.
lyrics.
Yeah, exactly. See, so, no, you ruin them the way you want them.
Uncle
Yeah.
Charles, can you please play Before I Let Go?
Yeah,
Oh,
By
they-
Frankie Beverly Mays.
No,
No,
they're gonna be such good fans. They're gonna be like, you know, you're a Frankie Beverly fan if your favorite Frankie song is not Before I Let Go.
yeah. I mean, you listen to some other shit.
Mm-hmm. While I'm alone, trust me, listen to that shit. Feel that you're feeling.
I
But you
did.
got to remember, I'm gonna tell you one thing about it being a man that women don't have the privilege of doing because with the way the world works, especially the Western world,
Mhm.
men have to at some time have to detach from their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And there comes a time, even for a father, we may love the fuck out of our kids,
do.
but then you got to look at this today. Sometimes the word motherfucker comes like, motherfucker, I will just sit at you. I will just look at you for a whole hour sitting across from you. I ain't got to hit you. I'm just going to look at, see, I'm just going to stare at you. If you don't have that development of staring at your child and they backing the fuck down because they know they pissed you off to the highest of festivity, it's a discipline thing. You got to show, and I'm going to tell you this one rule. Discipline without love is abuse.
It is. I agree.
And until you really get that shit through your skull, what are you doing? Because I think in the black community, we beat out of we whoop and beat out of frustration and not out of correction. And I can tell you, there's times my father see me hit my son and he told me never to do it again. Please promise me you don't do it again. So I had to keep my promise, and I'm like, dude, even though sometimes I may jab him, like,
Wait.
this is for boxing, and you got to be creative to discipline a child. You know what? I know you like comic books. I know you like certain books, but guess what? You're gonna read this medical book.
That's a psychological play.
You're gonna you want to work out, just like what happened that time when I think y'all were on the panel when they went to a little party and came back later than what the hell they said. I said, since y'all got all this energy to stay up late, we're gonna have a workout party.
Yeah, we gonna work
shit.
Push-ups. It was on the Coliseum. Push-ups, niggas.
Can you do it?
Before you continue, I have a question to ask. Did they even consider calling you and let you know that they were going to be running late or something like that?
They probably hadn't learned that yet.
I want you to realize this.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have done that, they wouldn't have done the push-ups.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but that's how you. Sometimes that's how you learn.
In fact,
what's that old song? Experience is a good teacher.
Yep.
It's good to learn from your own mistakes, but it's even better to learn from other people's mistakes. But
It is.
I also learned this from my own family. It's like, hold on a minute, Andre.
We're talking about
Andre?
parenting here. You have no kids, pal.
No, but there's a point, but it doesn't mean my points are invalid though. I may have the point if you're willing to hear me out.
Yeah, let him finish, Andre.
Well, some things like it's like we learn like and I had to learn this with my own experience. See, my mother sometimes laughs when I say this. Hey, there are times in life where you can only learn the hard way.
Yeah.
You guys sometimes you gotta let him learn the hard way. He's hell bent on want to learn the hard way. Let him learn the hard way. Hey, CRU, what's good, man? The Grand Negus, Azha.
What's
You
that
didn't
line,
even talk all of a
Charles?
sudden.
What I can't teach you, experience will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you got to think
Do
about
not
it.
listen if you want to, but you're gonna learn that lesson.
You got to think about it. My brother one time asked me when my godson was having some girl problems last year,
Having girl problems,
and,
I feel bad for you, son.
and I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Hit me.
And I'm gonna tell you, boy, that's some early millennial fucking Gen Xer shit right there.
Yeah.
Hoes
then-
that want to make sure my casket close.
Oh, you got to remember, and fuck you, Crew. Crew was my boy too. He said, like we checking, but don't say it again. Hey, I'm going on tour, nigga.
Right.
But no, you got to realize this is that my brother was like the way you talk to them. Like my little brother, who's 3 years younger, he was like, "When did you become so wise?" I said, "I fucked up. I fucked
Go
up
ahead.
enough to do." Yeah, it's funny because I fucked up enough. That's why. That's
Yeah.
how I learned how to be so fucking wise.
That's
fucked
what I
up.
told my kids. I told my kids
It's-
that I said, I've bloodied my head on many a wall.
Oh yeah,
It's
I fucked
funny
up
Help
you
you so
mentioned
you don't
that,
have
Charles.
to do it. Like, motherfucker.
Excuse me. It's funny you mentioned that, Charles, because I got a younger brother who's like 14 months my junior. And I had to, they asked him, how is it you are able to transition, into the things you've been able to do? And he just pointed at me and said, it was his job to make all the mistakes that I was supposed to avoid.
No, smart man.
Yeah.
He learned from me, and I realized, hey, if Neymar could go through that shit all kind and come out of it unscathed, but still come back as it is, I realized there's an easier path.
Well,
Exactly.
what mistakes did you make that he can learn from?
Well, let's see. I made bad decisions in college that he learned from, and that's why I ended up, graduating with a 2-year diploma instead of a 4-year degree like he did. Then again, this is in Eritrea, of course. Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like I'm from the big town crowd, so yeah, I'm very skeptical about stuff.
Well, a man's experience is his experience, right?
Yes.
It is what the hell it is. Just like your experience is your experience. He can be skeptical of your experience the whole time, but if you've gone through what you're talking about, it don't matter what the fuck you think.
Yeah.
Don't.
You got to think about it, right?
Everybody has something to teach you, whether they've
Yes.
been in your position or not. Everybody has something to teach you. They may not have the same insights you do because they don't have your perspective, but they might have something to teach you. And the two things they can always teach you is what to do, what not to do. Always. Anybody.
And that's
Young-
what we
young and old.
learn.
And that's how you learn.
mean, I'll give you a prime example. Senior year of high school, I was preparing for my finals or whatnot. But the thing is after I did my finals, it was time I had to pack it up because I had to go straight to boot camp. We have national service where I'm from. And my mom had a couple of her younger brothers who had done their time and whatnot. They came to visit me. These are a couple of my favorite uncles. They sat me down and they had to prepare me for what was ahead of me. And especially in my case, because I was 16 at the time. You're not supposed to go until you're 18, but this is 1999, wartime and everything. They had to get every man they could get, legal or otherwise. So When it was my time to go, I went.
You were a body.
And, yeah, I was just a body. This
You were a body.
This is Africa. I was a body. This was Africa.
Hey, I was a
And
body. I can admit that. I
yeah,
was a body as well. You know, military
all right.
guys know that. You're a fucking body.
Love me, baby.
They owned you once you signed. It's not yours.
We didn't sign. It was just you coming out. You going in, and it's a prerequisite for me to go to
No,
college
I was
as well.
talking about more so America, not Africa. America, you sign on the line, they own your ass. That's it.
Why do you think they call you GI? General
Yep.
issue, nigga.
Issue.
And to be fair,
Oh, so that's what GI stands for?
Yeah.
General or
I didn't know.
government issue?
I didn't know until
Issue.
today. I was wondering what the GI stand for.
Government issue Joe or government issue Jane.
Government issue or general issue? God damn it!
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, Andre, you want to say something?
Like, to be fair, Charles got signed in as a Terminator.
Why do you keep thinking this motherfucker was just killing everybody? You keep making that. Dude, stop saying that shit.
Because Charles is a big motherfucker. So yeah, he was a Terminator.
It's you got to think about it. I'm 5'10", 280 pounds.
Right.
I am not that big of a guy. Well, they also government issue, general issue, ground infantry, galvanized iron. If you're you know,
Charles, like,
Yeah, but the problem is for Charles is if he ever thought about doing another MMA fight, he's got to drop down to 15. He's got to drop 15 pounds because the maximum weight for heavyweight is 265. There's no super heavyweights.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. All I gotta do is
had this conversation.
all I gotta do is cut my meal portions and do some wind sprints, and that's easy because you'll cut that shit off just sparring. Shit, I remember I was getting a heavyweight ready for, the state tournament and also college. We wrestled so hard for 2 hours, we both lost 10 pounds.
Shit.
Yo, you ever trained with any potential Golden Gloves?
I've boxed a lot of amateurs, sparred with amateurs and pros.
Mm-hmm.
I've given some black eyes and busted lips, and I've taken some.
Give like you got, right?
Yeah, but go ahead, Andre.
Charles is a long distance target. Like, up close with Charles, it's not gonna happen.
Well, I tell people, just to let you know, crew, I still wear my my field jacket, my field jacket sometimes, but I don't wear it as a whole uniform. So, as long as you don't wear it as a whole uniform, so nobody can call you saying you're stealing valor or another shit like that.
No stolen valor.
And you're probably doing it out of respect or just fashionable. And
you say you earn this.
Can you hear me, Charles?
Yeah.
All right. So my job, right? So I had some pants I got from somebody in North Dakota, right? Some white Mexican or whatever. And then at my last job up here, at the railroad, he said, "Oh man, that's our fatigues, right?" And he gave me his shirt, but it says U.S. Marines. It got his name on it.
Oh shit!
You hear me? I said, "All right, so I ain't gonna wear both the pants and the shirt together."
Yeah, that's what my dad.
And even if I do that, I'm gonna have some Adidas on because I know Nike make the shoes for y'all too.
Because I know my dad wears a lot of my old BDUs when he go when he's doing home improvement shit. So he even wear my Bowie hat. I was looking for that goddamn hat, but me personally, I'm probably gonna go to like the surplus store anyway and buy get like a dummy and put the uniform on it and be like, hey, put it up. You know how Batman does all the Robins in the cave and shit.
Yeah, hey, but Tom, if you go to the store, right, it don't have like U.S. Army on it. Do it?
No, my coat still has U.S. Army and my last name on it.
Okay,
nobody tries to tell me about stolen valor or nothing like.
No, because nigga, you
they probably know it was you though.
And they probably
you saved it.
most people either don't pay attention or they'll be like, "Damn, I haven't seen that in a while." I said, "Shit, I haven't worn it in a while."
Right.
What?
God damn it.
Well, actually,
But
And you
Charles,
probably stretching the seams too, getting fat.
well,
I'm losing.
He
I've actually lost some pounds, man. What you talking about?
See, look, watch.
well,
Look, you about my age, bro. Watch, you gonna lose it and then you'll catch it back, but it's gonna be fat and you're gonna bust out the seams.
Kid, I'm gonna lose it and keep it going. Lose it like a bad relationship. What were you saying, Dre?
well,
I watched.
I was
I just looked at this.
well,
Can I answer this, Charles?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sun is hot. I have seen Rebel Ridge. It's not exactly what you think it is. It's the advertisement doesn't actually give you what it is, but it's good. It's good. The actor in there, Jason Pierre, is pretty good, and I understand he just got that Jon Stewart role in DC, so I'm really happy about that because
Rebel Ridge. You talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good ass movie.
Yeah, it was good.
It was a good ass movie.
I'm gonna check it
So
out.
yeah, I've seen it. It's good. It's worth a watch. I just haven't done my review on it yet because I was linking it to, at least in my review, I was linking it to what is it, Kamala and Joe Biden. That this is how these policies play out in this little shit town. This is how
Hey, I've got a question. Sorry for have you watched any of them Bill Cosby, Sidney Poitier movies?
hell yeah.
Of course,
Do
we're
it
black.
again.
Of course, we're black.
Right. So, but
You
do you see how those?
watch this? Like we gotta watch.
No, I'm sorry.
Hold
I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. This man, hold on. You must be born after 1990 or 2000 or something. But you,
I'm older than Charles
He's older.
throw me in a question like
by
that
like 3 months.
in the 70s,
That'll make you older.
evil.
He just went to the pot longer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he from Baltimore. I'm from Chicago, so that's all.
Oh yeah, it held a local call for both cities.
Right.
I just can't. I can't understand that one. I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking as a reference point. I was just asking as a reference point.
You asking, have we seen a Bill Cosby, Sidney Poitier movie about Uptown Saturday Night?
Oh, that's the shit.
No, and which movie did you watch?
Uptown
All
Saturday.
of them. All of them.
What's the other one? I definitely.
Let's do
matter
it
of fact,
again.
Let's do it again. I actually stole Uptown Saturday Night from my mother.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker in that one.
Why am
The
I thinking
Blu-ray.
Citizen Speed? That wasn't.
What?
Doing the
Yeah,
snorkel. Which one was the one where it's James Earl Jones and he's doing the snorkel on the chick? Like he had to come up for air after eating a coochie while he dancing.
He said he did that's what you call a snorkel.
Historical. Let's do it. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I love.
I'm laughing about the snorkel.
Even though that snorkel was funny though. That shit is golden. Even though I do love Uptown Saturday Night, my man Harry Belafonte is Geechee Day.
Yep.
It was
Yeah.
a lot of fun. That had a lot of stars in that bitch, boy.
Salute, Charles Bentley.
So actually, what I was talking about earlier?
Turn off the camera, yo.
Yeah. What I was talking about earlier?
Hold on.
Right. Who got to get off? Everybody gonna get on the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a smoke session now.
Oh shit. So,
Hey, look, how I smoke.
oh fuck it now, you know.
I don't smoke blunt, so I get my vapes.
I ain't got a blunt, but I got one.
Earlier,
But okay, Drake, what were you saying?
Charles smokes CBD. It's legal.
No, like Charles smokes cigars. Like he's bougie as fuck, so he be smoking them like big cigars. The
Yeah.
cigar lounge and shit.
Oh, let the artist to tell you. I've been bougie for a long time, nigga.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
drink
but
the
y'all
fine-
cigar niggas, y'all be stinking though.
No, it depends on the cigar.
Cheap cigar stink.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm
fucking with
trying
you,
not to
Charles.
pick up a cigar.
I know.
It's hard.
I know.
Yeah.
But you gotta realize it. But the also, what's up, Troll? I forgot to say what's up to my boy Troll and my man Indigo. And yep, Indigo, get your ass up here too.
Well,
I'm a fellow Frankie Beverly fan, But you got to realize when me and artists that are giving you, especially to Dre, and even AL will tell you, being a black father is one of the hardest fucking things you could do, and people don't understand how much difficulty you get for being a good father.
Just trying to be a good father, because I can tell you,
Trying to be.
it's the most thankless.
I'll never apply for the job title again in life. Trust me. I will never.
AL, where did you come? Where did you come from? You just popped up.
You've been here.
He been here. I just added him up like about 5 minutes ago. And you got to realize, like, dude, being a father, there's a lot of nights you cry to yourself, dude.
Who you telling?
That's why I'll never apply for the job title ever again in life. Grown men are not supposed to shed tears like that over another fucking individual. We learned it the fucking hard way. They think women roll hard over their kids. Bullshit. Those are fake tears. Go watch a man have to suffer behind his, then come talk to us. No, I never.
Then we'll cry when it's all over. After we done shot everybody and everybody done died. Now we get about the corner. Now that's when we'll.
I wouldn't say that on his stream.
I wouldn't say that to a former and kind of current and maybe to another department stream. So let's keep the justifiable homicides down.
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly. I would say this.
I was talking about on the cartoons like Destro and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was talking about like the X-Men. That's all.
Hold on, folks. Let me see what Son is Hot Raw saying. Hideo shit. Are you still in England, right? Charles, would you say the Marine combat choreograph displayed by Aaron Pierre and Rebel Ridge is accurate to actual Marine?
And yes. I
Yeah,
called
it's pretty
Marine. I asked him about that specifically. When I watched it, I asked him, have you seen this movie and is this accurate to what you know of? He said, yeah, it's pretty accurate.
That's pretty accurate because it's very close to Army combatives because they a lot of it's going closer to MMA, but all the shit you can't do in MMA, the illegal shit, you can do obviously because it's in combat.
Because
so it's very close.
I blame the Marines. So, it's called, if I make it.
Go ahead.
Like, yeah, what I was trying to say is like what I was trying to say earlier. Like, yeah, I was trying to look out. I was trying to look out for my nephew, man, because I felt bad for him. So I understand like what he's dealing with because it's kind of similar to what I dealt with when I was younger. So, I felt bad for him, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like it's not my problem.
It's not your problem, but it is your family. So you will have some kind of concern for it. But at the same time, like I said, the first person that needs to be looking at that situation she needs to be calling his father about that shit first.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to be working that shit out between the two of them first, because that's the first place that child should go. Now, if a man is abusive, a drug addict in jail or some shit like that, that's something completely different. But that's the first place it should go.
Yeah.
Well, call me a part of the gynocracy or whatever, but like
I don't have to call you that. You know what it is now.
Yeah, like,
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you before you finish your statement. I'm gonna be real with you. This is the reason why I'm gonna do a stream sometime this week. I can't say the word nigga on the title, but you already know what I mean. Nigga, y'all need to stop being afraid of these black women and asking them real fucking questions.
Exactly.
Stop Kamala Harrising bitches, okay? Okay? Stop Kamala Harrising bitches.
Kamala's not a black woman. What the fuck is you talking about?
Well, she claim it. She
Chuck,
claim it. She's gonna be stricken by it. She's gonna take
Chuck,
all the advantages and all the weaknesses
She can ride
of
that.
Chuck, I'm
blackness.
Chuck,
Y'all,
Chuck, I'm
y'all, y'all niggas
But
thinking
hold
I'm
on,
gonna come out here
hold on for a
black.
minute, folks. Hold on, hold on.
Chuck, Chuck,
Well, hold on,
I'm
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me
A
finish.
black woman cannot whore like
Hold on,
Kamala
hold on,
Harris.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me tell you why. Because when you're not asking the questions, and this is your sister, older, younger, twin, whatever. First thing I would ask
What
in my
sister?
mind, huh?
What sister? Who's my sister?
Listen,
No, like
he's
you're
talking to Andre.
Talking to Dre.
Yeah, that's
Talking to Dre.
Oh, my bad, my
what's
bad.
up.
And but everybody listen, everybody listening, they'll get the gist.
Yeah.
The first thing would come up in my mind, okay, because the word motherfucker get passed around in my family very graciously
Liberally.
and openly. We have all kinds of liberties with that shit. They gotta be like, motherfucker, what's going on? So why are you trying to give my nephew to the system?
Mhm.
No. Why did you talk to his father? What's going on? You can't control him. Why can't you control an 8-year-old? You birthed him. What about and once you told her she has another child, so what's the difference with the other one?
Yeah.
And once did you talk to his father? Well, he ain't that. No. You
Give me a
picked him.
real answer.
You picked him. Stop trying to, because what it sounds like to me is that she's being lazy as fuck and she's noticing she got a boy and not a fucking inanimate object.
Hmm.
And once he start getting into his masculine frame, because boys learn tactilely and we don't do too well learning sitting down. I'm sorry, this is
Drone that.
dating Indian style.
Mhm.
And you're dealing with a person who learns by feeling, touching, moving. And women, this is the one thing I always tell women: you went 3 to 4 generations, well, as young as these kids are, 5 generations without learning men,
Mhm.
let alone your boys. So why would you get a boy and say you could raise him, but you don't have a man in sight? You're damning that boy. If you choose to be a single mother, you might as well say I'm damning my son to jail.
Somebody gotta slap the shit out that boy when he 13. Boy, he start
And,
acting reckless.
and see,
Before
and see,
13.
that's the problem I have with that. Would you do the same thing to a 13-year-old girl?
No.
That's not.
No, but she gotta know not to fuck everybody at 13.
Yeah, like
No, it's
That's
more
when
than
the
that.
titties grow and all that shit.
No, it's
But
more
that,
than that.
You
but
gotta
Your
get checked at
puberty,
13, like you ain't
your
grown
puberty
yet.
starts about 8. That's
brother, you
why
must not
at
have
8
kids
years
with
old they
kids.
should be with their father. That's
Mhm.
male or female.
I agree with that.
13 is too late. It's too late. All you gonna do
For
at
girls
13,
or boys or both.
boy or girl, either one. I got both. 13 is too late. You got to start that
So
shit
you
early.
say by 8 they should be with their daddy?
Yes.
I agree with you. I
But
really
here,
agree with you.
but here in the
Because
Western
boys
world,
hitting their puberty,
It's actually
especially if
too
they
late.
hit it early, it's around 8.
Hell
They
yeah,
start
because that's
feeling
when
this stuff,
daddy
they're gonna
around
be a
with his
little bit-
guys to fuck everybody up.
They're gonna be a little rebellious. They're gonna need to have somebody
They
there.
gonna go get that branch off that tree like Granny used to tell us.
It ain't all about
Nah, nigga,
beating.
like he's tripping on that shit.
Yeah, it ain't all about beating them. It's not all about beating them.
No. See, the switch, I only had to do that once, right?
You must not have kids, bro.
Are you kidding me?
oh shit! Somebody donate so I could get the fucking
You must not have
more
kids.
people up there.
I got an 8 daughter. That's great. That's awesome.
Somebody donate so I could get my regular StreamYards back on. I forgot that I gotta pay that shit.
There we go.
Hey, nigga proms.
I
But-
just paid mine yesterday.
But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell
think
you,
I'm gonna just
I'm gonna tell you what.
tell me I
I'm
ain't
gonna
got
tell you
no
what.
kids.
I'm gonna tell you what it is because we just talked about that briefly before. It's not about hitting and beating a child. It's about putting the time in with the child.
Exactly.
Because what happens about this is that we treat children almost. We don't treat children with any dignity.
No,
Because at
so
some point you got to sit down and talk to your child and figure out their personality.
Mhm.
Why is this child having an issue with reading? Oh, because they're a mathematical type personality.
Mhm.
oh, cause the
And
daddy can't read.
Or
and
they
it's
didn't
not
like
Yeah.
the
even
book that you gave them.
it's not even just because they can't read. Look at what most parents do.
Cause they
How many
parents don't
parents
be taking care of their children.
how many
I
parents
took
sit
care
down
of
to
my
read?
daughter. My daughter can read, she can write, she can mathematical everything. Like she's awesome.
And
Like
then you got to
what?
realize this. We think of, and this is what I hate when people be like, and I had to correct my niece. She is so bad. She's one. She has no concept of good or evil.
And it's all on you that taught her that shit.
I said, if you keep telling a child she's bad, she's bad, she's bad,
Then she gonna be bad.
you're gonna view everything she does as negative. I said, I gave my niece my phone. She didn't drop it, she didn't throw it. She was so enamored by the music. Guess what she did? She literally swaddled her little butt, her little cute butt. I call her Mo. It's short for Mohawk because when she was born with a mohawk.
Stripe.
See, that's
She
how
was,
our children be, bro. Bro,
and
it's
when she walked to the step, guess what she was doing? She listened to the music. I could tell you the song was Angela Bofield. I Try.
Hmm.
And she was enamored with that song, man. And it was so funny because when Angela hits those notes in that song, you should hear a 1-year-old try to emulate that shit. It's like the cutest but funniest shit ever. And she's like,
but,
Brought her
hey,
down
but
after
when that's the first thing that they do,
and
when that's
and,
the
and think,
first thing that they do, and they can get it, then what do you think is the rest of the shit they gonna do?
and this is what I told my niece. You might have a musically inclined child.
You probably do. That's how you key off stuff like that. You give kids stuff to see what they respond to, and that's how you start
Yeah,
figuring out
but
what
this
their
way you're
aptitude
supposed
not
to
is.
look. You're supposed to keep that shit to yourself.
Mm-mm.
Because motherfuckers been sending that shit to motherfuckers like R. Kelly and then see what
No, no,
happened.
No, you're
see,
not
no, no,
supposed
no,
to
no.
keep it to
That's not.
yourself.
That's different. That's different because number
Yeah,
one,
I know what you're
we
talking.
have a school in Baltimore where Jada and Tupac went
No, that's what
together.
I'm saying. Do the
But
shit
hold
correctly.
on, Kurt. Hold on, Kurt. Give me a second. You got it because guess what? What if she develops singing or some
Mhm.
type of instrumentals?
Right.
Right.
She's gonna be like, okay, put her in the School of the Arts. I actually have a cousin who graduated there. She had
Mhm.
a full ride scholarship, and believe it or not, a black girl who sings opera.
Yeah.
She
No,
went around the
yeah.
world
Hey,
singing.
Charles. Charles, I
Can we
think you
back up for a
misunderstood
second?
me, man.
Chuck,
Like,
can we back
I'm
up for a
really
second?
with you. You
Can
get
we
me?
back up
Like,
for
I know all like musicians. I know like bro. I'm with you. You get me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, when the intoxicated man gets through rebutting, can we back up for a second, please? You started off with someone told you your niece was bad. Question: was it a male or female who told you that?
It was my niece
Okay,
who said my great niece was bad.
i.e., a female. What do most females do when they're raising toddlers and adolescent children do when they're around them? Most African American women do. The first thing they run to, tried and true, when they don't comprehend or understand the ins and outs of children, period, but they're supposed to be our first teachers. What do? They put that label on our children. These women do. They're bad. Because why? You refuse to get your ass up,
Bro,
get up
what are
off
you
the
talking about?
hold the fuck on. Let me get this out. They refuse to let these children grow up and flourish and be inquisitive and be rambunctious. This is what children are supposed to do. Because guess what? They are trying to figure out their motor skills. They're trying to figure out their mental skills. They're trying to be led. And our first teachers in life are the women. But when they refuse to be the natural teachers that they're supposed to be, and they're so self-absorbed with with narcissism, societal norms, and want to be seen and got to be Miss It and what is she doing over there? What are they worried about? Everything other than the normal functional things that it's going to take to raise these children up. They always revert back to the kid is bad. How's the kid bad? But guess what? A random stranger man or a relative, a man can walk in that room and gain control of them children quick, fast, and in a hurry without
Hey,
having to
Charles, get
all
Christina. Hey, look, it's time to go, right? Hey, Charles, don't you know it's time to go? You give me.
Huh?
Don't you know if I say, hey, grab my girl, hey, Charles, it's time to go, don't she know she'll know to go with you?
Well, here's the thing. Because when I told my niece, I said, what concept of good and evil, or bad and good, or whatever she has, she's won. The world is, she's mobile. This is the first time in her life she's mobile.
Yeah, malleable. Yeah. Or
Malleable.
mobile. Yeah.
Mobile. And also with a combination of being malleable. And think about it. You chose to have a 1-year-old and chose to have a set of twins a year later. So you chose that shit. And that's
we
and
talking
that's the
about
last.
Hey, Charles,
Is
let
that
me
it's
tell you
six
something.
wasn't she? God damn.
Hold on. She has 6 in total. So when God said be sure, and I told her I was the only family member because her father died when she was young, about what, 1 or 2, actually killed. But I told her,
No way she
I
got away.
said you got 6 babies by 3 men and married none. I told her, I said, you do
3
know,
times, boy.
I said, you do know that
Charles,
you're done.
you a good man, dog.
I'm not a good man. I'm just a man.
No, you know,
I told her the reality of shit.
yeah, don't
You
call
do
my
know
name
you don't
all
need
over the
to
place, dog.
hold on, Chris. Hold on.
You know reality.
I know. It's like I told her, I said, look, you don't need to date anymore. You really don't. You don't need to date anymore. You really don't.
Just chill out. Like, just chill out.
You don't need to date. You better hope you can make. Well, I know, man, because the last 3 are by one dude, 2 are by one, and the first one's by one. I said, from when I told you when you were younger, don't get pregnant by any nips-ons and try to be married. Did you listen? No. But people make mistakes. Having a baby ain't a mistake.
Baby is not a mistake, and you can't say you
No,
made
you
mistakes.
knew you was making that baby. Like I knew I was making my daughter. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew the type of woman I was making her with.
And I told her, I said, I'm not gonna be like your mom, who thinks you going to school, you gonna make. I said, there is no amount of money that's gonna replace a father.
Mm-mm.
I said, here's the fucked up part about it, right?
Hmm.
When I went to visit the kids, I'm good at putting kids to sleep. I played the babies, but when I saw her with all 3 in the bed with her, I said, you paying a penance, girl. You paying a penance. I said, you don't need to date anymore. You know why? Your focus need to be on these goddamn kids.
Same thing I've told women. You need to be focused on your kids right now and not trying to catch the new dick.
No, but I only deal with women that got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I only got one kid.
Here's the part about it. Dick got you in the situation you got in the first place. So subtract dick. You don't have the situation you got, do you?
Apparently you don't know how to work it correctly because all you keep getting is pregnant.
Even more honest than that, Chuck, you should have told her, look, at your state and your rate, the way you going and the way you're set up right now, don't no man on earth in his right mind is gonna pick up you told 3 kids by 3 different baby daddies and try to raise them. They're not gonna do it. So you can get that shit out of your mind. Fuck
Hey,
that.
Charles, what you think about this?
No, hold on. I'm gonna just tell it, AL. I'm gonna just say this. I told her. I said, if I was you, you'd be the fun girl.
Hey, Charles, what you think
And I
about
told her,
this?
all day.
I told her straight up. She knows that. She be like,
No
Uncle Charles, why
disrespect
you
to your
being
niece,
so?
but that's all the fuck she is at this point.
I
She's a
said, why?
funny.
I said,
Hey
why you
Charles,
say
what you
that?
think about this? Look, so my daughter was born in a marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then my daughter's mom, mm,
You got divorced.
she had a couple more. Yeah, I got divorced, and then she
Yeah.
had a couple more babies. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make her a baby mama, right?
Right. She made herself
You
one.
did it.
Now
You
the
made yourself
babies after her made her a baby mama, right?
Let me put it to you this way. You sound like my situation. Peanut's my child, my first child, and my only child, and that was her first child and only child. She has two more sons. She tried
Right
to
after
complain.
you, after you.
Yeah, she tried to complain and say, "Well, you have one child, I have three." I said, "Who
That's
was
not
the
my
deciding
problem.
factor?" I said, "Who was the deciding factor of that?"
Hey Charles, I dropped you off. We had a 6-pack. I dropped you off with 3 beers. I got 3 beers, right? I pulled in my driveway, right?
Drink up,
Man, we
buddy.
popped the beer. Whose problem is that? That's your
That's
problem.
yeah. And it's like this is what black men need to see. I think what's part of the problem, and we talked about it on AB's channel for a second. I think that I think black women are upset because they're finding a different black man.
Yeah, I would agree. That's exactly
And
why they're upset.
and they're upset because we're not taking them for all the fallacies they're committing, all the atrocities they're committing. And we like, nah, bitch, we take a V8.
Well, the problem is that I would say the pool is drying up of people who will accept that shit. I mean,
Mhm.
So here's the thing.
I had to tell a
Kamala
whole
did the worst.
25-year-old, hold on, crew. I had to tell a whole 25-year-old why it was almost over in this climate for her to try to find some dude and think he's going to be kissing her ass when she got 2 kids by 2 different dudes and they don't even match.
5?
The kids
Mhm.
don't even match. One is a dark brown, the other one is a light white.
Yeah, you
You
know,
should find somebody. Say you would be lucky. You might, using your thing, Charles. Black men are the garbage men of the dating world, so you might be lucky to catch a brother, but catching a brother who's going to try to marry you when you already got 2 kids in that attitude is going to be a tough sell in this climate right now. So you might be out the game. So you telling me it's over? I ain't telling you it's over. Life will tell you it's over, but you're gonna have a hard goddamn time. I could tell you that much.
it's
And
kind of
it's looking like if you just chasing dudes, you're just gonna be out here taking a lot of loose dick.
and
That's what
I'm just gonna tell you what makes it worse. Dudes are getting smarter. You're talking about you're in your 30s, girl. I'm like, you're lucky. Like I remember diapering you at 7, 8. I'm like, shorty, I knew you longer than you know yourself.
exactly.
And I'm like, I'm giving you the real. And your father's not here. He's deceased. So the closest nigga to you to that is me and my father. So I gotta keep it real. Your objective is not another nigga. It's to get you put yourself out the relationship game 3 kids ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
That should be over for her thinking about that shit. The main focus, and I usually say this just with any woman that got a child under fucking 5 in this day and age, and they out there trying to date again. Like you need to have your ass working on that child. You don't need to be out here dating.
Hey,
Get out the
look
pool.
at this.
Stop thinking everybody need to play by the rules that you bring in with you.
Hey, look at this. Look, none of us need to be even looking for no chicks that we got babies or whatever. Like you was talking about earlier, Charles. Just now. Like, bro, the fuck? We got kids that's already damn near grown and they grown. What the hell? We doing what we're doing. Everything else is a benefit to the girl that comes with us.
Yeah. Actually,
You
that's
give
very true. Because you got to
Yeah.
realize is that how much time do we have to invest? It's one thing investing into your own flesh and blood. That's your legacy. And I always tell people that men think in legacy, women think in nest. We got to think generations away.
but
If
we
you're a man
have
who
the nest for generations. That's why the girl's gonna be like, you give me?
Well, for the next part, the next part is
No,
basically women tend to think here now and maybe a year from now, maybe 4 years if she's going to school. They typically don't think generationally. They don't think 20 years from now. Like you're gonna be because my father said it best. You think when your kid turns 18, you stop being dad? Fuck no.
You don't ever stop being dad.
Hell no.
It's a
Look,
line.
my
It's a
daughter
line
can
from a
stay with
movie that I
me
love.
Hold on, Curry, let him finish.
forever.
There's a line from a movie I love, and it's Michael Caine and Nicolas Cage, and it's The Weatherman. And Nicolas Cage didn't have a necessarily close relationship. He didn't really understand his father, put it that way. His father is dying, and his father is like a world-renowned doctor or some shit like that. And he tells him about being a father, and he said, "There's always looking after. There's always something you're gonna look after." Even though his son is grown, he has 2 kids of his own, and he's like, "I'm trying to be you. I'm trying to be like you." He said, "We're figuring this out as we go, and there's always looking after. You're always going to be a father. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
how old
like
your kid get. You're always a father."
yeah, like being a father doesn't like stop when once they turn 18 and 21. Like you show
No.
father. Like I'm still in contact with my dad, and you know,
Yeah, the
like
only thing that stops, and gets into the mentality of men and women, is that kid stops being a baby.
Mm-hmm.
It stops being a baby. Women always see it as the baby. It's my baby. It's a baby. It's not a fucking baby anymore. That baby is a really short amount of time. A really short amount of time. Once that little motherfucker can sit up on his ass and roll over and get up and try to walk, it's no longer a baby. It is now called a toddler. But they don't relate to things in that way. They always want to relate it to this lowest sense and not recognizing this is a grown person or
Yeah.
this is a growing person. Like I say, I'm raising them out of diapers, not into diapers.
Exactly. It's like
yeah,
I had to tell one of my ex-girlfriends. So she's like, "Where's my baby?"
Yeah,
Your
you got
baby? That
Yeah.
nigga 14 years old.
exactly. Ain't no
I
goddamn.
said
So
that
I got
nigga.
it this. Hey,
I had to
y'all
tell
ever
her.
watch this?
that
I had
nigga
to
old as
tell.
hell. He ain't no baby.
Hold
Hey,
on.
hey,
I had to tell.
Charles, I know
Yeah.
y'all done watched the Ponderosa, right? The
Mm.
Cartwrights in them.
What you talking about? Man, what is that show called?
Bonanza.
Bonanza. Yeah.
Right. How long till we get to your land? Oh, we've been riding through it for the last 3 hours type shit.
Yeah. I mean, you got to
Yo,
think about it. Could the Cartwright? How long do you think baby stages were for the Cartwright boys?
No, you
well,
got to get up and kill the chicken and the goat and round up the cattle
well,
at 5 years
Yeah.
old. Maybe 3 if
But in
you're
the
there.
woman stage, you a baby till you 30 and longer.
well,
I
Yeah.
told her,
well,
wait a minute, your boy's 14. That boy sticks his dick in a coochie. He could be a father.
Mhm.
So, but
So
look at this.
how the fuck can I call something that can reproduce a baby?
Yeah. Never been a baby.
I told
like
him, he's your son. He's not your child.
Yep.
well, just
So, but look at this, right?
there's
So we say the
what
immigrants coming over here doing this and living 18 to a house, right? But this is what we were doing the whole time when we were here.
The only difference is to that, and then I'm gonna give the floor to Dre. We were bastardized and called all kinds of names for doing it, but now it's like you ever notice how 30 years later, in order 30, 50 years later, how we survived, we were shamed for it, but
Right.
how the immigrants do it now,
It's okay.
they're getting government extortion money to do it.
You can't go in the luxury restaurant until you're sagging.
You know,
Like,
and I want to
like
give
what
you
the
a good
fuck?
example. Look how we got treated during the crack epidemic, but look at how they got treated during the fentanyl crisis.
Fentanyl and that opioid.
Oh man, it's all hospital. Don't put your hands on them. You know.
well
Go ahead,
actually
Dre.
yeah, I was just like real quickly was gonna roast Buddy on the bottom right. Like nigga, turn the light on. You black as hell. We can't see you.
We all black as hell inside. Don't worry. You know what the old saying is. Oh, you know, we're all black, especially if you're a guy. We all got purple dicks, so shut up about it. So, yeah, it's a stupid ass joke I heard in the army. So shit.
Oh, yeah, that's a military joke. I can tell.
How you guys? You're light skinned and he's dark skinned. How do you know you're black? We all got purple dicks. That's why, nigga. And they're bigger than yours. So sorry, white boy.
I got purple dicks, and they're bigger than yours.
So it's one of those things where, you know, raising children is a different dichotomy. Like, I'm gonna put it to you this way, and I wish that some of y'all could go to my early archives back in, you know, years ago when I did a study of why was there a single mother epidemic and not a single father. It was purposely so. You would not have the kid. Your prisons would damn near be empty if fathers got the kids.
Exactly, they would be.
If your children would actually be accomplishing. Notice you wouldn't hear about children with ADHD. You know why? Children could be out back playing, and if we hear something too quiet, hey, what y'all doing? Because we know when children are too quiet, some sneaky shit going on.
Hey, you get too restless, go cut the grass, little boy.
Mm-hmm.
Go cut the grass.
Well, guess what? You come to my house, people loved it. They'd be like, "Can we go to you? Can we go to you?" Because everybody called me coach, even some of my godsons, because they wrestle for me. Some of my wrestlers, they'd be like, "Hey, coach, I got no place to stay. All right, ain't got no place to stay. Go wash the dishes and sweep and mop the bed."
Yeah, you gave them chores and they still want to come over.
Yeah. I was like, damn, I'm trying to make the motherfuckers not come. They be like, I'm trying to make the motherfuckers not come. And they
like
okay, I'll cut the grass for you too. It's like, damn.
I'll cook the chimney. Wait, do you have a chimney?
You crazy man. You thought giving them structure and order and discipline was going to make them leave? Shit, no. That's going to make them want to stay. They like that type of shit.
I know, silly ass me.
Well, you know you don't fucked up, right? You know you don't fucked up.
Hey, you see what the structure order did at the west side of Chicago this morning? On the trains, they were just running damn TVs off them trains.
I gotta ask you, Kurt, what's going up with the immigration issues up in Chicago, man? How they handling that shit?
It is bad. Brandon Johnson. I don't live in Chicago.
I'm just wondering because,
but it's bad.
I don't think they take because I heard from the grapevine they didn't take very lightly to the Argentinian gangs trying to do what they did in Colorado. They found out, nigga, this Chicago.
It's Chicago.
Well, you know, let them try that in Baltimore.
Shit.
You got Ricans and Mexicans down there. Hey, we ain't playing. Chicago, they ain't playing.
That's why they call Baltimore.
Right? So you understand me, right, Charles?
But shit, that's why they call Baltimore. Be more careful. I live in be more careful, Murderland.
Hey, look, I tell everybody, right? I tell everybody, like, Chicago ain't top 10 in murders and shit.
Guess what the number one city
Go to
is
Memphis.
in America? Guess what the number one city? Guess what the number one city is in America for homicides per capita?
Homicides, are they justified or
no? Just homicides.
I would say New Orleans.
You're speaking to a guy who's living in the city currently.
Oh, Baltimore.
We have more murders per capita. Right? We're back. We're number one again, baby. Whoa!
That ain't a ranking I would be proud about, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, you might have to wipe off that bag.
It's called
start running down niggas.
It's called satire, folks. I'm not proud of that.
Hey, Charles, you might have to start questioning niggas on the block again. Wipe off that badge and start investigating.
They're not paying me enough. I'm very good at it, but they don't. I'm
gonna figure out a way. I'm gonna pay you to do it.
And by the way, Artisan, we might have to do a fucking watch of a very classic cult movie that I loved. You know, a movie that you don't hear a lot of people talk about, but I love it to death.
Which one?
Sylvester Stallone's Cobra.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. We could do a watch of that. You just let me know. I'm showing up because I love
Well,
Cobra.
one, well, Charles and Artisan, like y'all gotta like review the Vince McMahon documentary because
I
just
thought
watched
about
it.
reviewing. I watched it already. I planned on reviewing it. I've just been busy with work, so I have
Yeah, like
3 or 4 movies that I have not reviewed yet. I had not recorded
well,
reviews for.
well,
That's one of
Artisan,
them.
like I know that you watched it. I know that you watched it. I don't know if Charles watched it, but like that
Watch,
I was waiting for
watch
Charles
it
to
the day.
because he a bigger,
Watch
big
it the day it came out.
Oh,
I've
you did?
watched it.
Not too
I have.
much. I didn't know about it. I'm actually happy that Hulk Hogan stopped lying for years. That he
Yeah.
ratted out on Jesse Ventura. And see, here's the part about it. Yeah, you ratted because you were scared of people taking your number one spot. You were like, if they get a union, that might fuck with your money, which I think
You stooging.
pretty much, yeah, pretty much, and pretty
No,
much
that's
they
a
got
term
kind of,
in wrestling, stooging.
yeah, and pretty much they got kind of a union now. They don't travel nearly as close to what they did.
Yeah.
They get holidays off, which is health wise. Why? Because you should not have your performers or athletes, which they're both
Talent.
athletes and performers.
200 and some days back to
You
back.
should, and then you think you're not going to get a coke habit? You think they're not going to get divorced?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want that.
Painkiller addiction.
Well, it was disgusting because they
Them
were
niggas was
doing
wild.
that shit like 7 days a week, different time zones, different places.
Yeah,
Like,
it
come on, man,
it
you're
was
gonna have a
7
drug
days a
habit.
House
week,
shows.
52 weeks
Mhm.
a year.
And it's like, you know, shout out to Simone Biles and the gymnastics gold tour. They were in Baltimore in the 8th. I wish I would have went down there. Some of them
You seen
gymnasts.
Gabby Douglas lately?
Oh, Gabby fine as shit.
Yeah.
She fine as shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. She looked good.
I told you. Gary Douglas, that is.
And
Yeah.
Well, like,
She's who Simone Biles was looking up to.
well, just like
oh,
this is the problem that I have with
she was famous before Simone. Come on now.
I
So
know. And
I
then,
mean, Simone
before
took it to
that, I
another
was in
level.
Atlanta and I met Dominique.
Yeah,
Well,
Dominique
like
does. You know where Dominique's from? She from the MD, baby.
well,
Yes,
this is the
yeah.
problem that I have like with the average person is that like if you guys actually listen to if you guys actually watch the fucking big Mr. McMahon documentary, you would realize like he's actually worse than Diddy.
Yes.
I'll put it to you
But you're
this way.
forgetting one thing.
No,
Looking at
no.
Diddy,
I
like,
wouldn't say that. I'd say he has some appetites.
No, he's 8 times worse than Diddy.
No, I
Not
wouldn't
just
even say
worse.
that.
He's way worse.
I wouldn't say that because you don't know everything that was going on. You
Yeah.
only hear
Well,
people talk
So
about
do you give that leeway to Diddy?
well,
I don't know everything that Diddy has done. Just like I
well,
don't know everything that Vince McMahon has done. The
well,
shit that I heard that they said Vince McMahon did is not that bad because people doing that shit right now today.
Yeah.
And they ain't in jail. So I don't see that as being a big goddamn deal.
I'll say this. I'll say this real quick. From a law enforcement standpoint, once again, I got to do my tradesman. You know, we got truck drivers, we got artisan who fixes every goddamn thing, and he also owned a comic book shop. I miss that shop, man. That
So-
shit was so cool.
Get locked up tonight.
Somebody missing more than me.
That's, yeah. Now, I mean, I know the stress of having a shop because I have a buddy in Baltimore who owns one. And it's funny, even though it's cool as fuck to actually do a live stream at an actual comic book shop. I thought that was the coolest shit ever.
Somebody get locked up. Who's getting locked up?
Let him finish.
I'm gonna tell you this about the Vince McMahon thing, and like I told you, certain things when you go to jail and when you go to basic training and when you go to the police academy, the person you walked in as is not, or I won't even say the police academy. Your first month on the street by yourself because you're in field training for 3 months. Then then you might go to foot like I did you go to field training for 2-3 months. Then you go to your graduation. Then you're on foot downtown Baltimore, your summertime. God bless that time because my pussy rate went through the roof. Um,
Oh, remember we used to joke about that all the time on BGS's
no,
hangouts.
you can smell the new. You can see the shiny new badge, the shiny Glock, the shiny everything. Boy, the girls were out that day, man. Shit. But the point being, your mentality starts to change when you get your first calls by yourself and see how the world really is and not what you think it is. This is what I say about all that shit. If and even with the Diddy shit, because guess what? If you had the ability to get high powered billionaires in compromising positions, no Diddy, um, would you be above being ruthless enough to hold that against them to get your way?
Mm-mm.
No, of course not.
No. So here's my thing. Let's look at the girl who worked. You got in working for, you know, formerly Titan Sports, now WWE Entertainment. You started out what most Americans may never see in their work career as $100,000. Then, because you were the little plaything for Vince McMahon, you went up to $250,000 a year on
Mm-hmm.
top of hush money.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, if you really wanted justice, why did you take the money?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I always, well, you try to say these women. I said, here's my shit about fuck the women, fuck this. If you fucking trying to, if there's some fucking Catholic priest trying to take my dick and play like a ukulele with it, and I feel traumatized by this shit, and I want him to go to jail, fuck, put that nigga underneath the jail.
I don't need the money. Keep your money. We're
Because
going
if I do get the money, maybe I gotta pay for it. I need the money to probably get some fucking help to get on with my life.
some fucking therapy.
Like,
Look,
But
I
you
read
never
that
hear-
article. I think I read it on stream when it came out, and I was reading that article. And the things I found objectionable about this, to say this bitch is full of shit with some of this, was number one, they only show young pictures of her. That is not how old that woman is. This woman is a 40-year-old goddamn woman. When she was involved with him back in the day when she was a grown ass fucking woman, damn near trust fund kid. That's how she even met Vince, because they stayed in the same goddamn building. This was never a child, but all the pictures they show of her is this 21-year-old version of her. That is not who he was fucking around with. This was a grown ass fucking woman, okay, who had money, came from money. That's how she was even in the same, sharing a building where Vince McMahon was staying, right? The other thing was, because she's a grown ass woman and she works at this company and now she fucking the boss, she got moved around. And I don't know about y'all on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, we understand that people have relationships like this where they like getting
it's very
on and all kind of crazy shit shared and everything else. Some people find that as sport, or some people just call it Saturday night. But
it's called a Tuesday here.
It just happens. So all this shit she's alleging in there sounds like bullshit when you also find out she was a fucking lawyer. She's a lawyer.
I'm gonna switch you out real quick, crew. Hey, crew, I'm gonna bring you down. I'm gonna bring Ray up. So if you're still up, I'll bring you back up, because till I get some donations to pay my shit. I gotta do it this way.
Yep. You got Royal Rumble rules now.
Royal Rumble rules.
By the way, Artisan, before you can continue, the reason they found out about some of the women is like when they were looking at somebody was like, when they were like, going through the sale to
no, I know why they found out the other women with the TKO stuff. I knew about that, about his, aggression on some other women. I'm not saying he's not aggressive. I'm just saying about the woman who brought the case. She seemed like bullshit. And now they're on a dog pile on that one case. Jump in on it. It's a low key feeding frenzy.
It's no different to me. It's almost no different to me. Well, there's some differences. Remember how everybody was calling William Cosby, Dr. William Cosby, Hill Cosby? And come to
Yes.
find out, when all the women were questioned,
Half of them, yeah.
half of them, and then they couldn't even ask the other half to take the stand because they found out they were lying.
Yes.
So,
That's the problem with
Beverly Johnson, anyone?
and then
Janet
they try to say,
Davidson?
did he put the pills in there? No, he told us what the pills would do, and he put the drink there and he left it on the dresser.
yeah.
So-
So you took the pills. But
You left it on the dresser.
People
Come on,
forget.
that's all
Yeah. People forget the stuff that he gotten, the substance, the thing in question. That was a party drug back in the 80s. That was Molly before Molly. That's what a lot of people forget about that stuff.
It's
I don't forget
illegal
that
now.
shit. That's why I never took that shit very seriously in that vein. Is that Bill Cosby has come up through the 60s and the 70s where taking drugs and stuff like that, even today's terms, going to somebody's house party or whatever, as I would call it out here, somebody gonna have some damn drugs. And if it's there and to be taken and you taking it, you took drugs. Nobody provided you with drugs. Drugs were there. You took it if you wanted to take it. Unless somebody is holding you down, slipping you something without your knowing or whatever, you decided to take that shit. That is your responsibility. Whatever else happens after that, you're out your mind, you don't know where you are, some shit. Well, you probably shouldn't be taking fucking drugs.
But no, Artisan, they lack accountability. They're not going to take accountability for shit. They're going to do what they're going to do and blame it on society and the world because they're females and that's how they were made and raised.
No, yeah, special snowflake, and I'm not responsible for any of my own actions. Not going there, not getting on his private jet, not having dinner with him, not having the drink, not taking the pills. I'm not responsible for none of this. No, I'm definitely not responsible for laying down and letting them bust. No, I'm not responsible for none of that shit. It's all him. No, that I
Or
can't.
like how some insist on having a few drinks before they get it on. Why they,
Yeah,
that's why
if he slipped
juice.
you a Mickey, if he slipped you, some Spanish Fly or something like that, and you was feeling under the effects, you didn't know the shit was in there, that'd be something completely damn different.
That's rape.
Yeah, that is straight up rape, right? That's straight up rape.
And guess what,
So-
YouTube? I can say that because I'm a professional, and I can say that because it's part of my profession. So get over it.
Yeah,
And-
but the
and-
shit I was hearing, this was all, well, I don't know. I had a headache and he gave me something for my headache, but I didn't really want to have sex with him. What the fuck was you doing there then?
You got the
So-
fucking Playboy
Why
Why
man.
would you
on
go
the
into the?
plane?
Why would you meet at the bedroom of a known married man?
Like, bro, like that shit doesn't matter, man.
And this is what I always said what sickens me when women try to say men are this. Y'all don't even get charged the same thing that men get charged when a crime. You're not held responsible in this country.
No, never.
And we want and I'm
They're
sorry,
very
I'm gonna sound sexist for a minute, but you want a broad to be running this bitch. And the first thing, and this is the type of broad she is. At some point, you got to tell me what you're going to do for the country and not just blame the motherfucker who wasn't president for the last 4 years.
Oh, she's gonna be doing that shit on day one
You're going to blame Trump
for everything.
A1, but then you forget that she's the vice president. And
You've been incumbent for the last 4 years.
And you know what fucking kills me, right? What kills me is this. You get these fat, out of shape, shout out to Rick Rude, Motor City sweat hog, lactating motherfuckers. You fucking talk about, well, I went to civics class, and how could the vice president, do you know what the vice president is the president of? The Senate.
The Senate.
He's the tie-breaking vote. Look what she broke the ties on.
Yeah, you're the gavel in the Senate.
So you're telling me you voted for this high fucking shit. And when last time I checked, right? When you're the second in command of a unit, you can't have plausible deniability.
No, because you have to know everything the head knows.
Well,
Good job.
I think we really need to talk about like what happened with this WWF/WWE stuff.
There's no slash. They had to get rid of that.
You had to literally get the F out.
Yep, you had to
Yeah,
get the F
like-
out.
You remember the ads?
Yep.
Get the F out ads. You remember those?
Yep.
Hey, I'll say this: somebody need to smack Magic Johnson, man.
Why's that?
Magic West Johnson.
Johnson,
Oh, you said
DL,
Magic.
DL Hughley, Obama. Yeah, somebody just need to
And
come
nobody
with a big
paid him.
old-
Nobody
that's
paid
all
him.
it is.
Nobody paid them Sambo motherfuckers any mind.
Yeah, why do I care what Magic Johnson had to say? I thought he was, on his last leg.
You know what? Magic Johnson been on his last leg for the last 40 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, like
Apparently that shit ain't terminal for him.
Wait
You
a
know?
minute, Arthur. Wait a minute, Arthur. You know good and well that man's on the best medicine money can buy. He ain't dying.
Yeah, whatever.
That motherfucker healthier than all of us on this panel.
No
I
shit.
mean,
And in order to keep on,
You know,
getting that
You don't
medicine,
look
he had
like
to speak
somebody who's
up.
been taking a cocktail of drugs for damn near the last 20, 30 years of my damn life. You don't look
You
like
know, I'm like this. You must got that good AIDS. So he got the
Oh,
good
shit.
AIDS. That nigga got student AIDS. He got fucking.
Well, actually, like, what AL said is
They
like,
got federal aid.
well, like, what AL said is like Magic should have died a long time ago. Like, we're calling him like Magic Johnson, but the other argument is like he got that like alarm, like like he got that fucking Illuminati like.
He got that. He got that shit from Krypton, man. That nigga took a senzu bean. He went to fucking he went to the Fortress of Solitude like in Superman 4 and put the right crystal in and healed up. Like, god damn, that nigga.
Look, I just say this. This motherfucker has outlived anybody in my family who had that shit and died.
Yeah.
Now, he wasn't rich, but he's outlived a lot of people and is healthier today than most people that might have that shit.
And
So
you got to think about it. Back then when he caught it,
never prove he got it unless he dropped dead, and he ain't never dropped dead, so I guess he ain't got it.
I mean, you got to think about it. When motherfuckers had HIV, when he caught it, that was a death sentence.
That was a death sentence. Motherfucker was dying.
Arthur Ashe, anyone?
You were 5 years and out, nigga. This motherfucker has quadrupled up on their ass.
Yeah, and he's still alive and he's just chilling.
This nigga got like I got love times love, good times. Like, god damn, you multiplying years, nigga.
No, because at this rate, he'll be the only dude that has AIDS that will die of old age.
Yeah, like
one of the very few.
Well, I still have a question for you.
Sensitive. I'm just saying that's just what it is, motherfucker.
It's just what it is, I still have a question though. Between him and his son, who's the better ball handler?
You, sir, work in the military. You're definitely a police officer in the military.
Now that was hilarious.
I'm a gentleman and a fucking officer.
His son is the better ball handler.
Well,
how do you know? How do you know?
Oh no! Jesus
You
Christ!
seen the game tape? I have not.
Oh man!
I heard his son was like getting down on some funny shit, but
he played on the P Diddy Diddlers.
Yeah,
he played on the basketball team.
Take that.
He played on the He played on the Bad Boy Diddlers basketball team. I mean,
well, I heard that
not
his son is
shit.
I know I'm not shit. Y'all better donate for that one-liner right there. Shut up. But
yeah, that was a
Hold on, I gotta change headsets.
I'm gonna tell you what makes it funny. I look at his son, and I'll be like, "Nigga, you a waste of height. You're like 6'7", and you choose to be this."
Yeah.
I think that's part of on the low part. I think that's part of Cookie's revenge, man.
It is. That's what he should be called. That's his name. He don't have a name no more. He's Cookie's Revenge.
Well, I actually heard that his son is a 6'8" ball handler.
Oh man, he cross up everything, and shit, he does more, and he knows how to dribble apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, god damn, you wake up, you like, yeah, my son, he gonna be tall. Yeah, we estimate him to be about as tall as you, Mike. Yeah, we might have another ball player.
Boy, you
Chuck,
see that you see that motherfucker's jaws, boy? Man.
Right.
Chuck, you know you ain't shit. You tried to label that man as 6'7". You know he the same height as his daddy. He's 6'9". Goddamn.
6'9" and heavy, and he's got a big ass head.
6'9" and a
Six-
68, huh?
6'9" and a BBL.
And then, hold on. Let's back up right quick. We were talking about HIV, Magic Johnson, and AIDS. Now, hold on. I want y'all to think about what I'm about to say, because once I say this, I want y'all to not answer. Let it marinate in your head, think about it. And when you think about it, this shit is gonna sicken you. Magic Johnson is damn near close to 70 years old right about now. Correct? He's about damn near 70 years old, still alive, HIV positive. And you can't name 5 other motherfuckers that you knew who contracted that shit, my uncle included, rest his soul, who lived that long.
Yeah.
You can't even explain this shit, man.
That's what I just said, AL, is that he's going to be the only one to die of natural causes or old age.
And that's why I backdoored with what you saying, because I mean, when you said
you got to pause before you say you backdoored when we talking about that.
No, I'm too old to be playing that bullshit pause game. We call shit like we call it for my age group. If you're gay, you're gay. No, we don't play around like that. No, I'm not. You're not gonna modernize me to these new dudes' idiosyncrasies and insecurities, or how they want to deal with gay. I'm from the old school. When our gaydar meter went up, it went up like this: "Nigga, you gay," and that's just how we talk. That's how we talk. I don't play them semantic games with these new age.
I'm gonna tell you what's the most fucked up part about it, right? The most fucked up part about it, when Magic was talking, and I couldn't be in that, like, nigga. Remember that one bands that make you dance line?
Mm-hmm.
When they be like, when they be like Juicy, the whole messing with ratchet bitches and Juicy JK. And I'm just thinking to like, nigga, you shouldn't have either. Shit. Like, how you gonna tell me who to vote for when you couldn't even vote for who to stick the right dick into? Nigga, you're a billionaire, you couldn't afford condoms. So
I never heard what Magic said. I just was wondering why the fuck, like, oh, Magic said, can you believe what Magic said? I said, why are we listening to what the fuck Magic had to say? When did that become a thing? Like, I don't know what. I honestly don't know what he said. I figured it was something political, but I was of the mind, why do I care what Magic had to say?
It's similar to Obama. Similar to Obama, where
I heard Obama had something. You ain't president anymore, right? So shut the fuck up, nigga.
We always got to be talked down to.
That's what I was saying.
I'm gonna switch you out real quick, so Bush McCarthy can get up. I'm gonna switch you out for Shatterstar. What's up, Shatter? Damn, y'all need to donate so I can get my shit back on. But shit, until I get my check this week. But still, if we want a full panel, but shit, we gotta do it the ghetto cheap way. So fuck it, we'll make it work.
Heard that shit.
Let me ask y'all a question. You was just saying about Magic's son, right?
Hey, brother Shadow.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Now think about this.
His name is affectionately called Cookie's Revenge now. That's Magic Johnson's name. Cookie's Revenge.
The name is Cookie's Revenge.
I'm gonna take credit. If you hear somebody else take credit for that, you heard it here first, people.
Hey, so what I'm gonna say is this: like, look, Caitlin Clark just say that she finna go to Europe now because they poking her in the eye too much, right? So I'm like, who would be the best in there? He might as well just go on here and play for the WNBA.
You might as well. You got the height.
I mean, you got the height, and put he'd be a bad bitch if he stand next to a fucking Brittany Griner. But
man, hold on. Basically, hold on, Shadow. Check this out. Basically, what you just described is the new modern day version of Joanna Man. But then hold on. Listen, stay with me, gentlemen. What type of uproar? But this is what I want to know. What type of uproar do y'all think it would really cause in the WNBA? Because, remember, they're all a part of the LGBTQ LMNOP party. So with that, if Cookie's Revenge did decide he wanted to go become Mr. Triple Double in the WNBA, how much? My question to you, gentlemen, on this panel is this: how much do you think these bitches who are fully on the Let's Hate Caitlin Clark brigade, clan, how much uproar you think they would and fuss they would make about that if Cookie's Revenge did want to come out and play some basketball?
I don't give a damn. Run them bitches over. Fuck it.
Here's
I
the
don't
fucked
think
up
it'd be
part.
much. I don't think it'd be much. It would be better for their whole fucking league if he did.
It would be because one, Brittany Griner cut off her titties. Cookie's Revenge put Fix It Flat in
Put
his
him back
ass.
on, yeah.
He put Fix It Flat in his ass.
I don't like none of you niggas right about now. Y'all all feeling shit. I swear to God.
One cutting off a body part, another motherfucker putting a huffy fucking air pump in his ass.
But look, I don't know if that's true, but they've put it out there and said that the woman said she done after the little fever, the situation with her playoff run. She's gonna go over to the European leagues. Now they just got what 400% more viewership from just her playing. Just her playing alone.
Yeah.
You gonna let the refs and even the commissioner ain't saying, man, if they hit Jordan in the eyeball, man, even back in the days when Jordan was rookie, he was killing him. And man, something.
When you put it that way, it sounds like a negotiation tactic. It sounds like a way for her to try to squeeze more money out these motherfuckers.
Gave her the biggest contract, whatever they were saying. Well, we're gonna give the biggest contract. So yeah, take the eyeball shots.
They poke me in the eye. Can you stop that shit? Well, if you don't stop it, I'm gonna leave. That's what it sounds like. Sound like she's trying to negotiate a bigger contract. Sounds
like to me, brother. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if it's factual that she's actually gonna leave, but they've offered her one of the biggest contracts in WNBA history. So she walks away from that, right?
They might have offered her the biggest contract in WNBA history, but they ain't offered her no contract like she was in the NBA. And I think they would. That's what she wants.
Name one chick right now that's more skilled than her, with the exception of Asia.
Didn't they just hit Asia for the damn steroids? I was like, damn, they've been hit up. But she
she taking steroids in the vagina?
But what's the other chick?
I bet you her pussy lips look like bed sheets.
Hey, look, she hit the steroids, right? Now you didn't poke in the eye. The refs ain't called nothing. Now they hit you with the steroids. Like, well, I never tried to hit her in the eye.
Put some goddamn goggles on. Who was that? All them years ago was wearing goggles. Didn't Kareem wear goggles?
Kareem.
Yeah,
you had Kareem, you had Bud Williams, Horace Grant.
Some goggles on and keep it pushing.
Horace Grant. Can't forget Horace Grant with the Bulls.
Yeah, Horace Grant. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this.
I mentioned that earlier.
Is basketball an endurance sport or a power sport?
I would say endurance.
Endurance.
Yeah, endurance.
If you took steroids, I mean, you could take other things to increase. Blood doping would make more sense because you're getting more oxygen. Steroids will work if you're boxing, wrestling, weightlifting, because it'll make you. This is what steroids literally does: recovery. So you can train more to get more muscle factors in. It dramatically cuts down your recovery time.
It would be stupid to take that though for cardio.
Yeah, so it doesn't work. Blood doping will work, and that's why when the whole Lance Storm shit, like, look, Lance Storm. It's not Lance Storm. Lance Armstrong. Lance Storm's the pro wrestler. Lance Armstrong had one fucking nut.
Mr. One Nut. You're talking about Mr. One Nut from Austin, Texas. He's from my hometown. That's Mr. One Nut for us.
So first of all, to do that with literally half the testosterone being produced and winning, yeah, this motherfucker needed those things. because he couldn't naturally produce it anymore. At the rate it was, he was, and to do it when you recover from cancer, nigga, give that shit back as Tour de France medals.
Yeah,
And then look, he half rolling, and then they couldn't beat him.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what the fuck you mean? You feel
That's
me?
why they pulled that shit out and took that shit because they couldn't beat him.
And then let's be honest.
And
Not
then
one
telling me
fucking person was
he only
watching the
got
Tour de
one more.
France. Not one motherfucker watched the Tour de France at the same rate when he competed before or after.
No, they didn't. He was the biggest name in their sport, and they basically disregarded his contributions to that sport and the eyeballs he brought to that sport to strip him of those titles. Like anybody could have beat him without that shit.
So
like,
was it an asterisk? Was it an asterisk and he kept
No.
it, or did he strip it?
No, it's like the Barry Bonds thing. Okay, Barry's on steroids. What he do? Barry's
So was Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire.
Yeah, but guess what? Baseball is a what? Hand-eye coordination sport. I don't care how strong you are. You have to have the coordination through your hands and your eyes to hit that motherfucking ball, period.
Right.
Even a
Because
boxer, Charles.
it's hard as fuck to hit a 90-mile-an-hour curveball coming down the pike, dead at you.
Take it 500 feet.
I need somebody to ask me the question. Somebody asked me, what do I think of performance-enhancing drugs in sports? Somebody asked me.
What do you think about performance-enhancing drugs in sports?
And the pros, it should be allowed. Do you know how much those tickets cost? I better see some superhuman shit.
I better see some super.
Hey, fellas, hold on. This is for you, Chuck. This is for you, Chuck. On a side note, Chuck. Hey, 3 cheers to the Army and the Navy academies, still undefeated. God damn it, they still undefeated.
Hey, they get some good athletes now.
Hey,
They had some before, but I mean, they getting a fluster. And I'm gonna tell you
something.
And I'm gonna tell you this part, right? There were guys, and even when I competed, I wrestled against guys on steroids. I beat them. You know why?
How the hell you knew?
Better technique.
Better technique, and guess what? I'm a strong guy. Like 99% of the guys, I was stronger. I had more endurance. I had the technique. Guess what? If you wrestled me, there are certain things I'm going to give to you. You may be the stronger guy, but you can't beat my stamina. You can't beat my technique. You can't beat my fucking skill. You can't beat my speed.
You know what's crazy?
That's why I never thought about the Lance Armstrong thing as being that bad. Like you said, he already survived cancer, but at the same time, he was still on riding that goddamn bike. And if you know anything like about David Goggins or anything like that, it's a mental game. You're not taking steroids. Hold on a second.
Hold on. Shut it.
Right. That it's still a mental game mostly. So yeah, he can get on the bike and he can have a little bit stronger leg or whatever, a little bit more wind. He still got to ride that motherfucker, and he's still got to be mentally there and mentally tough enough to get through that shit every time that he did that shit. So
on that narrow ass nut hugger ass seat with only one testicle to his name, but they want to say this man was cheating. Cut the shit.
Well, that's why they waited so long.
He could have turned around and literally said, everybody else I was racing was cheating because they had 2 balls and I only had 1.
Exactly.
They had an advantage.
Exactly, right? Without any other thing, but like saying about the steroids, like what Charles was saying earlier. If you from the football, I can explain specifically. I've seen people do steroids. I've seen the weightlifting. I've seen a lot of different people, but specifically for the boxers, and it goes to what Charles was saying. I talked to one of the boxers and I was doing his workout. He was doing like cleanouts, like he was doing crazy ass cleanup. And I was like, well, what is the difference? And he said, man, I'm gonna tell you something. And I was asking about the steroid. And he said, man, look, I'm gonna tell you something. You got a lot of people that get real big and they'll be in the same weight class, but they'll be top heavy and they fight in the same weight class. They stock it, they ready. But he was like, man, that don't mean nothing because now I can move. He said, you could be strong, but I can move faster than him. We at the same weight class. And that steroids never gonna be like that natural, bro. Never.
And I'll tell you guys. Of course, have I tried it before? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I tried them. Just to experiment. It was a medical experiment controlled by doctors, and the recovery was off the hook. But you got to realize I was already a strong guy. Does it take you to another level? It can, but it's more so recovery. But Lance, like, look at Marion Jones, and once the experiment was over, quit the shit cold turkey. So,
okay. With that being said, I do got a serious question because I have to ask because I'm an ex ball player like you was too, ex athlete. You took them, I never did. Just be honest. When you took them, did you experience roid rage?
I'll be totally honest, and this is one of those candid conversations. And people be like, "Oh, you took this, and you're in this type of profession." Yes. Because there's a lot of things you experiment just to see what all the rage is about. So you can become more aggressive, but I will say this: steroids, when you have anabol, tren, even the shit you rub on your knees and shit. Because here's the thing.
The andro, that's what a lot of people was using too.
Andro. A lot of it is because of the personality. If you're an asshole, it's like the super soldier serum in Captain America.
Bring out what's inside of you.
It's what's inside of you. Who took it before Steve Rogers in the movie? The Red Skull. It just made him what he truly was. What was Steve? Was Steve Rogers still a brave man without the serum?
Yep.
Yes.
You heard of the Icarus Project?
What did it do after?
Just made him more of what he already was.
More of what he was. It brought him out. Guess what? Steve Rogers is still that motherfucker who would have landed on that grenade for his brothers.
Yeah.
Even the Bible said there's no other greater love than a man who gives his life for his friends. So
it's honor, and that's what a lot of people don't have that no more. They don't even know what that word would even mean.
Yeah. And that's the part about steroids when it comes to the rage. These guys were looking they were assholes internally, and they became it. Now, what I've noticed when I was with this girl, we were in a relationship. Oh, we were fucking like rabbits. we were horny. As a matter of fact, because she was on birth control and you can shoot up the club like a goddamn Scarface movie.
Like an old Chicago gangster with a Tommy gun.
He was a habitual club shooter upper. He was. But that nigga was a habitual club shooter upper. He was when he was on that shit.
So you got to think about it. I made sure. Hey, guess what? Before I did it, I made sure she showed me the paperwork. Yeah. So because what I noticed, she was getting aggressive and horny. So whatever I was taking at that time, she was absorbing in her body too. So she was getting horny, and she was like, "I haven't been working out, but I've been noticing I've been slimming down and putting on." And I was a little bit of aggressive. So
he was putting that roid stick up in her, baby. You should have told her, "I'm giving you this roid."
So intervene. Well, it was intravenous because I was up in there. But but it's funny because I'm not can I be aggressive? Yes. But my natural disposition is like Fernie Beverly would say, a laid back type of guy. So it made me more what I am, laid back, athletic, but it was like, okay, what happens when you take tren? A lot of people start to develop the tren cough. So there are certain things where the roid rage, that person was an asshole to begin with. when you hear about the rage, the other person is like trying to be aggressive. They're trying to be more than what they naturally are and shit like that. I'm this, I'm that, I'm the baddest motherfucker, I'm the biggest mother. That's why if you look at those bodybuilders on YouTube, some of them young guys, they're trying to become something they weren't in the first place.
Man,
It's
you know
like
what?
you. It's
You
like
know
you.
what?
I'm gonna say this real quick to AL to fully answer it. Remember how you were a team player? You had camaraderie with your boys. That's how it was. Like you were who you are. You were a team player. You're a laid back guy. Those guys who tend to do it, they're assholes already. Go ahead, Shatter.
What I'm saying is like, bro, you know, like what I've seen with, and I've seen some of the uses with Andro, and I've seen some of the over usage of like the weight put. So what I normally noticed was the defense alignment and the offense alignment for the most like that. You feel me? Because I would see some of the offense alignment take it and they'll get big, they get swole. But like you say, like if we're going to pull, because I pull, right? So we're doing 48, 47 toss. I'm coming out there, I'm gonna hit that linebacker. I'm damn near, I'm in front of my back. So I'm hitting him, I'm fast. You know, the big man coming. But you got that what you talking about, like where as far as when he's getting the steroids, most I've seen is the offensive lineman, the interior men who may not be on that, because when they come out there, they slow. If they got to pull or do a trap, they slow because they heavy up top. So if they can't get you, they going fast. That defensive lineman going fast, he gonna hold.
But you gotta notice, like if you look, shout out to the Ravens. If you look at the Ravens line, especially Tyler Lindenbaum, shout out to Iowa. You see, if in AL and everybody else who are football fans, correct me if I'm wrong, you're seeing a much more athletic lineman because you got to run and block.
Not
20
only
yards
that,
down. 20 yards down. 15, 10, 20, 15, 10, 5. You got to block 10, 15, 20 yards down.
Last week, I saw Lamar, and man, look, I don't know how the season going to roll, but what Lamar did last week against those Bengals, that ball came out from the long snapper, AL, and hit the ground. He dropped the ball, and man, it was 3 seconds. Man, he picked the ball up and was like, he threw it in.
Okay, man. Stop, pause. I got you. It was some bullshit for the simple fact. Ain't no way in hell that goddamn Cincinnati Bengal, you gonna let this motherfucker stiff arm you twice, get free, and stiff arm you to the ground. And this is a skinny 202-pound ass quarterback doing this to you. And then he drop a dime for your mom, kill Carl on with a touchdown. No, if you really watch that replay, watch what that dude did, that white defensive end did when he got stiff armed twice. He went to the ground like he was praying to the Lord. Like, how the fuck did I let this happen to me?
But AL, can I ask you this one question? Was that a hell of a play?
I give it a 6. I really give it a 6 because I was so fucking pissed off at the fact that, all right, the snap exchange got muffed. All right, you should have had him right there. You didn't. Then you lit this frail ass of a quarterback. He's not even a stout quarterback. He's just frail, fast, and quick. We know if he got a squared up hit put to his ass, he'd be done. But just so happens to the fact that he's quick, he's mobile, and he's elusive. That's what spares this nigga. If he was any other quarterback in that situation, his dick would have got put in the dirt. Okay, I'm gonna let you know I graded a 6 and not a 10 like everybody else is want to. Y'all all on there. Oh, that was spectacular. No, that was just an everyday normal play for him. Because guess what? Like I said, he is frail, he's elusive, and he's light in the ass. He's not no big stout quarterback. So with that being said, he could pull off something like that because his muscle fiber twitches are so quick that he can. All right, he did that. But then when you look at it at the overall scheme of things, and you say, put 31 other quarterbacks in that position.
Everybody got lit the fuck up.
You
Yeah,
can
but
know.
did you see the other one where he went across the
Only the black quarterbacks would have got away. Let's just be
And
honest.
it,
Only the black quarterbacks
but
would
you
have
got
got away.
but you
besides
got to
that, right?
remember,
Did you
it's
see that
like
That's
other
why
it's.
I
one?
only give it a 6
But you got to
because
remember, it's one of those things where I'd rather be lucky than good, and sometimes being so good gives you that luck.
Okay,
And
but
go
look,
ahead, Steph.
hey yo, you saying that? But did you see the other play where it was another muffery and he got it and he turned around and looked in the backfield and ran in the backfield, did not even look back forward, turned around, dodged 2 DNs, came back. Well, he looked in the backfield. Ain't too many times you look in the backfield. Like he turned around to look at the backfield, turned back around, and then hit. I want to say it was either Justice or it was your boy. What's your boy name? The number one, Charles, number one.
Zay.
Either one of them. I'm talking the number one running back.
Oh, you talking about Derrick Henry?
Yeah, it was D Hen, and then the other dude, Justice. I don't know which one it was, but he turned around, looked in the backfield, turned around, dodged one, and then dropped it on him for a first down. I'm like, man, I ain't never even Vic. Vic is cold. I ain't never seen nobody do that.
And I tell people, I actually saw him play live when he broke Vic's record. That motherfucker looked like a Madden game running. Like he's even faster when you see him live. And it's like,
and he ain't even, he not sliding. That's what Tua problem was when he let DeMar Hamlin take him out, which he should never did. He going straight in and putting his head. Lamar is not finna put his head on nobody's solar plexus. He finna run you even
and here's the thing about Lamar with a lot of black people. Lamar lost weight from last year. He lost about 10 pounds, 10, 15.
no, he lost more than that. They said last year, and I was actually my jaw had dropped when they said last year he was playing at 220. I'm like, Lamar got up to that frame and got up to 220. I'm like, ain't no way. Now he's back to like 208, 210.
If you look at his neck, he always had a thick neck. He had a thick ass neck in college. Which shout out to his training schedule, because that one thing about a good neck, if you see a boxer or a wrestler with a good neck, don't fight that nigga. Because there ain't shit you could do to hurt that motherfucker, because that neck is a shock absorber. And
the neck is a shock absorber, but the chin ain't. The chin
you
never
gotta think, when you tuck, that's the reason why when you box, where's your chin supposed to be?
Tucked in.
Hey, Charles.
No.
Yo, hey man. When you was talking about the steroid shit, have you ever heard about the Icarus project? Something about with the Russians, being caught up, being found out of using steroids and shit during the Olympics.
That's been going on since the fucking East Germans, when the women had backs like fucking Thor. I mean,
yeah, that's old news.
That's old news.
Steroids. The Russians been on them steroids for a minute.
But you gotta
didn't they get like they had like a certain kind of Charles, wasn't it? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you do that and you get done by the commission and they see that a certain amount of your athletes get like steroids, they gotta do something about that, right?
It's harder now because they're probably under USADA or the Olympic Committee, or it's like a USADA like. But the rumor mill is, and I'm not shitting on Sha'Carri because I fell in love with Sha'Carri again, because I give Sha'Carri and Simone Biles credit. All the shit that they mentally failed at the last Olympics, and this is one thing I respect about an athlete, male or female. You may not be where you want to be the first time, but they got their shit together this time. Like, guess what? I love Simone Biles. I think she's a very cute, wonderful girl who's married.
They didn't hit Biles for the. They hit her for that. She had some antidepressants that wasn't supposed to be for Japan, right? Because she went hard this last rip, but in Japan they tried to hit her with that. Remember
Yeah,
that shit?
she's supposed to get her medications. And see, here's the part about it. It's like, look, some people say it was THC. Some people think it was performance enhancing for, and I'm not trying to spread no rumors because they tried to say that rumor that it might not have been THC. I think it might have been weed because, Shakari, even though everybody pronouncing her name is not Shakari, Shakari. Um, you expect a person from, and where's she from? Is she
Texas?
from Texas?
Yeah, she's from Texas. Dallas Metro Fort Worth
So
Metroplex.
you telling me a hood girl from Texas, Dallas, ain't smoking weed? No. And you're telling, but here's the part about it. Like I said before, I'm not saying don't smoke weed, but when the man or woman who's part of your commission, who is God, and anybody who's been in an athletic prowess, your athletic director is who? God. When you're an athlete, because they could say season's over. What the fuck you gonna do?
Not a damn thing.
And when they say you have all this other, you're not the only motherfucker to smoke weed in the Olympics. They got motherfuckers as soon as they win their gold medals, they doing a line of coke. It's the fact that one thing you learn about executive protection, not naming names, their stars and athletes are protected. We had to make sure they were in a secluded place, sometimes standing in front of them and watching out for people taking pictures so they don't fuck up their image. You
Yeah,
feel
for
me?
sure. Especially when on that big stage like that, bro, because it's not just your powers as your coming from your state, coming from your city, coming from you. No, it's the not the city, it's not the state, it's the world. We are America. You're playing for America's team. You're basically damn near
Shout out to Arlington, man.
what would you call that? That's like propaganda money. That's what
You're,
Hitler was so mad.
that's worldwide money because you represent.
That's
When
why
you
they
get,
didn't want Jesse Owens. When Jesse Owens whooped the hell out of him, they got so mad.
it's a goddamn shame, and I'm gonna tell you something about Jesse Owens, and this lets you know how fucked up America really can be. Jesse Owens got more respect from Hitler than his own fucking countrymen. But you know that?
At
Yep,
that
I
time,
did.
No, I did not.
I
Wow.
did. I knew that. I
at
knew
that time,
that.
you're right, bro. Because you exactly right. Because Germany, really, to be said all true, they had this shit set up for them. They just knew, they were like, well, then the Aryans, we cannot be beat by this Negro. And Jesse destroyed him, and he was like, man, you know what? Blue-eyed, blonde hair, whatever, this Negro here whooped our ass.
And he actually got an
Jesse
I
autographed
Owens,
picture.
shall remember that statement, Charles.
He
Jesse
actually
Owens
got.
got more respect from Adolf Hitler than he did from the president of the United States at that time. Period.
How
Point
did
blank.
you? How did you get a meeting with Adolf?
Wow.
And Jesse Owens is not a light skinned nigga. Excuse me,
I'm
a light
definitely
skinned man.
remembering that. I'm definitely remembering that statement.
He got more respect from Hitler. I
But you
think they
remember
said
that,
he got like an autographed picture.
but
And the
you
president
remember
refused.
the
The
when the
president
Tuskegee
at the the
remember the
president at
Tuskegee
the
bros, them bros that had the Tuskegee issue. We had brothers that we couldn't even get from Tuskegee to go in there and get some coffee, but then they got POWs that they let walk free
Mhm.
and go down there and then get coffee, and they can sit there and look at us. But we's only still the Tuskegee, only the damn bomber forces. Not one bomber lost to
Well,
enemy action.
matter of fact, we were the escort. The Tuskegee Airmen were the escort for First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. She personally asked for them.
The best.
Facts and all true facts that man just stated.
And you telling me, oh, not only am I an investigator by trade, I'm a historian by trade too. So you telling me, and this is the fucked up part when we go to this, and I know we're still talking about sports, but everything goes full circle on this channel. You're telling me why we have to argue about reparations?
I don't understand why we got to, bro. And I hear a lot of people that someone, and I tell them like this here, y'all. I'm like, you know what? If you say, well, since you can't get none because you're not, I hate to use the words because other people terms, but it's the same thing. FBA, if you don't want it, just say I don't want it. And I hear Negroes, even some of the conservative Negroes, they just sit there, black folks is lazy. I'm like, man, hold up, bro. Let's stop this. Remember when World War II happened, when a guy that just so happened in Hawaii took a picture, who was a Japanese person, and took the pictures and sent it over, and then got us fucked up. And now they took the whole group of everybody that was Japanese and put them in internment camps. Okay, internment camps, torturing the hell out of them. God, we don't even know what the hell they were doing to them folk back then. After Pearl, man, they was torturing the hell out, killing the hell out. And then now they got their reparations.
Yeah.
But we were, what, 400 years? We can't get nothing? Oh, we wrong for even saying any words from our ancestors now that fought for us. They even tell us we can't even vote, especially black men, because who do they make it for, Charles? People don't even know. 40 Acres and a Mule wasn't for everybody. It was for the black men that did what?
It was for the black men who fought and laid their lives down for the country.
That's right. But they don't say nothing about that.
But I want to put this, I want y'all to really slowly think about what the fuck I just said. How the fuck does a blue black man get more respect from the Führer than his own president? Why do you think Muhammad Ali threw his fucking gold medal in a fucking river?
They still wanted to call him Cassius Clay, and they still do to this day.
You telling me, because I had to tell a lot of the, thank you, AL and and Shattered for for graduating them from Padawans to Jedi Knights. I had to tell them the Muhammad Ali today was not the Muhammad Ali that was seen yesteryear. He was hated.
Despised.
And look, did you see how he used to do him? He going Johnny Carson. They had to shut up. Like those propagandists that was sitting up there that just wanted to make us look bad. He got up there. They couldn't do nothing with him, Charles. He started talking. They just shut the hell up, man. They couldn't do nothing with him.
Then you telling me, and before him, Ray Robinson? That motherfucker, when they tried to tell me Mayweather the greatest, I said, no fucking way. Tell me any boxer in history that defended his world title 5 times in 1 month.
Charles, that's why you have to make them go back and look at film. When them young bucks be saying shit at the sides of their neck, like I take, look, for example, last night, because I constantly study sports history and whatnot, period, point blank. Everybody wants to, and I love all the great running backs from the 70s and 80s. I love them to death. But there was one running back I was studying last night. I left the my film room, with my jaw dropped. And I said, I can never disrespect this man again ever in life. I've seen too much with my own eyes. And now don't mind you, I've seen highlights of this man before. And I knew he was decent and good, but I would always say, well, he lost 3 or 4 Super Bowls, so he shouldn't be in the mix. But after watching his highlights and his career, oh no, ain't no way in hell y'all finna leave Chuck Foreman at this motherfucking mix of great motherfucking running backs. This man he was truly, if you really look at his fucking game footage and look at his history, he was the true second coming of Gale Sayers. And there was literally coaches who played before Gale Sayers' time, ended up coaching 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, i.e. i.e. Don Shula, i.e. Tom Landry, i.e. Chuck Noll. I mean, these are legendary Super Bowl coaches I'm naming who literally went to this man and said,
was he between the tackles or was he like
bro, when I describe to you this man's game, you're gonna be saying to yourself, oh hell no. Okay. In the modern day era of running backs who you could even possibly equate them to, all purpose wise, you would have to say, he was literally Reggie Bush and Marshall Faulk and Gail Sayers roll into one. This man's first play from scrimmage as a rookie, they nicknamed him the Spin Doctor. Do you know how hard it is to get the nickname the Spin Doctor? And then when you think about who the Kansas Comet was, Gail Sayers, and then I was literally looking, I'm like, this man caught a swing pass out the backfield at the 8-yard line and did 360s on 3 dudes and walked in the end zone untouched. And then when you watch every move that this dude was making, every move started with not a horizontal, a vertical shake and bake. He would literally give you the same shoulders shrug and the same juke moves, just like you would see in those highlight films of Gail Sayers when Gail Sayers says, give me 18 inches of daylight. That's all I need. I literally believe Chuck Foreman needed only 6 inches of daylight. And think about what I'm about to say. He was in the era where you think about Franco Harris as a running back, but he was literally a fullback. Chuck Foreman was a fullback doing everything that halfbacks and tailbacks do. This man was catching balls out the backfield. His first 5 seasons stats, 5,000 plus yards rushing, damn near 3,000 plus yards receiving. He was literally Roger Craig before Roger Craig. He was literally doing this shit. I'm talking about game in and game out. He literally, Thomas Hollywood Henderson, outside / middle linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys back in the day. Highly profile, highly touted with speed like a running back. Mind you, what I'm saying, Hollywood Henderson said, Tom Landry told me, and mind you, Tom Landry and Hollywood Henderson never got along, but he respected Tom Landry. Tom Landry told him, look, I'm going to tell you this shit once, and don't play me for a fool. Chuck Foreman is different. What you mean different, coach? No, he is different. And Hollywood Henderson said, man, I went up against Dorsett in practice. I went up against Walter Payton. I went up against all of them. Dude, this dude here could literally, and think about it, he was playing fullback, but weighing in the range of a tailback or halfback size. But he's making...
Did they bring him in the Hall of Fame?
That's why I'm telling you all this. He is the last one who is not in the Hall of Fame. You can name running back after running back after running back from the late 60s through the 70s through the 80s. And I had a godfather who played in the NFL at that time. He was a real true fullback, Roosevelt Leaks. He played in this era with this man. This man here, I'm sitting here watching these highlights. I ended up leaving, watching one set, and went and dove in and watched 3 more different sets of highlights. Like, this shit is not no joke. This is not no one-off. This dude was literally fucking cold. I'm talking about cold as ice, but the only reason he doesn't get the notoriety, and if you know anything about football and sports, to the victor goes the spoils. The only reason why he's not being talked about and not in the Hall of Fame, and I'm going to write a letter to Chris Carter. Chris Carter, you know the shit you went through to have to get in because you didn't get in because you didn't win a Super Bowl? You need to be pushing for Chuck Foreman to get a goddamn Hall of Fame jacket too. Because this nigga was really ice fucking cold. And I don't say that.
Look, Barry Sanders.
I don't say that about a lot of dudes. And I'm a back. Dude, no. I don't. Everybody likes to take Barry Sanders. You know what? I was not a fan of Barry Sanders for the simple fact of this. He spent too much time going backwards than going forwards. And if you know anything about the running back position and running backs, period, and if you ever coached the position, All coaches tell you they never want to see a running back going backwards. You should always go forward. The only reason y'all like Barry Sanders is he made going 7 yards backwards look beautiful. That to a running back coach and to a running back in that position, that is like treason. You never go backwards as a running back. You are trained to go forward.
You never do, but like I say, like Barry, you right, exactly. Coach Stiggy used to always say, man, you don't never. But then you got some of them, right, that could jump, like on a hot foot, could jump 3 yards back, 3 yards forward.
Barry was never doing that. Barry was never doing that. Listen to what I'm saying. It was only 2 people I ever seen in my lifetime making moves like you're talking about. Gale Sayers and Chuck Foreman. And I thought after Gale Sayers, there was never, because I've seen all of Gale Sayers highlight films growing up. I literally studied my position head to toe. I can talk to you about the greatest running backs to the average mediocre running backs. But bro, I'm telling you, what I saw last night, and I literally challenge all y'all, go to YouTube and pull up Chuck Foreman's highlights. And when y'all come back, y'all gonna be like, nigga, you wouldn't lie. That nigga right there was the motherfucking truth on everything. He was the fucking truth. For damn near 10 years, it was only 3 backs that was making, the type of yardage and headlines that this cat was doing. Earl Campbell, Walter Payton, and you could throw Tony Dorsett in the mix, and you could probably throw maybe Marcus Allen came in the 80s. I'm talking about 70s backs. I'm talking about true 70s. But you could probably throw Mercury Morris in there as far as, quicks, jets, and quick twitching muscle fibers. But other than that, man, y'all better quit sleeping on Chuck Foreman for real. After that, I left looking at that shit saying I will never ever disrespect Chuck Foreman in my life as long as I live. I will have to literally put him in the top 5 of running back.
You a running back, motherfucking me. You already know who you got in 2024. That's like right now, week 6. Week 6, who you got, man? One of the best, like can take a hit, roll, got the jukes, got the spins. Who you got right now?
He will get my ultimate grade after watching him tomorrow play the New England Patriots. And I'm not saying this because I'm a homer and he's on my team all of a sudden. When I look at the physical dimensions of this nigga, he's 2 inches shorter than Eric Dickerson. He's 6'1". Eric Dickerson was 6'3". He is 8 more pounds heavier than Dickerson. Dickerson was 220. This dude is 228. What I seen this dude do in week 1 in NFL and what I've seen over his career. Now, mind you, he's missed the last 2 weeks for us, but tomorrow will be my final analysis of where I place this cat. But right now, Joe Mixon, number 1. Number 2, just on sheer strength and brutality, is Derrick Henry. But mind you, them first 2 weeks for Derrick Henry was for shit because I blame that on the offensive coordinator and the fucking game plan. They kept trying to, we'll give him a little here, we'll give him a little there. But let's try to know what you got in the backfield is a bigger version of Earl Campbell. Derrick Henry is a bigger version of Earl Campbell. And if you're not trying to run Derrick Henry like Earl Campbell, shame on you as a coaching staff, shame on you as a head coach, and shame on Derrick Henry for not trying to get it done. Motherfucker, you're a fucking rhinoceros. Be a rhinoceros. Run like a rhinoceros. Make these motherfuckers really feel
good. The end did good.
The last 2 weeks, his last 2 weeks of running the ball has really put the fear of God in the NFL again. These DBs don't want to fuck with Derrick Henry. But you know what? I don't give Derrick Henry that ultimate for the simple fact. Until he can do what Earl Campbell did, put the fear of God in linebackers too, Derrick Henry does not put the fear of God in linebackers. And like what's his name said, Ryan Clark said, in between the tackles, behind when he's in that backfield to that line of scrimmage, he's just a mere mortal. And the linebackers know that. It's not until he pops out and get in that open field that he seems like a superhero to those DBs back there who are undersized and can't handle it. But to these linebackers, and to these linebackers again, I'm looking at these linebackers in the league, and my linebackers included in Houston. All these linebackers are playing like real broads and hoes because the league has turned them into that. Linebackers used to be just like Ray Lewis. These linebackers used to be like Ray Lewis, Derek Brooks, Brian Urlacher. I mean, and these are mediocre linebackers. I'm calling it. I can name linebackers before who that was better than.
Look at that, DeMeco Ryans, which is the head coach of the Texans. I'm glad we got him. But look at Miko Ryans. When Miko Ryans, he was middle linebacker, he was Mike, he was Will. He ran the whole linebacker situation. And we had a 4-3.
But he was an undersized linebacker for us. He was an undersized linebacker. That's what a lot of people keep failing around. But let me get back to this to really hit home. Derrick Henry needs to put the fear of God. Derrick Henry needs to put the fear of God in linebackers. I'm talking about people don't remember when Earl Campbell came around the corner on a quick toss sweep, and there was a 8-year veteran linebacker out there for the fucking Los Angeles Rams. That motherfucker turned that corner, and that nigga thought, "Oh, I'm gonna make a regular square up hit on Earl." Earl put the cross in that running back face mask in the middle of that chest and lit his ass up so bad and knocked his ass back 5 feet and off the ground. And then when Jack Tatum tried to hit Earl Campbell like that and come underneath his helmet and hit him, he still couldn't get that nigga down. That's the way Derrick Henry needs to be running that ball, period, point blank. Putting the fear of God in all 11 niggas on that field, not just those DBs. He doesn't do that. He tiptoes to the line of scrimmage, and if he gets he gets past it to that secondary, then he becomes vicious. He's not trying to run into contact.
But look, do you think Mixon gonna come back?
Come again.
Do you think Mixon is gonna come back?
Mixon is slated to play today.
You got
no. Don't talk about. Please don't talk about that third tier mediocre ass African. And yes, he's on my team. I called him a third tier mediocre African. A third tier mediocre African from Wisconsin. I trust no Wisconsin back. I trust no Wisconsin running backs whatsoever. The greatest Wisconsin running back that ever lived was a fullback. His name was Allen Amici. Rest in peace. Everything else out of Wisconsin is trash. Trash. Even Gordon was trash.
Ryan Day, didn't Ryan Day come up with Wisconsin?
Excuse me?
Ryan Day.
A trash. A fat ass fullback bowling ball trash. Could not even sustain himself in the league. He ate himself out his fucking position. You could have moved this motherfucker from fullback to center to nose guard to left guard. That's how fucking big Ron Dane got. Ron Dane had no business even being a fucking running back in college. That was and you know what? I blame that on his coach, Coach Alvarez. You saw something and you thought you was going to exploit it. But guess what? Anytime you put him against hard-hitting ass teams and teams with a good stout linebacker and core who went in there and was willing to rock his bitch ass, he didn't want that. He never wanted that. He always wanted to run against somebody he could pummel. But when it was time for somebody to pummel him back, he couldn't take that shit. Remember what Steve Atwater did to Christian Okoye? That's the shit that was happening to Ron Dane once he hit the league. Yeah, you look like a phenom in college, but in the NFL, you was regular. Not even mid. He was regular bud, period. If you want to grade him on the scale of weed, he wasn't even mid. He was regular reefer. He wasn't no hydro. He wasn't no chronic. He wasn't no good dope. He was weak.
Kamal, I like
but
Kamal.
But Derrick Henry.
Kamara getting that money too. Like Kamara,
He is a halfback. So Kamar is a halfback. All he does, he spends more time catching balls out the backfield and going in motion to run receiver routes than he does run the ball. If you allow him to touch the ball 18 to 25 times a game so he can be truly graded as a running back, then you can say something. You can literally say Christian McCaffrey, the white boy, is a better running back. He's a better running back than Kamara. I like Kamara, but Kamara's fault is this. He ended up in the hands of Sean Payton at first. Sean Payton used him as a gimmick back when he came out of college at Tennessee as a running back. Oh, you can catch the ball. All right, I'd rather have you catch 16 balls a game and only run 5 to 10 times a game than be a true running back that you're supposed to be. I hate coaches like that fuck up a good running back. If you got a good running back, let him be a good running back. I don't need you to prove to me as a coach that I can be so versatile with my running back where he's got to catch 16 to 18 balls a game. For what? I need him to catch 3 to 5 balls a game. He is a R-fucking-B. Let him be a RB and run between the tackles, off tackles, around the corner, quick pitches, sweeps, whatever. But no, catching balls 18 to 16 times a game and only running 5 to 10 times a game is not a running back. You might as well call him a fucking wide receiver. Matter of fact, Baltimore had a running back like that too a long time ago. His name was Lenny Moore. He spent more time catching the balls at the backfield than he did running, but he was a fucking exceptional running back that didn't get used correctly. And I hate when they misuse running backs incorrectly.
Well, you got to think about it. The one thing I don't like, and if you're a fan of Madden like myself, which I know you are, a good running back can change the pace of a game, especially when you have a combination of a speed back, and yes, work done was underutilized. That's the reason why I was so excited for Derrick Henry to come to the Ravens, because we didn't have a back like that since Jamal Lewis. And you have a future Hall of Famer. And what happens when you properly use them? The motherfucker busts down yards on you. And see, this is the beautiful thing about it, is that you gotta use your weapons properly. And that's the one thing I talk about sports. And I don't care if it's MMA, football, basketball. Use your strengths, use your personnel to your strengths, use your abilities to your strengths. And when you ultimately see that person use their strengths, and I think this is the time where social media kind of gets to athletes, because we have it now. You didn't have it during Jordan back in his day, and and other athletes, where they're on Twitter and they're on Instagram and people complaining, oh, you just doing this, guess what? I always had the thing is, and people from 40 and older, we believe in a system called till you beat it, stop. I'm not going to stop it, right?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm running it down your throat.
What's the KISS system? Keep it simple, stupid.
If you can't stop this play, now we're gonna run that same play until you fucking stop it.
And I think that's what people, the identity. Look, it's like when I'm gonna tell you what happened with like Lamar last year at the AFC Championship. The identity issue. Lamar proved against the Bengals. Look, when we had trouble with our rushing, I'm gonna air this bitch like a fucking like I'm gonna drop bombs and dimes like it's Baghdad, and I'm gonna throw that. I'm gonna hum that bitch. And then what happened? They were so worried about the run, so worried about the pass. What did Derrick Henry do in overtime? Run that bitch like he was running to freedom. You got to complement each other. And that's the one thing I noticed from sports now, is that people got hemmed up. Like when you played football, what position did you play, AL? And Shattered?
I I played linebacker, running back, halfback, quarterback. I played wherever I could play, whenever I could play. But my
What
primary
would you say?
position was running back and linebacker.
What would you say is your best position?
Running back.
So our formation was your friend, right?
Yeah, but I got fucked up my senior year and went to a high school that ran nothing but the run and shoot. So we had a total of 98 pass plays and only 4 running plays. So that was the it helped me get a state championship and play in the Houston Astrodome,
And it's-
my second home. Thank you, Jesus. But I could not
and
stand that offense. But I did what I had to do to get where I wanted to get.
yeah,
But
and it's
yes,
like
you're absolutely right. A running back's favorite formation is the I formation. Dot the I. That way, a running back has total 100-degree vision of the field. He can see everything coming down here, left to right, right to left.
Or you're
and
strong, or you're weak side.
strong,
It depends.
or you're strong or weak toss.
Like,
And
bro,
it's
you can
like
look at strong, the 48 toss, or that 47 toss, depending on how you run it. You feel me? If you got some hard nose, like defensive, like tackles, let's just say, but they big boys, they hitting it from the middle. They're not gonna get on the edge. So we're gonna test the edge, you're gonna run that 48. Like I played defensive end myself. So I played a lot of other positions. I played running back, I played kick return. Like literally, it was athletes. You're gonna play whatever coach say do. You need to know every single position because we may need you and you need to play. But the best of it was defensive end because once again, the end is different. Like what AL was saying, I was trying to tell y'all earlier, like it depends because the defense has changed now. You're right. When I was coming up, we ran 4-4 and a 4-3. And 4-4 and 4-3, you had real deal D ends and D tackles. And then you even had one that could pull in. You put that nose tackle. You might have a nose tackle, but you need as a defensive end, if you got that option quarterback, okay, you got the option quarterback. He go weak side, he go strong side. So he may throw it to the running back, might have a strong running back, but might have a fast running quarterback. So now you got as a defensive end, like my coach always say, the footage never lie. He said never footage. He said Fuji. The Fuji never lie. So when he tossed that, he said, if you defensive end and we run this part of, let's say we run a 4-3 stack or we run a 4-3, you as defensive end got the last man on the edge. So you're supposed to hit the tight end. If he's strong side, you got to call strong right, right?
You You're supposed to make sure
your guard
you're supposed to make sure nothing escapes around the corner from you.
Your guards are supposed to be your guards and your ends are supposed, especially your guards. Your guards gonna have to be feet of fleet because they supposed to come off and give you a little extra block about 5-10 yards down the field. Am I right or wrong?
You're damn right. You're supposed to be going down, and a lot of people because
That's
what I'm
all
saying.
they good pulling guards though.
But then we talk about pulling. So if you pulling, like let's say it's a 40, it's a 47, and we pulling 40. Let's say if I'm playing guard, because I used to play left guard, right guard. So if I'm pulling left guard, I'm gonna engage that D tackle, and then we know it's gonna be a toss to the left. 47 is left, R is left, or right is 48. So we got 47 toss. I'm gonna engage. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to run out. Now, you still got, like you said, I-form. If we run an I-form 47, that fullback, you still got a man that's going to block for you. I'm pulling. So I'm finna get ready and hit off the muscle that Will backer or that Mike backer, whatever was side we on.
The first thing that crossed your eyesight pattern. Anything that crosses
And
your eyesight, you better clean up, clear out.
yeah, you better clean his ass up, and then you got your fullback still with you. Now, I'm the pulling guard. I'm gonna clean up that mic. I'm gonna clean up that wheel. Now, you as the fullback, you okay? Now that safety coming down, that corner trying to supposed to be having, you supposed to hit him. Now, if I do that, you supposed to have 10, 20 yards if you got a fast back. And some backs, like you say, they don't really know how to look at it. They don't look at the field because, you know, we can have big backs, we can have small backs, fast backs, scat backs, all that. But you already know, AL, what is the best back? The back got field vision. We can see that vision. You feel me? So when I block for you, you already know when I hit this block, you going to get rid of that shit. You going to move. I didn't hit the damn mic or the wheel. Your fullback going to hit that middle, or he gonna hit that safety coming down. Hopefully your flankers then got that cornerback left or right side, wherever you're going. Now all you gotta do is beat the free safety, right? Because the free safety is supposed to be what? The last man on the field. So all you gotta do is beat that free safety. You got it. That's a real back vision.
But it goes back to what I said about knowing your identity. And I never played football, which is a lot of people say it's a damn shame. But you know, even when I wrestled, I'll tell you my 3 moves: single leg, double leg, and a fucking and a duck under high crotch. Did you think I gave a fuck if people knew what the fuck I was gonna do?
You gotta stop it. You gotta stop it.
Everybody in the state of Maryland knew. Everybody in the state of Maryland knew. When it was time for the second period, I'm on bottom. The coaches would be like, yo, watch out for his switch. He got a mean ass switch. You can't stop it. It's no different if I'm going if I got a mean ass slot receiver and we going slants and that motherfucker can shake or he got a mean stiff. Fuck you mean? We going to bread and butter, right?
Yeah,
If you got
that's exactly what I was about to tell you, Chuck. What you describe is what we call in football terms of where Shadow knows what I'm talking about. A good coach called it, son, we on our KISS method, keep it simple, stupid. And what does that mean? We running nothing but bread and butters, right, coach? Nothing but bread and butters. And guess what's gonna happen? We're not gonna stop running our bread and butters till they break it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not fixing shit.
Any good athlete knows this. And people, my friends, be like, "You talk about wrestling? Well, it's the sport that I played the most. So yes, I'm gonna go to what I know the most." It's like this: if you block my single, which it was rare to do, because my percentile of taking a motherfucker down was in the high 90s.
You talking about single leg takedown? You talking about single leg takedown?
Single or doubles. I was doing blast doubles before Jordan Burroughs was known for them. And I'm not saying I'm on Jordan Burroughs' level because he is the GOAT of American wrestling. But I was doing blast doubles and singles. Like, I'm 100. Let me put it to you this way. You didn't see switches from people usually. It was usually a move you seen from people 145 on down. What do you say when you see a guy who can hit the moves lighter weights do at 170?
Shit, he moving so fast and he big. Yeah, big man that can do that. Man, it's hard. Your scouts can tell you, but you got to stop. Like you said, the scout can look there and see what you did last week. But man, it don't matter. You got to stop that shit.
and you talking about you got, and this is the thing I tell people about identity, and this is the reason why I was a strength and conditioning coach for a lot of people who play football, wrestling, boxing, even some basketball players. Yeah, I have to tailor it to your sport, but think about this, dude. I never saw a bigger, stronger athlete with skill get outmaneuvered by a person who had the skill, but he didn't have the athleticism.
Okay, let me dive into the wrestling world a little bit with you. So, as I'm thinking, because I had some talks with some people about this or whatever, because they said wrestlers will have a hard time transitioning into jiu-jitsu.
No, they wouldn't.
And they will have a hard time, and they will not dominate a normal jiu-jitsu practitioner.
No, they wouldn't. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Wrestlers are the reason why they changing the rules of submission wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Because jiu-jitsu, if you look at normal jiu-jitsu matches, they're boring as fuck. And you have to be, and what's a wrestler's good for? Explosiveness. Why do you think most of your fucking linebackers and strong safeties were really, really good wrestlers? Ray Lewis, anybody? How explosive was Ray Lewis?
I know what you're talking about, but damn it, Mighty Mouse shit. I'm subscribed to him, and he posts his jiu-jitsu tournaments, and his shit looks kind of fun to watch.
And think about it. How explosive is Mighty Mouse? He's an all-time great. He's up there with John Jones. Okay, and then you got
Is
to
Shadow
look at.
still in here? Is Shadow still in here?
Yeah.
Is Shadow still in here? Okay,
Yeah, he's still in.
I'm gonna let you finish that, Chuck. But hold on. This is for you, Chuck. Shadow, we both down here in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Now I want you to think about this, Chuck. If you would have been our friend growing up and you living in the state of Texas, I love you to death, and I understand and know what wrestling means to you. But if you would have been down here with us, we would have shamed you on the football field, sir. We would have literally got you on the football field, whether you wanted to be on there or not. Because look, the first day I would have seen you in the hallways, I would have grabbed you by your arm. Come on, let's go. Where we going? Come on, we got to go talk to the coach. Well, coach, I got a coach. No, you better come talk to the coach, because when I get through with you, I need you to help me get this state championship. I need you. No, ain't no. Bro, me and Shadow would listen on you like white on white every day, from breakfast to lunch to before school to after school. You go get on this fucking football field. Look, everybody knows Charles Falcon. Everybody knows your dimensions, your height.
Because he gonna go hard. See,
it's nowhere in hell.
When you go hard like that, bro, look, when you know you going hard, and you know I'm going, we at the Wolfpack. Man, you got some of us, they made their team, bro, and for whatever reason, they made their team. But you know, like I know, some of them niggas was not going hard. They was not putting their body on the line. They was not going hard to the end of the whistle. You niggas just going doing that because the coach is they kinfolks. And you know, like I know, when we like, okay, you know what I'm saying, Charles, we know he killing these niggas on the motherfucking me wrestling. Man, look, Charles, you might even want to do it. But shit,
yeah, that's why I want him
over there.
Hey, Charles, go back to what you was talking about, man, because I think you was going somewhere.
And I'm gonna tell you this one, because I'm gonna be full circle, and I'm gonna answer AL real quick. Believe it or not, I actually believe you very strongly, because the same thing. Shout out to my boy Harold Murdoch, because when I went to Lake Clifton, I didn't wrestle my 9th grade year. My 10th grade year is when I started. He looked at me. We were in our JRTC together. He looked at me. He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna join the wrestling team." They got a wrestling team here? Yeah. And he brought me to the coach, and the coach saw me. Oh, you're gonna be great. I was like, I just want to make a sports team and just say I did it in high school.
In Texas, it's nowhere in hell. The wrestling coach would have seen you, the football coach would have seen you, and the wrestling coach would have threw his head down in disgust and walked away, because he knew that the football coach, I claim him before I let you claim him. Ain't nowhere in hell he's not going to be no 4-year letterman on my football team.
And did you went to a predominantly black high school, right?
My first high school, yes, it was predominantly black with with an all-white coaching staff. But by the time I ended up down here in Killeen for my senior year, you got to understand, at the time when I was down here in Killeen, it was only 2 high schools. This was a military town. So you had, I actually got cultivated into playing with mixed race people, whites, blacks, Hispanics. I grew up playing inner city ball with nothing but black kids from little league to junior high to high school till I left my first high school and came up here to Killeen High. Then I got this culture clash of white, black, Mexican, Vietnamese. I had to learn how to play with everybody else who wasn't black. And see, it wasn't nothing for me to motivate another Negro to get up and play ball. Because look, it's us against them. Ain't no way in hell you not finna go as hard as me. But we the whole team, we finna go hard like this. But when you end up playing with a whole different subset of people, different races, and you trying to jail all these dudes into understanding, look, I'm here for one thing and one thing only. I'm here to win a state championship. If you're not here to win a state championship, be prepared to fight me every day, with a helmet on or without a helmet. It really don't matter. I'm here to get a state championship. And at first, the first 3 or 4 weeks, I didn't think it was gonna be possible because I'm looking like I'm playing with a bunch of big old tall ass white boys on the offensive line. Big old country fair white boys, the softest toilet tissue, softer than Charmin, scared of contact. Just they would, you say height, they go up to you. They do what we call NFL blocking now. Just, I'm gonna shadow you. No, nigga, you supposed to hit somebody and push somebody 5 yards the other direction. It was media days. I would find myself in cussing matches with the players. Yeah. It would be a many a day of practice. The coaches would be like, Evans, why are you on everybody like you a coach like you us? I say, because y'all some soft ass white boy coaches that don't know how to coach a whole bunch of Negroes. Then we got a bunch of everybody else on this team that y'all trying to be fucking friends with. I ain't never had a coach who coached me who was my fucking friend. He was my fucking coach and my fucking leader. And he would literally try to put my dick in the dirt every day to get me to play better, be harder. And if you're not trying to coach me like that, don't even question me. I would literally tell white coaches that if you're not trying to coach me this fucking hard and literally talk to me like I'm trash every day to motivate me, why are you even out here? I don't need a friend. I need a fucking coach. And then that's when them coaches that backed up and they said, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, this is a different cat. And then other dudes on the team start saying, oh, this dude will literally want to go toe-to-toe and don't give a damn if he win or he lose, but he go toe-to-toe. Okay, you done jawed me, you got me. I'm bleeding a little bit, but come on, get them fists back up. We finna keep boxing. Oh, it's over. No, it's never over. You fucking with a motherfucker mixed with Junkyard Dog, Tasmanian Devil, and a motherfucking Wolverine all mixed together. Bitch, you can't kill me. I'm out here literally trying to tear your head off, literally trying to bite you, literally trying to scratch and claw your eyes out. I don't like you. I treated my teammates like I treated the opposition. I don't like none of y'all while we out here. Once I buckle up a helmet and chin strap, everybody's my enemy. Everybody's my enemy till it's Friday and Saturday night, and then I look up, okay, we got the same uniform. I can't attack these niggas. I'm gonna attack these other niggas.
But I'm gonna tell you the secret about this. One coach, the football coach who still coaches today, had favorites. And I'm like this. I'm athletic enough to make a lot of sports if I choose to study it. And when you go to any good school, when you play football, majority of those coaches, you want to play on the team, you got to wrestle. It wasn't like that in my school. We were predominantly black. 99.6%. 999%. So maybe I should have, because when I played pickup, bullshit at the park, the big ass Patterson Park, and we played football when I was trucking motherfuckers, maybe I should have. But Answer, Ray, wrestlers reinvented jujitsu because of their explosiveness and their power. You didn't see, except from about the last 10 years, maybe 15 at the most. You didn't see a lot of jujitsu guys work out. You didn't see that. You didn't see them have the explosive ability of a fucking college wrestler.
But
The only
Morris
thing,
Gracie though was taking people out though, man. Big dudes.
well, let me tell you the secret about that. Gracie took out people because they didn't know his art. What happened to Gracie when the more athletic guys start getting those skills? They start getting broken apart.
Yeah.
What happened? Because I'm pretty sure if he would have faced Prom Ken Shamrock, Shamrock would have broke something off of him. Even when he fought Shamrock in the rematch, they went 30 minutes, and all he did was stay in the guard. He didn't go for submissions.
So do you think that was like because of the actual conditioning, or do you think it was like the hard nose, like, you know, can take the brunt and do all the whole role, you know, and run all the rounds? Do you think it was the conditioning, or it was like, can he really take the rounds?
It's both. Because what happens when, for perfect example, Dan the B7, who actually went to one of the seminars, great guy, funny as shit, but can break you in half if he chose to, especially in his prime.
The average jujitsu though, like the average jujitsu, like, you know, MMA fight, what is it? It's 3 rounds, right?
3 3 5-minute rounds, but title for championship matches 5-minute rounds. So
Okay.
you're telling, but early UFC was 30-minute time limit. So the conditioning, because now instead of being a guy who was in insert discipline here, now you have to be an athlete, and now you got to be well rounded. You got to be able to strike on your feet, kickbox, go to the ground, take a person down like a wrestler, and then submit somebody.
And then defend the ground game too, and then defend
Yeah.
against downs.
If you show a college wrestler some finishing submission holds and some reversals off his back, the fuck can the average person do? Now it's a little bit different because now you're raising those kids from the ground up. But if I had
Well,
a base,
that's why they said it would be hard for them to transition, Charles, because the wrestlers are going to be so used to not wanting to be on their back and shit. So
and that's going to be an advantage because now they're going to explode off their back. Because what's the one thing you do getting off your back? Getting off of it quickly. And the explosion part is not what a lot of jiu-jitsu guys are used to. Now, the upper echelon of those guys, yeah, they evolve with the times. That's why you don't have a Royce Gracie type of person winning all that shit. As a matter of fact, if you want to talk about performance-enhancing drugs, guess what sport it runs rampant in? Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, and it's like I realized, man, maybe you like the mixed martial arts. You know, the competitions and stuff where you gotta, you know, deal with the 3 5-minute rounds or the 5 5-minute rounds. Yeah. So
notice what they're doing now.
No, you notice it's longer than what we wrestlers got to deal with when we're competing.
Most wrestlers could deal with that. Any good wrestler to great wrestler can deal with that.
I mean, the conditioning though is a little higher than what the wrestlers have to deal with.
The conditioning is higher for there's no sport that has When have you seen a person quit jujitsu practice?
I mean, when I'm not looking at just jujitsu, but more so like the all around, aspect to it, like all the elements within it, like the whole
There's
kicking,
there's
skiing, and
people.
all that,
There's a lot.
the
There's a
grappling.
lot. If I had a base, you're talking about just grappling or MMA?
Both. Like when you gotta insert like all that shit, and the
I'm gonna
watching
tell
out
you.
for
I'm gonna tell
all
you
of it, and
the perfect. How many? I'm gonna put it to you this way, and I'm gonna go by facts. How many mixed martial arts? Because guess what? The UFC at one time did not have the best in certain weight classes. Like when Fedor was king, Fedor dominated all the heavyweights. He was the greatest. He's still to this day, to me, I think he's the greatest heavyweight MMA fighter we ever seen. And one of the greatest MMA fighters, period. How many MMA fighters who were champions all had a wrestling background or base? Is it more
all
than
had rest.
jujitsu or less?
I'll say probably a little bit more.
Way more. And think about it. Even when you see guys who come from the submission background game, is it easier to teach a wrestler boxing than a jiu-jitsu guy? Yeah, because you're in the same stance anyway, and they know how to explode on their feet to deliver a devastating punch. Not saying you don't have guys who come from you do have guys like Vitor Belfort who had some of the fastest hands. I mean, literally, that motherfucker in his prime had hands like Roy Jones. That type
Was
of
this
hands.
like with Kimbo, right? When Kimbo was a knockout artist. We all know Kimbo Soul. He was a knockout artist. But you remember when Kimbo, even with Ray Mercer, you go back and you look at this stuff. When he goes down on submission or you talking about like going down, that's when they could get Kimbo. If you stood up and fought Kimbo, he'd knock your eyeball out your socket.
And even when he stood up
He
with
sure
guys who
did
were
too.
even when he stood up against guys who were competent kickboxers, guess what? Kimbo wasn't as technical. He had raw power, no shitting you. But when you going against technical guys, good God. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what happened.
That's why they paid him though, Charles. Remember, they paid him. They was like, "We're gonna pay you to stand up and go toe to toe with Kimbo and
He brought
not
a
go to the ground." Remember when they did that?
Yeah, he brought a lot of excitement. Not gonna lie to you. It's like, who can I say? Boss Rutan. Look at Boss Rutan during his Pancrase days, where it was a lot of submission wrestling, a lot of submissions.
Jens Pulver too. That boy, that German.
Jens Pulver in his prime, man. He was a nasty little boxer, man.
And
Nasty
he'd be
boxing
smaller
skills.
than them dudes. He'd be smaller, but he'd get up on you. Jens Pulver will submit the hell out your ass, man.
He would submit you, but think about it. To me, I think that I'm going to say something that might be controversial for a lot of new fans, but if you're an old fan, you might see my point. I think Prime BJ Penn was slightly better than Prime Khabib.
BJ Penn was fast, man.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know.
I want
Khabib,
you
man,
to go.
that man
BJ
wrestled.
Penn was
He
short,
wrestled
though, right,
bears, man,
Charles?
when he was
BJ
younger, man.
Penn was short as hell, right? He's short, right?
Khabib was
but
wrestling
BJ Penn,
bears when he was younger, man.
I'm going to tell you one thing about it. From a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give Khabib's hands?
I'd say probably a 7.
I give it about a 5 or 6. 5, actually. From a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give BJ Penn's hands in his prime?
man, Penn.
I'll give him an 8. Strong 8.
8, probably 8.5, close to a 9. So you're telling me, and remember, he's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion. He did something that a lot of jiu-jitsu guys couldn't do. He made black belt in 2 years.
It's hard to do.
And that's usually to get black belt in jiu-jitsu is 10 years. So you're telling me, right? Big, strong 170 pounders like GSP had issues taking down fucking BJ Penn.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that's why he's so
Wait a
loved
minute,
because like
who had a
he's
hard
so
time taking down BJ Penn?
BJP.
GSP. Go look at their first fight. Look at the
Yeah,
fight
you're right
between.
too. I
Go
was
look
just
at
thinking about that fight too before
look
y'all
at the
said
fight
something.
between Matt Hughes. Who was a stronger wrestler, pound for pound, at 170 than Prime? What's his face?
Man, you used to go hard
Matt
for real.
Hughes. Yeah, Matt Hughes. Who was stronger than Matt Hughes, pound for pound, in his prime at 170?
What's the other dude? The black dude with the blonde hair. Back then, I forgot his name.
I know who you're talking about.
I cannot remember his damn name.
Wasn't
Because there was-
Leo? Wasn't Leo the Machida? No, he wasn't 170.
Lyoto Machida was 205.
Yeah, 205. Oh,
This
yeah, right.
motherfucker, and by the way, BJ Penn actually fought him at 105 at 205, and I forget what federation, and was holding his own, even though the cheetah won by points, but he held his own.
Yeah,
But you got to think
because he knows Shotokan though.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Khabib and this is the part where I tell people when did Khabib go against big, great wrestlers? He didn't. When did BJ
Yeah,
Penn
you're right
win
about that
against?
one.
When did BJ Penn go against the wrestlers of 155 and 170? He went against Hall of Famers. Sean Shirk, Matt Hughes, GSP. I mean, look what that motherfucker was doing to submission. That's why I said the greatest fight we will never see, but nobody brings up, would be Prime BJ Penn versus Prime Khabib. And I'm edging.
Did he beat Uriah Faber?
No, they never fought.
Okay.
And
they
I'm
probably ain't the same weight class. I'm probably
about Uriah Faber mostly fought at 145, mostly. So,
yeah.
and you're talking about. Remember when BJ Penn surprised the world and beat Matt Hughes and choked him out? And remember, BJ Penn, because they do this for every boxing, kickboxing, and MMA fighter. Did you know BJ Penn's right uppercut is faster than his jab?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Go back. I'm gonna do this before I end the show. There are certain fights I want you to go watch. Watch him versus Sean Shirk. BJ Penn versus Sean Shirk. Watch BJ Penn versus Joe Stevenson. Watch BJ Penn versus when his championship run. Compare that to Khabib's championship run, and give me your honest assessment. Imagine when BJ go against his championship run. When he went against Matt Hughes couldn't take him down. It took this rematch for him to finally beat BJ Penn. Look what happened the first match when he went against fucking GSP, and he was striking GSP and bloodied him up, even though GSP won that fight. But look at how fast those punches came. Look how fast he hit Joe Stevenson with those uppercuts and dropped him. Look at the fucking match. The third match between him and Matt Hughes, when he hit him with a fucking right hand so fast and knocked him out. And when he was interviewed, he said, and Matt Hughes said, and I quote, "What did you think about that punch?" He said he punched me. I thought he kicked me in the head.
Yeah, I got the highlights pulled up now with him facing a Sean Shirt.
Look at his box. Did you ever see Khabib box like that?
No,
And
no.
and look at this. And look at the size difference between him and Sean Shirk. You're gonna look at me and be like, Charles, you're a motherfucker. You might be on to something.
Sean,
Huh?
well, shit. he was wearing him out, boy. Yeah, Sean Shirt
And I
was
watch
tired.
and watch the finish. Boom. Hit him with a straight right, then knee, and then bink, 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 bink with right hands.
Yep, he kicked him. Gave him a right low kick. Let's see it. Oh shit! Because this is a minute clip. Oh, ooh. Boy, he boxing, boy. He boxing him.
And that's a
Oh,
jiu-jitsu
shit.
guy, by the way.
Yeah, man. Man. I just had to remember, man, how fast he was to go in and out of the void as a Mighty Mouse coined that phrase. Yeah. He goes in and out the void real quick.
And tell me he couldn't give Khabib problems.
Yeah.
And trust me.
Yeah, he could.
And what you just saw the finish with Sean Shirk, right?
Uh-huh.
The match, people talk about a lot of what if matches, but one of the greatest matches we will never see, but hypotheticals will always rule the game, is BJ Penn in his prime against prime Khabib. I would have paid good money to see that shit. Hell, I would have paid best 2 out of 3.
Man.
And you telling me
he goes in and out the void quick though, but Khabib got that power though too.
But here's the thing: Khabib's not messing with his striking. People are gonna be like, "Well, he held his own with Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is not even as technical as fucking BJ Penn. Watch the highlights between him and Joe Stevenson, and that uppercut, that double to triple uppercut he drops him with.
Yeah, man. Because dude, I'm that because he was still BJ Penn and Sean Shirt. I was constantly looking at it, and
he would have gave.
He would have because like motherfuckers. Yeah, I remember.
He would have gave dudes props.
What was the difference then, though, bro? Like, what was the difference then versus what we have now? Okay,
remember that fight too, man, because Cass was saying like.
But look, what was the difference between then versus now? Like, right? So if that is then, right, Charles, think about it. If that was then, now we have this now. So we have all of the referees, the money that's put on all these different type of fighters. We got guaranteed fighters, and I think it's better because I feel like, the jiu-jitsu guys, the MMA guys, the stand-up guys, the submission guys, I feel like, adding more of the different disciplines doesn't hurt the system.
No, it actually makes it better.
Yeah.
If you're gonna talk about when BJ Penn was in his prime compared to Khabib in his prime, um, the difference is that I'm gonna say this, and people may get mad with me. John Jones is the last of the marquee champions.
Hmm.
What I mean by that is that John Jones is one of the guys where any MMA fan would know. There's three motherfuckers you knew who had a belt for a minute. John Jones, GSP, Anderson Silva. The UFC could not go to the greatness that it's been, that it is today, without those three guys. It couldn't go to the greatness without Chuck Liddell.
How long did Chuck Liddell have it?
It couldn't go to the greatness without Chuck Liddell. It couldn't go to the greatness, and this is another thing which I don't. I love Dana White, but I can't stand him sometimes too, because he gets petty. Who holds the record for most championships won in the UFC?
Not sure.
Randy Couture. He won more champions post 40 than before he was 40. He's the first. He's the first two-time. He's the first person to win championships in two different weight classes. By the way, you know who's number two? BJ Penn. But because of, I think it was the lawsuit or something that they had, you'll never hear the UFC mention Randy Couture, and he won 6 championships from that company. But
didn't he go against Frank at one time at Shamrock?
No, he went against Brock. He went against Kevin Randleman. He went against a lot of legends.
That's Kevin Randleman. That's him, Chauncey. Man, look at you already know. That's what I'm talking about.
Kevin Randleman if you said God build me an explosive wrestler, it's Kevin Randleman. And
bro, that was who I was talking about earlier. Because remember he did the blonde hair. And on Tap Out 1, he was like his submission and his takedowns, like it's very
and he was, and God rest his soul. And you gotta think, man, like now what's the difference between now and then? You don't have the marquee champions you do. Maybe because everybody's so damn good that there's not a far stretch from number 1 to number 2 like it was. Maybe some guys don't train as hard as the guys who are legendary. And I don't know. But those marquee champions, it's like if you got a guy who has the belt and he has it for a significant reign, you could build off that guy. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you about to say it now? What?
Now the significant champions, like look at what's the name? What's the dude name? Who just lost his belt? 145 guy. What's his name? Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley's a great fighter. I think he'll get his belt back. But I thought Sean O'Malley was going to have a much longer reign. And I'm not knocking him, saying he's not nice. But he only had one successful defense.
What's the weight class?
145.
Okay.
And I thought he was going to go in for the long haul. I thought he was going to be a resurgence of the marquee champions. And look what happened with dude who won the 170 title. Bilal Muhammad. He just won the 170 title. And I'm like, well, goddamn. And nobody pictured Bilal winning.
Yeah, a lot of money was lost on that fight, brother.
And it was like Bilal came out of nowhere damn near. I mean, he's been fighting for a minute, but nobody ever thought he was going to be champion. And look at him now. So it's like the marquee champions are the days of them are gone. John Jones is the last of them.
Well, tell me about UFC politics, because I was just reading Dana White. It may be a thing where he's maybe will focus on trying to usher in some new fighters because he his Contender Series, the main source that people use to get into the UFC. Well, he ended up cutting 12 fighters from there, like very recently.
And then on top of that,
12 of them, though. Damn.
I mean, think about it. I love Dana White. He made him into $1 billion business, but one of Dana's biggest flaws is when he traded in Mighty Mouse for what's the dude who lost on ONE FC? Who they traded from ONE FC?
Damn, I know you talking about too. I forgot. Damn, man. Because of Mighty Mouse too, he was kind of talking about that too some time ago.
He traded him in Mighty Mouse?
Yeah, he traded him in. Let me see if I can find his name.
I'm searching now too.
Ben Askren.
Right.
Askren.
Ben Askren. He traded him in, and that was one of the worst trades ever because what did Mighty Mouse do? He came and won the ONE championship. And I'm like, dude, you gave up one of the greatest guys of all time? Come on, man. Come on.
Man, hey, look, I don't know if you saw this right here, bro. And what was funny, I actually laughed about it. This off topic. But what's her name? Nina Turner. I saw her on CNN. After Obama came out and called all, us Jermaines, it's Jermaine's fault, right? He, got nasty with that. Yeah, black men, y'all gotta vote. I seen Nina Turner like, hey, look, you know what? If the stuff ain't going right for black men, okay, and they got something to say about it, as a woman, right? She was saying, she was like, well, we gotta respect that. And I looked at that white CNN lady. They put the video camera right on her face. She was like so mad, like I can't believe.
Yeah, Ben Askren.
Her say anything about Kamala and we gotta roll with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, black men got to share in new terms of what. Look, you know what? Black men can vote for whoever the hell they want to vote for, and we ain't got a right to tell them who to be mad at or this and that. I'm like, yeah, that's right.
Even though she may not be as nice to black guys about that, but she has a point. And here's the crazy part about that, right?
Yeah.
I've said this before. You're seeing the dismantling of the Democratic Party as you speak. And what happened is that
on purpose, or is they just really just so full of themselves? They just like, well, we know we got them. We had 10% voted against us, and I said, well, now 25% of black men who can vote, who are registered voters, are maybe not going to vote for us. So who do we have to? I'm like this here, Charles. Now you answer me. I could be wrong. This is my, completely, idea. Why is it that Obama waited so long to come out and say something about? But if you wanted to go in with this Kamala, they were saying about her race and what she's saying and this and that. Why not go ahead and bring in? Okay, hey, you got to get the brothers in. We're gonna.
It's because it's crunch time. It's because it's crunch time. I mean, it's time. The time is nigh.
You got to think about it.
Charles, what do you think about that, though? Ray, you right. It is crunch time. But what I'm asking Charles is, what do you think the reason why? Because couldn't Obama, brother, have came out before then? Now, they already didn't have no primary for her, so they made her straight up just nominee.
Did y'all see?
Came out earlier?
You said what now?
Couldn't Obama have came out earlier and said something for black men, not scolding us?
There was nothing stopping them.
Now remember, now you got kids, right? So remember, understand this here. And even just kids, I'm just using kids as an example. So like, just think about it. If you got some, whatever what they say, and I know this like cliche as hell, you get more flies with honey than vinegar, right? Why wouldn't you been and give us something to roll with versus get up there and then you around black men like, oh yeah, well we gotta stop this. We're gonna roll with this here. We got to make sure that our black men vote for Kamala. Well, you got 27 days left, right? 27 days. Why didn't he 6 months ago been talking about this?
Well, probably because too, I would say if I can throw in, because if you've seen Coach Clinician's stream yesterday, he was showing clips, man, and I was shocked. It was my first time seeing it. It was just multiple clips upon multiple clips of black women saying no, that they're voting for Trump, and they're telling people to vote for Trump.
Well, you got to look at it from you got to look at it from this standpoint, right? One, black men have never been a respected class of men or people in this country before. Two, what happened was you have people who think that you can do the same shaming, shucking, and jiving to black men and it'll be okay. Nobody ever thought that black men would ever get a backbone and rejuvenate their discipline about themselves. And what happens is we got to realize that, this shit here is the defining moment of people, black men assuredly, that we're not going to take it lying down anymore. And fuck everybody else who thinks of us differently.
That's right. That's right.
And we don't give a fuck because, first of all, if you don't talk to us like when think about this, right? We relate more to Trump than anybody else who was running for president.
Have you seen? I was watching the Baltimore game the other day, and I saw some of the clips, right, that they was paying for, and I saw versus the Trump clips, the Trump commercials versus the paid Kamala commercials, and I saw one where it had all these dudes, and like I saw a couple black guys, and they had a couple of Hispanic guys and that, and it was like, yeah, we're not scared, we. Even if we want our daughters, and I'm Proposition 4. I don't know if it's on your ballot, but in Texas, they got Proposition 4, where Proposition 4 is a thing that's on the ballot, besides the national thing, right? Whoever wins, whatever. And it's a proposition on there in 4. Proposition 4 says a child under the age of consent can legally get an AB. I'm just saying AB, and not tell the parents. And that's the only medical procedure that is able to a person under a certain age could be able to make of themselves to knock us out. Now, if you was blackity black, and you can see that we're getting out. I'm just gonna say out fucked. Okay, they having more per, and then we get but that half of ours is getting knocked out with this women's health care. What is women's health care? Oh, it's knocking out our people. Okay, so we knocking out our people. This is the thing Proposition 4 says, the kids can make that decision before, and they don't have to tell the parents, the school can let them do it. This and that, they can be, whatever, and they can go ahead and just make that decision on their own. No other, you can't even have a Dimetap or some NyQuil, you know what I'm saying, on at CVS to even get it. But you can have a whole AB and then knocking out black folks. It's like, for real, this is what we're voting for. Like, we're voting for this. Like, come on, man.
You got to think about it. This is what they wanted. And when you men kept order, when you gave women this open fucking air to do what the fuck they choose to do, what did you get? You get chaos. You get a bunch of chaos.
It's like now chaos is an understatement, dude, because
look at the DNC, what they would say, the DNC, right? They put it on blast and say, well, we're cutting off, men's issues, and then we got 25 abortions, and then we got another 25 men that decide to cut they scrotums.
What's up, Chris?
What in the hell is we talking about here? Like, we got Tim Walz, Timmy Tim Walz. Now he's already charged. We already know. The nigga said he's a knucklehead. He's a knucklehead. Okay, yeah, he's a knucklehead. You knucklehead. You just said that you was over there with Tiananmen Square. You was a lie on that. Not only that, you said you was a command sergeant major, which we know that is a lie. And then we also know that not only is that a lie, you told these people, hey, I carry weapons of war to, in a war theater, knowing that you's lying again.
He never been to combat.
Ever. And you left and took the lower rank because you knew if you did not go through that, you were going to have to take the lower rank, Master Sergeant. But then you kept on rolling saying you was a sergeant major commanding. Come on, bro. You know like I know, bro. That is like, man, men beneath you, men, the top, man, big top, man, please, man. They don't never let you come back, bro. Never.
And for some odd reason, they just they allowed that bullshit. And
yeah, man.
And this is part of the lie. Everything, and this is the reason why I said it. The motherfucker they're really scared shitless of, not just Trump, but JD Vance.
Oh yeah.
Trump can't really. If Trump did win, right? So let's say he won, and they didn't try to do something. I still say October surprise, brother. I'm still saying with the wars that we got going on, and they know that we so politically armchaired that people like, well, if we're gonna do something, we gotta do it now. And look at who's coming forward. Let's just say they did win. What are they gonna do? If Taiwan gets took, if Israel keep doing what it's doing, if Putin do what he do, what is gonna happen? Nothing. We're giving money to Lebanon, which just got bombed. Not saying that's right or wrong, but we're giving millions of gajillions to them, and then we sit up there and be like, oh, well, we've given everything to North Carolina and South Carolina and Tennessee and FEMA. Man, come on, bro. You ain't even you stopping people from being able to even go in there and help. You talk about citizens, even just like I'll give you a perfect example. Prime example. The Navy, the Cajun Navy was going in there. And Cajun Navy always in there. and the guy that's running the Cajun Navy, he's ex-military. They going in there, got shit rolling. Now you want to get up here on the FEMA shit, you know? You want, oh yeah, well, let's talk to DeSantis. Oh, wait, man, come on now. See, you saying this stuff here, but we ain't really getting to the real meat and potatoes of this shit. Man, you done gave these folks billions of dollars, giving them free houses. These folks here, they committed a crime just coming over here. You're giving them $10,000 in food stamps, for God's sakes. And, you know, and now we talking about black people, they talking about persons of color. And that's, I always say, that's that damn catch-all term. They go that persons of color stuff. And then we always just get rid of the black people. And why does she not, if she's black, why doesn't she just come up there and say, well, black people, America, she don't even have to say ADOS, Charles. She don't have to say FBA or nothing. She can just say black people need this or need that, or black anything. Jesus Christ. You don't say nothing about that. Now we got Steve Harvey. I ain't gonna ask her about the reparations. Y'all better not even ask me about it. She waited all the way to, if you really wanted to get people, you didn't have to bring Obama. Why didn't Obama say anything about that then? You didn't give the gay people all their stuff. Okay, now, no, we got shit. How many gay holidays now? We got all this stuff. There ain't nothing against the gay people. I'm not against them. They do what they do. I'm more of a libertarian. Do what you, I'm not against what they're doing. All I'm saying is, well, when do we get, as black men, if you're gonna talk shit about us, man, give us something. You ain't giving us shit.
Yeah, and I think that's the part about it. You know, I think black people literally said, give me liberty or give me death. And what happens when black people are going to stick by their word, especially black, because I'm sorry, when are black men going to stick by their word? And they're not ready to hear that shit anymore. And frankly, I don't blame them, because when you have black men say, where's my dignity, where's my slice of the pie, you never heard a politician really talk directly to us, but now we're like, look, we'll sink this motherfucker. What my man say from, who does the voiceovers for Jujutsu Kaisen? We losing? No, bitch, we losing. Roses are red. Roses are red. No weapon will prosper. Once I do the summon, Big Raga, the Op Stopper. Right now, we're the Op Stopper.
Well, what did we have last time, right? In 2020, we had what, 11? This is what their numbers are. These are their numbers. The backward polls, or whatever they call it, exit poll. So they got what, 16% of black men voted for Trump. Now they're saying 25%. So now they're saying
I think it might actually be higher.
It is higher.
I think it's going to be higher because
look at the youngsters. A lot of the youngsters. We older, Charles. We have enough, and we know enough to where we can tell our kids, because a lot of our kids, they're not focused on politics.
A lot of young people, a lot of young black men can't afford to live on their own like we did at the same age. Okay?
Exactly.
A lot of young men who are more educated than us, more qualified than us, can't get a job. You tell a black who's more predicated to take care of a family?
Black men, because if you gave him the money versus, let's just say, they already single mothers, this and that, they rolled out the pocket. But we know who, even just on their numbers, when they try to lie, who is the most involved fathers per capita if they actually able to go. And that's why I tell people, because I hear some of these conservative conservative people, and they be like, oh well, why is all the black men just leaving their women and they just got all these kids, these unwed kids and this and that. I'm like, man, look, what they fail to realize, Charles, is how many black men have been there for their kids and take care of them. God forbid they got to go through the court system, pay the money, and then even then the bitch could be smoking crack. She got to be smoking crack on the stand to even get your kids, okay? And then she's abusing the children, and then still they will keep giving her the children. How many times have we seen it? But then you got these certain conservatives, these certain black people too. Oh, well, yeah, it's just black men that don't want to take care of all these bastard children that, black men don't want to take care of. That's why we have the situation that we have now. I'm like, man, are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Serious.
Now look what's going on. You got the world turned on top of his asshole. Why? Why?
Because now we look at the honor. We were talking about honor earlier. Brothers got honor. And even the youngest, let's say, even though they might have a woman-raised type of cat, but he's a solid, his testosterone rolling hard, Charles. He knows something ain't right about this. He know his mama he not with the bull crap. And if he did get, a woman pregnant, this and that, and then just imagine, they're so mad that we even want to have a mandatory blood test to have, and then if they make up false lies upon us saying that this our kid is not, they're gonna charge them money for doing it.
It's because they're treating it like as if they have a right to do that.
Well,
That's the way. That's the way they want to. That's the way they wanted to treat it.
They've given it to them. But here's the thing: it's okay, we're gonna do that. But like I'm saying, like, bro, think about it. If they gonna have the right to, let's say you say, well, you know what? If you take, you don't have no medical problems, you're gonna take this child to fruition. You don't want the child. You may want to say you're gonna do an AB on the child. You might want to say you're gonna give the child up for adoption. Well, I'm gonna take my own child. What does the black man have as far as rights? Do you think that he can be able to have first dibs on his kid once she does have it? If she wants to have an AB, she can do it without she does not need your agreement to do that. But now if she has that child, you have to pay. And guess what? Child might not be yours. She just put the shit on there and put your name on the damn birth certificate. Okay? You're done, son. Like, okay, you're going to pay that money. And as black men, we have done that per capita, paid more child support per capita per person than any other race. And it done the studies, who was the most involved fathers? Black men. They even, this is their numbers. But yet and still we got people, oh yeah, it's the reason why, we got all the black crime and, this and that. It's because why? Oh yeah, black men not in the household. Well, okay, that could be true. Two things can be true at the same time. Why is it not that, okay, what about the court system where the black man is a veteran, where he is got a job, where he is not on drugs, where he's actually doing something for his kids, wants to be in your bitch, she's living straight off of motherfucking, Section 8 and got a DUI last week, nothing. But you got to fight so hard. She got a free lawyer. It's called a state. You got to go over there and fight so hard. Now, ain't nothing wrong with that because as your child, you want to keep your children. But, bruh, how can they say at the same time that black men is not trying to take care of their children? Because if given the chance, all the black men that I know, Charles, are always trying to be in their children's life.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, you literally shitted on us for what? So
It's because of I guess, it was I think the shaming tactic has gotten to the point where that's why they had to bring Obama out and then he had to scold us, right? Yeah, hey, your eggs is higher. Everything that you pay for is 30% to 50% higher. Your kids, like you said, back in the days, you try to get a house. Let's say, get a house. Now that house that costs $150,000, on average, that house costs $300,000. Can you buy it? Can you get the loan for it? Hell no. But then you're gonna give people that ain't from here $150,000 guaranteed, let them buy the house, and then once they sell it, it could be 20 years down the line, then you'll sit there and be like, okay, well, we'll let them go and get, man, okay, so we don't need no 20 acres and a mule at that point, or 30 or 40 acres and a mule at that point. They letting people that came over here ain't did no time in this system, no taxes. We're going to give them bans on top of bans. Like, so when Obama came out, why didn't he? I'm just thinking like, okay, if you're going to be the brothers, ear, why not earlier say, oh yeah, say something about reparations, or if not reparations, just say something about brothers, something else besides abortion, because like I know, as far as brothers, we don't really, abortion doesn't really affect us in a certain extent. We don't care. All I'm like is this: I don't want to pay for your abortion on my tax money. You can have an abortion. You want to kill your kids? That's your business. Don't let it be off my tax dollars. That's all I ask. And, when he came out and said that, with 27 days, 26 now, 26 days later, I'm still thinking they're going to October surprise us. There's a surprise waiting for us. I don't believe that they're going to let this go, because in all polls, even the CNN people, even The View, Howard Stern, my God, but like, come on, bruh. These interviews, Howard Stern, my God.
I mean, when black men say "give me respect," that's when the whole world shakes like it's a goddamn Richter scale going off the hook. That's all that matters. You want to shame us? You can't even talk to us like men.
When he got Tim Walz, could they have not gotten? Is there a black man in the Democratic thing that's not Cory Booker and all the rest of these other dudes? Is it not one that we could have had that was like, not a half, LGBTQ guy that could be a black guy that was like there? Okay, we want to go blackity black.
Here's the part, and I'm gonna say this, right? I'm not anti anybody, even though I have my issues to it. Because I always say, I have friends of the LGBT community, but those friends will tell you, I'm black before I'm this.
That's right.
You don't even hear, this is how you know the LGBT field is bullshit. When did you ever hear them talk about, what's his name, who was openly gay during the civil rights movement? What the fuck why am I forgetting? Probably because I'm half tired. What's his name?
I know you talking about the dude that was Martin Luther King. He was one of Martin Luther King's major guys when it come down to like
Yeah.
politics. I know you talking about James
James
something.
Baldwin.
Yeah.
Why don't you ever hear them bring up James Baldwin?
We're gonna bring up Baldwin because they didn't want to go there with that. Just like the same thing like we were saying earlier about the like just what you look at, we laugh at Dave Chappelle when he was talking about, the Magic, he got the injection, right? He injected money and he's not gonna die. And then you look at the other guy, like what was the tennis player that died of that shit? The black guy was
Arthur Ashe.
Arthur Ashe, yeah. You feel me? You don't see them go there because once again, it's a black man. Not only that, but they didn't even, that was their people. If they were gonna say, okay, you know what I'm saying, that's the LGBT or whatever the fuck, they ain't go with that because understand what I'm saying. I'm thinking this here. Now I could be wrong, Charles, but here's my idea. I'm thinking this. They think about Tim Walz, Timmy Tim. Shapiro really would have been a better choice. They say if she loses Michigan and she loses Pennsylvania, there's no way she could win. Period. You want to get Tim, right? He's Tim Walz. You want that North, that Midwest white guy flavor. Okay, we want that Midwest white guy. He can talk that Midwest talk to him, this and that. But the average Midwest white guy cannot stand Tim Walz. Can't stand it.
Yeah, because how can you get over being, number one, putting tampons in a boy's restroom?
I mean, and it's funny because they're like, oh yeah, Trump gone, Trump could have easily went and just destroyed it. And J.D. Vance, they talk about Vance. Vance could have easily just put that out there. He didn't even go there because they know what he was. And you go and look, okay, he wasn't the head coach. He always he's a football coach. And I hate they try to put the football on there. I'm like, man, do not be putting football on this nigga. We don't accept him. And then you got, he like, you know what I'm saying, on that Penn State. They got some Penn State stuff, like, just say that on him. Right? They bringing out now. Okay, what's gonna happen? They're gonna keep rolling with him because guess what, Charles? He's already been locked in. If they really want a high testosterone, they had a couple of Democratic brothers they could have brought in. And if Kamala was lacking in enough melanin that they wanted to get some more melanin on that, Charles, it's a couple of brothers that she could have brought in to sew that shit up. Yep.
But that's the faith they have in black men. They want you to foul, but never lead. Especially if you're an ADOS black man. That makes you upset all the time, too, because it's like, look, you're okay with the guy shaming us. And what did Obama do? Try to shame us. Because she's a woman, you don't want her to be president. Obama.
He said, well, it's a part of, there is a part of the misogyny in that. Misogyny, nigga, please. When did black men become part of the patriarchy of America where they could run their women, run corporations?
Never. I mean, when can a black man keep a black woman from working? If anything, y'all gave the jobs to black women over us. But here's the other thing, even though Obama lied openly about a lot of shit, here's the other thing, right? When he talked about they had our backs, how many of these women that so-called had our backs keep our kids away from us? for no apparent reason, no good reason. They don't talk about that
No, they gotta
because
talk about it because they don't want to. That would be admitting to what the situation is. Because once again, like I said earlier, they should be. Now, I've heard conservative blacks, especially butter biscuits. They always say, well, black men, they always want to leave their baby mama and this and that, and I'm like, you know what? If I was, Miss, I wouldn't call her Harris. She's Imhoff. Miss Imhoff. If I was Miss Imhoff, I would say, well, you know what? Maybe some of these brothers got a point. Maybe we should be like, let's be a more fair. You're a prosecutor, you know this here and this and that. Well, maybe we should, some of the black men that's actually doing something, just say it. Even if you was lying, Charles, you know how these politicians do. They lie and they just get in. But even if you're lying, just say it. She won't even say nothing for black men. And then you got niggas like Steve Harvey get up there and say, well, I'm not going to ask her no question. Shout out to the brother from 60 Minutes. Shout out to him. Boy, he held her to task, boy. Man, he got on her ass, boy.
Mm-hmm. And she still didn't answer.
Nope. Even when Sonny Hostin, I cannot stand those broads over at The View. Sonny Hostin, Whoopi Goldberg, and the rest of them some bitches over there. That broad gave her an easy play. Said, well, what would you do different than Joe Biden? Oh, she was, well, I'm not Biden and I'm not Trump. And then word salad. I'm like, yo, all you had to do is say, well, maybe we did go wrong with letting too many people in, and maybe we did get too much money to FEMA to give to them. Maybe we wouldn't do that no more, and we'll let me talk to Joe Biden. We'll talk about that later. But maybe just even say it. Even say it. It's like, it's misinformation if you say it. When you got John Carl Pierre up there, who we got her on video saying, yeah, we just gave them $500 million for people that's coming over here. You're from FEMA, but now if we say anything about it, that's false news. What the fuck?
I mean, we're always falsing. We're always falsing.
It's false news. Okay, yeah, it's false news. But think about it, Charles. Imagine, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. Like, I've just been here and we just got hit by a tornado, Hurricane Beryl, all this different stuff. And what they saying about the 750 on the FEMA, that shit is true. And like you were saying earlier, you know how it go. The fire department is a controller. When these people get out there and then they actually have to get out there and pay that, you got guys that's in the Cajun Navy. You got some civilians that go out there with their own helicopter on their own gas, saving these people. And then you get up there and talk about, hey, we're just going to go ahead and say, you know what? It's Trump. It's climate change. And, this is why we need to get, the money, off that. Hold up. Well, I just said, y'all gave them billions of dollars. Lebanon just got hit by Israel. Okay. And we're going to give them $100-something million.
They got 360 plus total.
Oh, my bad. I was low. Okay. And then you got your boy fucking Zelensky. He sit up there. He playing both sides of the game, meeting with you, meeting with Biden, meeting with Trump. And I watched every single one of those. And I saw when Trump was like, well, you know what? We're going to make that shit, we're gonna stop that. We're going to stop that. I ain't telling you how we're going to do it. But you see how Zelensky had his head down. He wasn't, when you look at them, when we see Kamala, he like, yeah, we need more billions. More. what is it, 1 million dead now? 1 million dead, Charles, over there. 1 million dead. They want that port, man. They're not gonna have it until they get that damn port. They want that port. You feel me? Because that's their only port they can get besides the one up north. They need that because they're not gonna go. You know that. They want that port, bro. They're not having it until they get it.
And it's fucked up because right now, when you treat black men like they're second-class citizens in their own community, what do you expect? What do you expect? You expect us to fucking feel sorry for them? Guess what? If the women don't like it, tough titty. That's what you told us when we couldn't see our kids, right?
What Nina Turner said, you remember what she was saying? She was like, you know what? Y'all getting on black men behind trying to, Jermaine, it's Jermaine's fault. But y'all got to remember, there's a lot of black women that's also voting against. So that 25%, like you said, it may be more. But this is what they're saying, of black men that may actually vote for Trump. There's another 10 or 20% probably of black women who are tired of this shit. Because remember, now they have been so used to getting, Charles, this money, not for the right or wrong. They've been so used to getting first dibs on the money, whether that be TANF, whether that be WIC, whether that be Section 8, whether that be all that. They so used to that. Now they're starting, the food stamp, they're starting to get less of that because why? They putting somebody else in front. So even the ones that they're like, hold on. Some of the black women, and that's what the Nina Turner said, she was like, well, you know what? Some of these black women is not voting for Kamala either. So let's not just throw everything on the black men. And that white woman looked at her with a dirtiness look that she just wanted to just like, man, you see she wanted to just get on her behind. But, Nina Turner, she won't say nothing. Nina was saying the realness. And she's a Democrat. And they're not expecting that from them. They're not trying to see or hear what Nina Turner might have to say because they're listening. Think about it. What black men? Just give you an example. Brother, what's his name? King Randall. All this time, why wouldn't Obama or Tim Walz or Kamala go to Brother King Randall, seeing that he's got a school he's doing for black brothers? Why not even just bring him on as a guest or even just help him some way? They got people they can go and get. They don't want that.
Because they were never solution-based in the first place. To want a solution means to admit a problem.
That's what I clearly see.
When has the Biden administration, now I guess you for all intents and purposes, Harris administration, admitted they had a problem? Instead of blaming Trump, because Trump hasn't been president for 4 years, when are you going to say we fucked up?
They can't say it.
I know, right? Exactly.
When can't you say we fucked? Even Trump had to say we fucked up with COVID, but this is how we're going to unfuck the situation.
Yeah, and brought in people that was diametrically really opposed to him, RFK, right? And RFK, and a lot of people don't understand. Look at Bernie. Okay, now we knew what Bernie was about. We knew Bernie was a socialist. Man, even some of the Bernie bros, they had to wake up because when they seen like, well, hold up, at least they did have a fake fucking primary. But Kamala, when they had the primary, she was done immediately. they selected her because what? Biden said, well, I need a woman of color. Never saying black. But then when he get on fucking your boy what's the name Charlemagne, he said, well, if you ain't you don't know if you voting for me or Trump, then you ain't black. But see, you'll say black to us like that, but everything else is persons of color. So what is it? Is it black people or persons of color? Because see, when you start saying crayon box person of color, that can mean anybody, Charles. Person of color. I thought we fought against not being called colored people because they would say colored this and white this. I thought we fought against that. That we made them take it off of the water fountains and off of the bathrooms to take colored people off of that. We didn't like that. So now we're going to give you people of color. So now we can't even get a solid ADOS FBA push because now everything is people of color. I mean, like, come on now. Like, we need to be able to have a push. If you's a black person that was ADOS or FBA, as we call it, and you don't want any reparations that way maybe we can have if we fight amongst each other and get it right, then just say you don't want it. Don't go out there and say, well, I don't want it because all niggas is lazy. Come on, bro. If you don't want it, just say you don't want it. Okay, you don't want it.
Yeah, that's some retarded shit too. Like, what the hell?
Just say
I
you
don't want
want
it. I don't want it because niggas are lazy. What the? Yeah, like.
Well, just mark you down. You say you don't want your chick, so cool. Mark you down.
I know what you're talking about because I heard a similar response too.
But know what I'm saying though, bro? Think about it. If you didn't want something and you said, "Oh, I'm already rich," and I think all black people, even if they was FBA or Tether or otherwise, and they just was, full of money, Divine Nine, another Steve Harvey type of character, or DL Hughley, or what's the dude, Ricky Smiley. If you was that kind of dude, Van John, you had all this money, you gonna go ahead and just, sell us out down the road. Well, if you're gonna do that, and you really wanted black men to really vote for what you're saying, you had to give them something. How you gonna just piss on a motherfucker and just say, well, yeah, you gotta vote for us? You didn't give us nothing. Now, at least Trump, yeah, or what did Trump give to you? Just what everybody said. Well, niggas vote for Trump, that's just some bullshit, some motherfucking me, niggas vote for Trump, that's just some coons and all that there, you know what I'm saying? Niggas just, well, what did Trump ever give you? Well, I'm gonna tell you something like this. Since you're saying everybody lazy, when Trump did what he did, at least gas was low. So that means whatever you did, it didn't matter what kind of job you had, didn't matter where you was going, didn't matter nothing. Gas was lower. So that you can make more money. Now in that, gas lower, okay, diesel lower. So what happens to the damn prices at the store?
I hear you on that. And also
the price at the store, what? They go down.
The man never said too, vote for me. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He never said that. So
he's not gonna say, you know why? Because I'm gonna give you a prime example. Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg was literally on there with Rest His Soul, you know what I'm saying? What's his name? From Cali, my boy, the rapper, Nipsey Hussle, right? They did a whole video where they had Trump's head, bloody and all this here. And I was like, man, you know what? Trump was giving Snoop money, letting him stay in his shit. He was saying, man, he even go back and go with Snoop. He was like, man, Trump one of the realest. And now you're going to go and just shit on the man. Now, here it come now, getting close to the election. Now you say, oh, I'm down with Trump again. Nah, bro. You feel me? See, this is the fuckery. Because most people, Trump is number one, the most businessman ever been mentioned in rap songs. everybody loved it, Trump. The only reason that they stopped loving him is because he ran for political office. You feel me? They
Right.
I agree
loved
with
it.
that.
Yeah, I agree too.
When else did they not? Man, you didn't hear nothing bad about Trump. You got a lot of these guys that was talking shit about him. Now you see now, he may win, so let me just go ahead and reverse my flow on that. My thing is this: at the end of the day, Donald Trump does not have to say. We know what we have seen. We have seen Ice. Have we forgotten what Ice Cube came up with the platinum plan when he went on to Fox News and was explaining how he could get black people money? And then we had our own women say, well, if it's black people, we need something specifically for black women. Well, he said, well, shit, y'all black people, right? Well, I'm saying black people, it's black women and, black people. They're like, no, we need something separate. Just us alone, not black men. Even though y'all already get all of the benefits, the fuck you mean you need something just for you? Bitch, please. The fuck you mean? Biden even answered the phone. Trump at least answered the damn phone, and we talking about some money. You saying, well, even if he gonna give us the billions, we'd rather not get the billions. Just to say, if we gotta have something just for us, even though we're saying we black people all together, kids, black children, black women, black men,
Everybody else got something for them. Damn it, hell yeah, we're gonna just focus on just us. Shit.
Why not?
And ain't that kind of like the same thing that Tariq Nasheed is basically been preaching with the FBA? It's basically the same thing, right? In what you just said.
Well, think about it. People that
I'm gonna play this video. I want you to listen to this video real quick. By the way, this is a black woman, by the way. So I want y'all ready? Here we go.
The Democrats in the mainstream media still lying about the Republicans not passing the bill. So I ran across this clip from MSNBC with 60 House Democrats that are urging Mike Johnson to reconvene Congress to pass a bill for the hurricane relief. Y'all take a look at this.
Meanwhile, in Washington, more than 60 House Democrats have signed on to a letter urging Speaker Mike Johnson to, quote, immediately call Congress back into session to pass more disaster funding. But Johnson so far is not budging.
So I want y'all to pay attention that they said House Democrats. That's going to be important later. Now, Speaker Mike Johnson responded to this claim. Take a look.
Mr. Speaker, was it a mistake to leave and adjourn the Congress for the campaign trail without addressing more disaster relief funding, given the circumstances that we now find ourselves in?
Well, the fact is, I think that many people have not fully understood is that we did address it, and we did appropriate $20 billion additional dollars to FEMA with early drawdown authority. So they're sitting on a giant pile of cash, and they haven't used it yet. As of Monday of this week, my administration had only sent out about 1% of those dollars. They'd only distributed 1%. So there's plenty of money to address the immediate needs, and that's what we're counting on them and calling upon them to do.
So the bill that Speaker House Mike Johnson is referring to is the appropriated bill, which funding is allocated to each department for each fiscal year. So in this case, the government fiscal year is different than just thinking about it annually. Their fiscal year starts on October 1st through September 30th. That is their entire fiscal year. The bill that he's talking about that they passed is HR 8752, which they had already passed this bill in the House on June 28th, 2024. Within this bill, various federal departments are allocated funding. So in this case, with the Disaster Relief Fund, they allocated over $22 billion that had passed the House. Now, remember that the majority in the House is Republicans. Now, the funny thing about all of this is that they're on the news saying that the Republicans are the ones that shot down the bill. Well, let's really take a look at that. So as you can see here on the roll call, you had about 207 Republicans that voted yay, but you had 197 Democrats that said nay. So who really shot down the funding? I'm just asking. So now that we have established that the House actually did pass the appropriation bill for 2025, now it's left up to the Senate. And who rules the Senate? The Democrats. And who is president of this current Senate? Your Vice President, Kamala Harris. So who really needs to pass the bill and come back to Congress? Just asking. So you may ask, why are they doing this? And why did Mayorkas get on the news and the mainstream media and say that FEMA doesn't have enough funding to make it through this season? I'm going to tell you why. Because Trump showed up before any of the government showed up with supplies, food, oil, money, anything. And he was boots on the ground on September 30th. And the optics made them look bad. So now they got to spin the story because it's an election year. Now, while Trump was on the ground, this is what Biden had to say during this time on the same day, September 30th.
And the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend? I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I commanded. Call a telephone. This is all my security.
Now, mind you, this is the government. They knew a whole week in advance that this hurricane was about to hit. And so did Mayorkas. And they knew that the House and the Congress was in session that last week of September because they passed the 9747 bill that also extended funding. Why didn't Mayorkas speak up then? So even before Mayorkas got on the mainstream media and claimed that FEMA didn't have enough money to make it through this season, they knew they had executive drawdown power. As Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson said, this means that by executive power, they can allocate funding immediately to the designated disaster areas. These disaster areas was declared after October 1st. Some before then, but mostly after October 1st, which means that you are now in a new fiscal year. So this $20 billion does apply to this disaster. But I find it funny on September 26th, he did an executive drawdown for Ukraine. President Biden has done over 55 executive drawdowns for funding allocated to Ukraine. This means that the funding can get to wherever it needs quickly, as I stated before. So instead of them focusing on the health and the disasters that were about to hit our nation and our country, they focused on foreign affairs. And then it came back to bite them because Trump showed up immediately after the disaster happened. So all you Democrats that are running out there and trying to bash us for speaking up and standing on the truth, this is what we mean that this administration puts Americans last. Y'all have a good day.
Any thoughts?
Come on, man.
Anybody want to talk on that one?
Hey Charles, I got something to say real quick, just to chime in about what the brother said before you played the video, real quick. And I want to say something about Donald Trump. Real talk, just to piggyback off what he said. Before the 2016 election, these woke people, they wasn't saying nothing about him. I never ever heard anything of him being a racist. And mind you, I lived in New York for the first 15 years of my life, and
you still there?
You break it up, bro. You break it up.
Hey, Josh, you broke up for a second.
all right, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. My bad, y'all. What was the last thing y'all heard?
You said was Trump, in New York.
Yeah, like I lived in New York for the first 15 years of my life, right? And I'll tell you, most buildings in Manhattan had his name on it. You never heard nothing bad about him. He was like a icon, straight up. I even remember the projects I used to live in, Patterson. He tried to buy it in like 2004, about 20 years ago. And people was like protesting that, they didn't want him to buy it. Not because he was racist or anything like that. They just didn't want him buying.
You cut out again.
Yo, what I heard, bro, I can't hear you, Josh. You gotta come back in. But
Yeah,
what
you
I
cut out
heard,
again, Josh.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
You good now? You good now? Because the
Yeah.
last thing we heard about the projects.
Okay, yeah. So he tried to buy Patterson Projects like 20 years ago, back in 2004. And people was like protesting and everything, but now one person was like, oh, he's racist or whatever. They just didn't want their homes being, you know what I'm saying? Because that's all people knew was Patterson Projects. That's your, Charles, that's just like Baltimore. Like, if somebody tried to come and buy Douglas Homes or something, people gonna protest for that. But long story short, he ended up not buying the property because he listened to the people.
Some reason, I don't know why you keep cutting in and out.
yeah, for real though, he's speaking some real shit. That's probably why.
That's probably why.
Nah, he know exactly like you say, you know what I'm saying? Like you know what it is. Like, same way like in Chicago, right? Chicago, yeah, Cabrini Green. We was Jesse Jackson, right? And a lot of black Democrat, because remember, black Democrats ran Chicago. And we had got to the point where we got to this, nobody can have a pistol, this and that, woo. But now we got the worst pistol laws in the nation. But we have the most pistol deaths and the most, everything, everybody, we got, ARs and assault weapons and this and that. When most of the time, like I know, Charles, what is the normal motherfucking weapon that a person kills somebody else with? It'd be a pistol.
And if you really want to go by statistics, it's really more people were killed by hammers and bare fisting guns.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And look, they don't want to see that because, once again, they want us like Britain, man. I've seen cases in Britain where it's a woman, man assaulting her. She pushed the guy, thank God, pushed the guy out the window. Guy assaulting her. Pushed the guy out the window and unalived him. They come back, you know what I'm saying? The constabulary and I forgot what they called it. They shit's a little different. And they got her for him and put her in jail. I'm like, well, hold on. That's what they want, bro. Because remember, most people don't understand that when they ask her, right? She was like, oh, well, you got a pistol, right? Oh, yeah, I got a gun. She trying to reach out to the gun owners, right? She got, they probably told her that she would never done that and said nothing about it. But when she said, oh, well, what kind of gun do you got? Well, I got a Glock.
They should have asked her what caliber.
Glock 19, they ain't say no kind of, nothing that she always got a Glock. Okay, cool. Or well, if somebody break in my house, I'm gonna knock them out with my Glock. But at the same time, what do we got? You're a prosecutor. So if you're in Cali and a guy is in his house and hit a motherfucker with the Glock, whatever, he, a pistol band, let's say the guy was like, Charles, you know how they do, you know what I'm saying? You know how they do, like, you know what I'm saying? And in Texas, they got a law. My people was explaining to me how the law works. He was like, even if you're a felon, let's just say you're a felon, and someone was coming in to attack, let's say your sister, your house, or your mama house, or whatever, and they had a gun. You can't legally own a gun, but they had a gun. You can take your gun, their gun, and dispatch that person. And there's not a law against that because, once again, you didn't buy that gun. You did. So you was able to get the self-defense. Okay, you know what they call the Castle Doctrine, right?
Yeah.
So you got Castle Doctrine on that. But when you got Cali, when you got Chicago, man, like I know, even in DC, my God, I'm sure it's even worse there. It's like, once you get that, it's like, and then they sit there and they say, well, it's gun shows. Man, if you go to a gun show now, even in Texas, which they always try to put us out there, you go, man, you gotta have your license, man. You gotta have FFL, like you know what I'm saying, FFA, all that stuff. You gotta have that because of the new ATF laws. So they're saying, oh well, you know, weapon of war, AR-15. Please, it's a semi-automatic weapon. If you want a fully automatic weapon legally, you have to buy even if you got level 3, Charles, you know, like I know, if you got level 3, you got to buy a bond. You got to purchase a bond to even have it legally. Most of the people that's having them kind of weapons, these people are getting the weapons illegally. So if they're stealing the weapons, or if those weapons are got, you know, by purchasing them illegally on the street, what does that do to the average American gun owner who hasn't committed a crime, Charles, just wants a pistol? What? So is that not going to hurt them for owning a pistol? If all the criminals are the only ones that can own pistols in your jurisdiction legally, well then who wins?
The criminal. Ultimately, the criminal. You can't defend yourself. I mean, it goes back into. I don't know if Josh wanted to finish what he was saying, but it goes back into.
Oh, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you heard crystal clear now.
Yeah, I had to go downstairs. My Wi-Fi is crap in here.
So finish your story about the projects.
Okay, so yeah, so long story short, the projects I used to live in, Patterson Projects, Donald Trump tried to buy it in 2004 and turn it into condos. And I never forget, I remember people was protesting against it.
Oh boy, they must really got it out for you.
They messing with him, bro. Like, yo, they messing with him because like he's just like really clear right then.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
This
Go
thing is
ahead,
crazy.
go.
All right, so long story short, people protested because they didn't want him to buy the land, but it wasn't because he was racist or anything like that. Now, one person was like, "Oh, he's racist." It was just the fact that they didn't want their homes or that the projects that they live in to be bought because that's all they knew. People migrated to a lot of people from the South migrated to the Bronx, including my family in the early 1960s, and to this day, there's a lot of families that's still in. That's all they know. You know what I'm saying? So, after that, he ended up not buying it, and he purchased some property not too far from there, like a couple of old buildings, turned it into some condos, and it was not a problem. Now, one person said that he was racist. There was no ill will towards him or none of that. He listened to the people. So the fact that in 2016, when he decided to run for president, it's like everything that he did, they monitored. When he said grab him by the pussy, oh my God, he's a misogynist. What dude don't grab pussy? Like, come on, everybody finger pops a girl. If you're a straight heterosexual man, then you know what I'm saying. He go to McDonald's.
I don't want to hear
He goes
that
to
shit. They
McDonald's.
had
How
a
dare
bitch.
he?
I don't want to hear that shit. They had a bitch shake her ass, damn it, on stage.
Exactly. Yeah, they want to get your vote by using Megan Thee Stallion. Just think about that. Democrats wants to get your vote. They don't want Donald Trump saying anything about women, but they want to use Megan Thee Stallion as a vehicle to get black men to vote for them. And this is why I'm glad I left the Democratic Party in 2016 because they've been playing black people since.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he hit my boy, man.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. This phone is crap. But growing up in NYC, I can tell you straight up, I probably went to one of the most liberal schools any kid can ever go to. So I'm unlearning a lot of things in life. You know what I'm saying? It was so bad that the teachers didn't even want you to call them by Mr. or Miss. They wanted you to call them by their first name. You know what I'm saying? If you were a boy, especially a black boy in that school, and if you had issues with something, like if you didn't learn the same way as somebody else, they wanted to send you to resource room to make it seem like you was a raging retard or something.
Or
you know what I'm
slow.
saying?
Yeah, they try to make you like you slow.
But the females, they were bumbling idiots. You know what I'm saying? And they just pushed them through. That's when the No Child Left Behind mess came out and all that. You know what I'm saying? But they tried to and it's crazy because I believe that the school I went to, the name of it was Elevate. It was one of the first schools that tried that LGBT shit with people, and they got a lot of backlash for it. And then now that the wokeness is going on, they literally have like LGBT nights where they sing like LGBT rainbow related music. And my one of my best friends that I grew up with, known him for over 25 years, he literally just pulled his daughter out of that school because of that, and they wasn't even trying to tell parents.
Mm.
I ain't gonna tell the parents, man. You know, my daughter, she told me about a actual gender studies class, and I did not understand what gender studies was. And she was like, "Well, this is what they teach." I'm like, "Well, what is, how many hours is it?" And she's like, "Yeah, well, it's mandatory. In this particular thing, we have to take it." And then she's talking about this gender studies, and she was like, she's talking about the transformers and all the different stuff. And I'm like, yo, what does that have to do with you being in business? What does that have to do with that? Like, they have to teach you that. And remember, Charles, when we was coming up, and even, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, but when I was coming up, if you wanted to take as a let's say middle school or even high school kid, remember in my days, now I could be wrong, you tell me, Charles, you used to have a parental slip to sign so you can even take that class to where it can show you and tell you about different sexual things and this and that, right? Like, you used to have your parents sign that paper. Now they're gonna teach your kid all this stuff. And
you don't even need a signature.
What we had,
you don't need a signature. I went when I was in school in 03, they because I'm 33 right now, but back in like 2003, I swear to God, bro, I was in 5th grade and they gave us sex ed, and it was random. They didn't tell us it was coming. They was like, "We got a surprise for y'all," and they gave us sex ed, and the parents was outraged.
I can believe it.
Yep.
But that's the game, though. They want to try to give kids the illusion of having all of this freedom, because I'm gonna tell you something. When they always try to make it seem like growing up that it's boys, like boys will be boys. Boys are filthy and dirty, and all they want to do is hump on girls. Let me tell you something. Let's be real here. When I was in 5th grade, there was a chick that would she was in 5th grade too. She'd take the boys to the back staircase and show her little raisin titties. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was the stuff that was going on back in the day was disgusting. And they always tried to villainize us. And one thing I'm learning about life is that, people, they'll gaslight the hell out of you as if they're not doing no dirty stuff, because
they basically keep chanting your bullshit, right? All the while they're hiding behind that chant. They hide their bullshit behind that chant until then when it gets exposed, then they act like petulant children, and don't know how to take any kind of correction.
Right. Yeah, it's like essentially you're giving the kids too much.
Blacked out, bro.
Oh, he must be talking some real good shit that they don't like.
I'm telling you, they keep on blacking them out, Charles.
You said giving a child something.
No, I was saying when the name of the game is give the child a lot of freedom, too much freedom. Because when you give kids too much freedom, there's not and not enough order. They're gonna go off and do dumb shit. Because a lot of and I bring up like the females that I grew up with, because a lot of them are like single mothers now, got multiple baby daddies and stuff like that. Bro, it's indoctrinated. They indoctrinated that shit into us to try to get us to do dumb shit as we got older. Now, a lot of the fellas that I grew up with, they don't have a lot of them don't have multiple baby mothers. Actually, some of them got married and stuff. But it's hilarious that they tried to make it seem like we was gonna grow up and not be shit. Like, they made it seem like that was a fact. They didn't care about what we said we wanted to be when we grew up. You know what I'm saying? But that's just the democratic way, yo.
Because it was too much. it was too much of the deadbeat dad syndrome that they put on us. You know, you got, you know, the Oprahs and other people that was on that type of level where we, you know, remember back in the days, you know, you say you 33 something. Now I am older than you, brother, and I remember seeing, that's all I knew. I'm like, you know, black men, deadbeats. That's all I hear. Deadbeats. Okay, you know, this and that. You know, that's what they showed us. Versus, okay, now, brother, okay, you know, you might have that one dude that's got 10 different babies and 6, 7, 8 different baby mamas. Yeah, you got that one dude. But how many women? Because remember, the women have to have the children. So on average, if you got a woman that's got 3, 4, 5, 6 different baby daddies, think about it, brother. And Charles, check this out. When they said that, right, when we really was eating it up, because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have these spaces where brothers could actually compare notes. Compare notes. I'm like, well, hold on. You know, this is what I'm doing. This is the type of court thing that I'm dealing with. Where brothers actually, they got so mad at us just for even speaking on what we've been dealing with. And then you have women where they will be able to say, well, I'm getting, you know, $1,000 we got to spend on rent. Woman get that, okay, got all these kids, $50, $100 housing they get. We still paying all this money now. If you go on child support, you paying this money. They don't have to tell the government how much money that they're spending on the kid. It's just that. And then not only that, but here's the craziest part. Here's the thing I was telling you, Charles, and now correct me if I'm wrong, but think about it. When it coming out of tax, as we get older, we understand the tax as you get kids and shit. So think about it. If you're paying child support, they are taking that money from you, pre-tax, dollar for dollar, out your job. Now look at the woman who's getting that money. When she gets the money, now when you get taxed that, pre-tax, now they taking that child support out of your check before you even get the FICA, before you even get the Fed, state, if you got state taxes and Texas, thank God we don't have state taxes, but just say you had state taxes, they're taking all this, before you even get that child support, get that money first, dollar for dollar. Now when the woman, that same woman who's got your child, when she gets your money, when it comes down to taxes, right? When she gets that money, she does not have to claim that money as income. Charles, do you see a problem with that?
I mean, that's not a problem. That's a fucking whole situation.
Right?
That's
Because
the
now
thing.
look, you're getting double tax. Not only are you getting double tax, you're getting all the FICA, you're getting all the Medicare, you're getting all the Social Security. Even if you ain't even got Social Security yet, you're paying into a system that very well, like we know in 10 years, may not even be here anymore. We're giving it to other people that ain't even from here, that ain't paid not a damn dime into it. Okay. And now we got all that. And now we're going to let this money come out of your check. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're going to take this money for your child support. We're going to take it before we tax you. So we're going to let the government take that shit dollar for dollar. Then we're going to tax you on that. But when we give it to her, we're going to tax it again because we take money. Most people don't understand. When they give the money to her, they take money out of that before they give it to her. So now then when she gets it, she does not have to claim it as income. Is there a problem with that?
That's fucked up. I mean,
Yeah, and it's
totally
designed
fucked
to
up.
be that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is, man, and that's the kind of shit, man. It's like I notice it's all these different things, all these different components, man, that just brings it to the main subject of where we say you guys have declared war against us for like damn near ever since the beginning. You know what I mean? Like there should be no talks of us, you know, that we or whatever we talk about, you know, is treasonous and all that shit. And some guy said that shit to me some time ago, and I told him to fuck off. You know, and because if you gotta look at it, man, it's just financially speaking and all around. All this shit intertwines, dude, and it intertwines to the main point of where we say, yeah, you bastards have declared war against us. Might as well against you.
I mean, where do men supposed to benefit? And we don't even look for benefits for ourselves. The people we try to benefit is our children and our families.
That's right. That's right. And that's the thing, Charles. Like an average solid dude, just a civilian brother that wants his children to be good. That's why they had to get ready and tell us, well, you know what? Black men actually, even though we tried to tell y'all for years and years and years that we wasn't shit and deadbeats, we per capita pay more money than any other group of men, and we are the ones, when given the chance, want to spend more time with our children, even if we got a what they call a co-parent relationship. We are trying to spend more time with our children than less per capita. But now, do we get, when Obama gets up there and say, well, you know, you got to both, did he say anything about that? No. Nigga,
I don't know why they acting. I don't know why they're acting shattered. I don't know why they're on that tip. I don't know why they're acting like it's so hard and pulling teeth and nail for them to give us, for them to give man 100% custody automatically.
If you're Obama and we are 26 days out, Ray, Charles, Josh, ask yourself this question, brother. If it really was going down like that, bro. Now we know Biden, we already said Biden was a walking corpse. We got called conspiracy theorists, okay, and then all of a sudden, okay, the next day after the debate, all of a sudden, you know, bam, Kamala. We say, okay, we even said it on the show. We say, hey, you know what? Guess what? They're gonna have to use Kamala because they cannot run nobody else. So they run her. And then once they run her, well, what do we get? We did not get one piece. At one point, I tell niggas this shit. I said, man, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a nigga, I pay child support. And I done paid a lot of thousands of dollars of child support. When Trump got in office, brother, I'm gonna tell you something straight up. I done paid over $65,000 worth of child support. I lost my license and some more shit. When Trump got in office, he gave me a break. I didn't have to pay child support for at least 6 months. Now, I still had to pay it, but they let me make it for 6 months. And I'm like, well, you know what? Obama never did that.
Oh, he was there.
You know, no one ever did it. And then Trump, well, you know, black people, what did he did for black people? Man, I'm gonna tell you something. Black folks, we not lazy.
Shit. Oh shit.
ADOS is not lazy. ADOS and FBA, we want to call it that. We're not lazy. As a matter of fact, we're some of the best, and not only the best, but Charles, that's why I always tell people when motherfucker be like, oh, you know, when we fix something, right? What they call it, Charles? Niggery, right? And I tell people, don't ever use that word with me. You know why? Because you know where they came up with that word from, Charles? Remember when World War II, when they wouldn't let us fight on the front line, we was a lot of mechanics who called grease monkeys. They called grease monkeys. Goodness. Remember? Okay, and then now think about it. When we fixed something that we did not have the logistics to fix, because you know the Jeeps or whatever, you know, the tanks, everything, we fixed it, even though we didn't have the, let's just say the stuff to fix it, and we fixed it, and we was able to still use the tank, use the Jeep, use whatever. What do they call it? They call it nigger rigging. Remember this now. nigger rigging. And it was a bad term. Like, yeah, it's nigger rigged. But remember, you couldn't, that tank was unusable until a nigger rigged it. Okay? So when niggas say nigger rigged, I said, don't you ever use that term with me. I call it Afro engineering. Because not only did we do it with less parts and less logistics, that is Afro engineering, nigga. Don't you ever let them folks tell you it's nigger rigging, because that connotation alone says that it's something wrong with it. But in World War II, when they didn't even let us fight half the time, we fixed the shit without the parts. They call it nigger rigging.
And you know these raccoon motherfuckers around here, they'll say, oh well, how y'all the best, man? That shit, but you're always late.
Late on what? Because why? They never tried to make nothing, they never did shit, and they family ain't never did a goddamn thing. So they could sit there and they could talk shit like that about us. But not understanding
exactly
brothers that did more than they ever could do. Feel me? On they pinky finger, did more than they ever could do. And look, what we here still saying, guess what? We're here. And that's the reason why. Remember, y'all got to remember, they say that our voice doesn't matter. But we got Brother Obama. Brother Obama is telling us we need to vote for Kamala. I thought we didn't matter.
Exactly. And my thing is, I'm not voting for somebody just because they pee sitting down and they cosplaying as black. That Indian woman is not black, and can't nobody change my mind. You know what I'm saying? And when
Shit cosplay.
for real, I've been monitoring this this election since the 2021. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. People don't know. This is a little known fact about me, but I am into politics, and I've been into politics since Bush, the Bush cheating of 2000. But long story short, that 2020 election,
Yeah, I can tell you got
watched
some
that.
savviness to it.
Oh yeah, bro. I watched that joint minute by minute. Donald Trump won by 10:30. Usually they announce by 12 o'clock and somebody concedes around that time. So the fact that they started, by the time 12 o'clock hit, they started taking states away like Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, states that don't normally
Arizona,
turn blue, Arizona, Nevada, states that don't normally turn blue. But they want to gaslight and say, "Oh, Trump is just angry that he didn't win. Just admit to give." He doesn't even bring this up. So why is it that they do? Why is it that they always the ones bringing up race and gaslighting? It's like that episode of Good Times when that white girl came to the house and she wanted Thelma to join that sorority, and they saw through her bullshit. And at the end of the episode, she was like, "Well, we didn't want niggas in here anyway," and she skipped off. That's exactly what the Democrats are. And for Obama to sit there and say, "Oh, well, you brothers, y'all feel like y'all too manly to vote for a black woman," man, fuck you. You didn't do anything for black people. You did more for gay people and all the rainbows in the universe than you
He
ever
said
did for black people.
manly.
Nigga didn't even go to Chicago.
He
Yeah, he said,
manly did not come out of this motherfucker's brain. Did he just say that?
"Are you sure?" He said, "Y'all think y'all too manly."
The problem with them, brother, I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm gonna tell you, usually the older guys, and I know you're a little younger, but like the older guys, and I'm a little older than you, but I'm looking at the guys older than me. Like, you know, the ones that is at retirement age, if they're here now. They're like, you know, that black stuff. Like, he's like, "Oh, we black, so we gotta vote for somebody who black." Okay, cool beans. I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, when we vote for this person, we know politics and politicians gonna do bullshit, and that's what politicians do. But at the end of the day, even if you sit up here and bullshit me, at least tell me something good. Even you lied to me, give me a good lie. She can't give a good lie. And even
No bullshit. That's a lie, nigga. This motherfucker gonna have some manly shit come out of his mouth But damn
Even
it,
if
but
you
this
get
motherfucker
Trump,
Michelle Obama Michelle run the damn house, not him. Motherfucker,
but
so
look,
you
and
want
even
man
if
to sign up
Trump,
to allow the woman to lead the house? Motherfucker, please.
but look, even and that's why they can't stand what's her name? Not Ivanka, but the other what her name is, the wife. She's understand her position. See, that's the thing, right? They don't want a woman, and a lot of the women, they understand their position. They know they got a strong man. They're gonna stand behind that strong man and do what they need to do. They don't want that because they just want you to make them a sandwich, and they don't want you to have 1 million abortions after you cheated on your husband and have these unfettered abortions. Man, if you was really being serious about black folk, and I'm serious about this shit. You know what I'm saying? I saw this shit as a kid, youngster, man, and I was like, you know what? If we're the minority, and these other people who is coming in here is increasing themselves as the minority, they're becoming the larger minority that did not do the amount of time that we have done here, and they're having more kids than us, and we're being told that we need to abort more of our children. Do those other people who come over here from diaspora, do they abort their children at the rate that we do? So I was like, man, you know what? If I'm blackity black, I would be like, hell no, let's do less of the aborting of our children. But I am told now, oh no, that's a women's health care right. That's not a health care right. They just make these words up. Health care to kill your children is health care. You see that? See how easy it is to get rid of it? So, okay, now we got less black people. Less.
This just goes to show me the shit's gonna have to be changed by force. And these motherfuckers that just refuse to face reality, okay, create a damn Arkham Asylum for these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? And put them next to some wild, crazy ass Joker, Harley Quinn, Two-Face, Clayface bastards.
Because they need chaos. They need chaos.
Give them their own island. Like give them their own island away from those who are trying to be of the norm and traditional.
Yeah, they want total chaos. That's why they don't. I'm gonna tell you something. When me and Charles was having to hold it down when the riots was going on back in the day when we was in the police department, I remember going on the website of the Black Lives Matter page because I was very interested because I was seeing these protesters every day. You know what I'm saying? So their mission statement, and I swear to God, I'm not kidding. They said our mission is to destroy the nuclear family. Now, why is that? Riddle me fucking that. To destroy the nuclear family, but they want everything. And mind you, everybody that was running it was of LGBT descent. So it's the modern. People don't realize that wokeism is the modern day Nazi propaganda. It's no different than 1930s or 40s Nazi Germany, but they're giving it to you in a nice way. You see what I'm saying?
Like eugenicism, like eugenesis, right? The eugenesis.
You dumb bastards want to destroy what brought you here. That's stupid.
How can we get rid of
asylum?
But how can we get rid of the people that we don't want? So we're eugenicists. We're gonna go ahead and eugenicize you. So how do we do it? Margaret Sanger, she came up with the best. Remember, most people don't even understand this, and especially the younger kids that don't even know. We don't even know. Birth Control League. Birth control was created by Margaret Sanger. She created Birth Control League, and when they created it to get rid of the weeds, like a weed, like something that grows that we don't want to grow. So what is the weed? It's us. So the blacks, we want to get. She was an honorary Ku Klux Klan member, and if you go back and look, she is one of the main contributors of Planned Parenthood. even Bill Gates' father was also involved with that. Okay, now we got Planned Parenthood, where if you look at it, think about it. All the people who is aborted, the children, think about it. On time, think about it. The people that's being aborted, brother, on per capita rate, we had a whole, like we talking about, okay, well, it's about what 20 million black people that we got in America, okay, whatever. Think about it. We got rid of or had aborted over that 50 million some children. Done for. Had we not just even did half of that, we still would have 50 million people. That was us.
Man, fuck this.
FBA.
You know what? You know that movie with fucking Jamie Foxx and Gerald Butler, and you know the movie where he died and shit, and you know he was trying to get revenge. You know what I mean, against against basically the government. You know, for not helping him, you know, to catch the killer and shit. Yeah. So yeah, he went off on their ass. I'm thinking about coming on with the black version of that shit. Fuck what you talking about?
Well, the Kamala situation, you think about it. If she really was serious about what she was saying, if she was blackity black,
they'll call the law titans on all these motherfuckers.
But I'm saying like blackity black means we want more black people. So if we encourage our young black women who are having the children, whether they got 10 different baby daddies or not, we encouraging them to, you know, abort our children. Even at the end of the day, there's a, you know, what they would call a zero-sum game. So now we don't have those kids. We don't have those. So now we bring in other people, and a lot of people don't even understand. The Latinos remember, because there was a anti-population on them, and they found out they was putting stuff in the water. And what did the Latinos do? They started.
Yeah, what are their incentives? What are their incentives?
They started
for us.
The water, right? This is what I'm saying.
To your point on that, when it comes to the population thing, okay, what are their incentives to give us, man, to help or to continue populating this wicked ass country? You know what I mean? Like, you know,
but that's the thing. They don't
us, you know, to go ahead and reproduce and all that shit with hyenas. That's basically what you're telling us.
But that's the thing, bro. They don't even care about us no more. They don't care whether we produce babies or not. It's about the migrants.
Yeah, because
it's about
the
them
illegal
using
immigrants.
things as vehicles. Exactly. And I'm gonna blow your minds real quick, which I probably already know this information, but you know how when all the Black Lives Matter shit was going on and then they overpowered that, the wokeness overpowered that with like LGBT and then like feminism, right? So it's like everything repeats itself like every 100 years, because even in the early 1900s, like, and I'm talking like the Susan B. Anthony era of feminism.
Right.
Do you know why that was a thing in the first place? That was incorporated to put a stop to the civil rights movement, because they were pissed that black men were able to vote before white women. So it's always been a game of chess with them, where that's why they're always a step ahead, because they always put some shit on us. Why don't y'all think it's crazy that black people in general, well, I ain't gonna say all black people, but most black people for years and years was married to the Democratic Party? You know what I'm saying? And if you look in your history, they were the one that did us the most dirty. Just something to think about.
Yeah,
you know?
Of course, because the Dixiecrats, remember the Dixiecrats, right? They were Democrats. They were not Republican. And even if you look at brother, Abraham Lincoln, he was not Democrat. He was, freed the slaves, They killed him, cousin that, right? Got rid of him. And that was the thing, well, Charles, what I was saying earlier. When he put that damn shit out there, the decree, any man that served for the Union, that when we won, you served, whether you died or you didn't, you get the 40 acres and the mule.
Oh, was that the Emancipation Proclamation?
Look, it wasn't for all of us as black people to the certain point, but it was the nuclear family. Who was in charge of the nuclear family? For sure, the man who went out there and fought hard to go hard on with the shit, you know what I'm saying? That was the nuclear family because he did that. Now, what you said, you go on their website, they had to take that off because they had on Black Lives Matter website, we want to take away the nuclear family. And then we look at the money. Even the people from Mike Brown's people, okay, even what's the brother name in Ohio with the little kid got killed with the little fake pistol. They got him, okay. So now you got rid of them, okay. What are you thinking about? Thinking about those people are dead. You stand on top of their grave and say, well, you know what? Black Lives Matter. Those same people, Tamir Rice, that was his name, Tamir Rice. Those people, families actually came out against what them folks was saying with the Black Lives Matter. Even Mike Brown family, his dad and the rest of the people say, man, you know what? They used us. They know what we get. They, out of all the mansions and all the houses they could have bought, it went up to Canada and bought the Canadians fucking he was like the Canadian people, he was like that house was owned by like the biggest communist Marxists of all time. And you would say, well, we're trained Marxists and we're here to indoctrinate for the identity politics. That's what we're here for. And then on our website, we're going to say, well, we don't want a nuclear family. Well, what do they keep on saying? Well, black men ain't with the kids. The black men, well, if you're saying that you don't want nuclear family, well, who does that disassociate? Of course it dissociates the black man. Because now, if you say, well, you can't say that we deadbeats and no good, and then at the same time say, well, we're fighting to where we can't have basically saying that you yourself, the black men that want to take care of their children, we want to take away from that. We need the black nuclear family to be destroyed. Like it ain't already been destroyed.
Yeah, and with that, and on that note, back then it was like our death, their gain. That's why they was buying mansions and all types of ill shit, like you were saying.
They bought those mansions, $1 million mansions. And not just that, but guess what? And especially in the Canadian situation, those were like some of the biggest communist / socialist Marxist mansions. You bought it. And you got Mike Brown, them folks come out and say, man, they ain't give us our money. You know what I'm saying? They used us. They stood on top of black men's, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. If you wanted to have, this whole movement, right? So why wouldn't you, what would be wrong if the woman who was in charge of the Black Lives Movement, because we know they're LGBTQ, what would be wrong with having them have black men in charge of stuff? What would be wrong with that? No, they have to have that as the LGBTQ, because now we cannot have black men actually have, basically like to run the situation. We're going to let them take care of their kids. We're going to say, hey, you know what? Our job on our website is to dismantle the black nuclear family. But little did they know, everybody we know, the black nuclear family already was destroyed. So for you to say that, you're doubling down. They already have done that. We seen what they done with the basically, the things
That was the
done
first part of
with.
their plan. Like back in the 1960s, when statistically more black married couples, you had more black married couples than you had white married couples. Like the divorce rate was higher in them than it was us. So what they did was when Lyndon B. Johnson got in after Kennedy got assassinated, he implemented welfare and what I'm saying, what we know now to be welfare and EBT and all of that jazz. But my thing is, the government basically went to the black family and said, "Hey, y'all want free money? Y'all want free food? Yeah. Okay, one problem. That man, that hardworking man that work at the steel mill, get him the fuck out your house." And this is why we're in the jam that we're in now. You know what I'm saying? It's
And we're
sad.
gonna make him pay you once. We're gonna give you free money, and then you get him out the house, and then we're gonna make him pay you too. Plus, we're gonna give you. Now he's got to pay, $1,000 for his house to stay where he got to go do his thing. We're gonna, if he's 2 months short, we're gonna take his license to drive to work. To even drive to work, brother,
Exactly.
is a legal act. It's an illegal act to pay you the money that you say I owe you. It is an illegal act for me even to drive to work because of that. That right there, and that's what when I saw that, and I'm all mad conspiracy theory, man. I'm like, man, if I didn't know any better, this thing was like it had to have been set up beforehand. Because how is it that it make it illegal for me to go to work to pay the money that you say I owe? It's like it's ridiculous. And my point is, I tell people all the time, say, "Oh man, man, y'all black folks, y'all just mad, or they might hit you with the, black people just lazy, or black men, y'all have all these babies by these kids, y'all need to get this here." I'm like, man, bro, have you ever went to court with this shit? Bitch gotta literally be smoking crack in front of the judge. You got a better
That's a
job than
fact.
her. You feel me? You got a better job than her. You done passed the drug test, everything. This bitch still hot, and they'll still get them kids up. And that's why I be telling people, I'm like, man, that is bullshit because most black men love their children. What do we love? We love honor. We love respect. We want our children, once
sound
we
like this is
die,
a
we want them to have something and be something beyond what we have done. You know what I'm
This is
saying?
slow. It sounds like this is a slow world. It sounds like this is a slow war tactic to eradicate families. Because
That's exactly what it is.
why not give benefits? Why not give benefits to in the name of how it should be? I would think give those benefits to the families, to the family unit who may be going through some rough times and shit a little bit. Boom, until they're able to be more financially independent, whereas they may just need that help, boom, for like a month or so, boom, instead of just saying, hey, in order for you to get this, you're gonna have to kick that man out the house. So with that, yeah, and all this other shit combined, that's what it sounds like. All this is a slow war tactic to eradicate black families.
Yeah, and they've been working on it. They've been working on it for almost 70 years at this point. And I'll say a quote from Lyndon B. Johnson. When he implemented all of that, he said, "I'll have niggas voting Democrat the next 200 years," and we're on year 65 or some shit. So that's why I keep saying that this election here, this is the most important one of our lifetime. And I know a lot of people say that for years and years, but seriously, like I followed this. I followed the whole election, this one in particular, minute by minute, ever since January, minute by freaking minute. I even saw Trump get shot live. Like, it was that crazy. But
Yes, man. You know what I mean? So it's like, after the man going through that shit, and
yeah,
still going through this, still fighting through it and shit. Motherfuckers, man, you know what I mean? Even the low down no good son bitch or bitchette, you know what I mean? Shit. They got recognized, hey, this motherfucker, man, hey, something's with this motherfucker. So yeah, I gotta cast my shit into into his pot. So
Well, see, the thing is this, bro. There has not been a candidate that hasn't. Imagine if you had all the money that you could ever have. No amount of money could ever switch you in a certain way because you already got the money. So most of the time we have these candidates in politics, lobbyists, you can go back and forth, but think about it. They have money, so you can, say what you say. The only person they couldn't buy was Trump. And then, so, he's going to destroy the economy. He's going to do this. Man, bruh, I had so much money under the Trump administration. I'm saying straight up.
fact.
I had so much money, bruh. I had checks in my wallet that I had forgot that I even had in there because I was getting so much money. And then you got people that be like, oh, well, yeah, black men, they don't know because, they are the ones, they don't understand, they didn't have that much money, and I'm like, look, bitch, you got all this bread. You sit up here talking for these folks. What about these people that, hey, look, you know what? I did have more money. How dare you tell me how much, but how you gonna count my pockets? I know what's up, bro. Like, come on, man. I might even like Trump. He might be a race. He might be everything y'all saying. But, man, I had that whop when we was coming down, when Trump was out. Man, look, I had that money. Man, fuck you. I don't give a damn. Man, I'm trying to get back on that. Will we ever get back to that level? Probably not. We got 26 days left. Will they try to hit him again? Probably. Thank God that they probably got some good, decent motherfuckers on the motherfucking Secret Service that won't let him get hit. But who knows? Would it be another, possibly, I said, a terrorist attack or some kind of national emergency or even another pandemic? They're going. What makes me upset and understands what was going on is they don't have much time left, and I believe that they're so wild with it. They'll do something if they feel like the man gonna win naturally and win. They'll do something, man, and then they're January 6th. So it's all racist, whatever, I think they're gonna do something, but
they're gonna cheat again. They definitely gonna cheat again.
But look, the thing is, if you do, you cheat over time. So it's like, okay, it's the cheating. They can't get COVID like they had it at first. So now it's got to be an overwhelming. Can't steal.
I came back and heard that shit. Now they're talking about they gonna cheat again. I hope they don't fucking cheat again. What the hell?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want them to cheat.
No.
And if this election is fair as they claim it's gonna be, if you think that Reagan kicking Walter Mondale's ass in '84 and kicking Carter's ass in '80 was bad, this one's gonna be worse. Trump is gonna, mark my words, and I don't care what nobody say. Call me crazy if you want to. Trump's gonna get 400. New York is going blue. Illinois is going blue, and Cali's going blue, baby. I said blue. I meant to say red. I'm sorry. Red.
Yeah.
I've been smoking, but yes, you know what I'm saying.
If she does not win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin,
she's not winning PA, bro. She's not winning that.
The way that she can be able to actually win, if she doesn't win PA, it's almost a wrap, bro. It's almost a wrap. So if we know that, then they got to do something. And that's the whole thing. Like, And that's why I say, oh, this is the most, important election that we ever have seen. And most people are, oh yeah, it's just partisan, the same shit that we always deal with every 4 years, right? Partisan politics. But I do think that it is very important this time because think about it. I look at it like
Y'all
this,
kind of get motherfuckers scared of there being a civil war, though. Another civil war.
Yeah, she can't win, bro.
Talking
I'm telling y'all,
like
she
that,
cannot
though.
win. Like if she wins, it's
it
over.
wouldn't look. It wouldn't. Civil war. See, that's another thing. Civil war would never look like what a civil war looked like back in the days. That's not gonna happen. What's gonna happen is possibly is that when we sit here and watch these damn votes go in, think about it. If they only got 26 days, so they cannot ramp up another pandemic. Maybe they could, but we don't know. They cannot ramp up another pandemic. So what can they do? The only thing, Tim Walz and Obama and Kamala and Whitney, I'm saying Whitney Houston. I'm bless her soul. What I meant to say was Whoopi Goldberg and what's the other girl name is up there on the View?
On the
If
View,
they
Joy
Sonny
Behar.
Sonny, don't get me started. Joy Behar, she's disturbing.
Yeah,
but
she's goofy.
Sonny Hostin, if they cannot get us, well, they already said, well, they didn't already looked at it. So, well, it's black men we ain't got. So they had 10% last election. Now they 25%, which, like Charles said, it may be more.
Mm-hmm.
And then we didn't even count black women. There's a contingent of black women that remember when eggs used to cost $1.99 for a motherfucking meat 12-pack. So, even the ones that's on government assistance remember, and then some of them getting cut off. Why? Because they giving the illegals the money. And they giving them way more. They give them way more money. You feel me? There's gonna be a problem if they do not fix this problem before that goes. This may very well be the last election. The only person that cannot be bought at this point in time is Donald Trump. Everyone else can be bought.
But they had the total wrong strategy going in anyway at the time that they announced Kamala was running, because if I was them, Biden, when Biden said he wasn't running again, he should have stepped down, bro. He should have stepped down. He should have gave it to Kamala, and she should have made moves. That would have had people like, okay, well, she's doing stuff. We seeing the changes. We'll stick with this. And they just was like, nope. She's not going to answer questions. She's going to cosplay as black. She's going to do this. She's going to do that. They already lost, bro. The moment they announced this woman as running, trust me, I can see the future with this. She's not going to win. I seen this when 2016 when they thought Trump was a joke and he ended up winning. He's going to win again. He's going to win. Y'all don't have none to worry about. That man is going to win again. Even black women, like y'all said. And we all know black women love to cook. Some of the best cookers out here. And when they seen that eggs went up, they threw up their middle finger to Kamala Harris too. Don't believe what y'all see on MSNBC and CNN. I'm out here. I be out here. I drive Ubers, and I talk to a lot of black women. They're not for this bullshit.
A lot of those.
Hell, I still haven't put in my vote yet. Shit.
Oh, I'm early voting. October 24th.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the school is walking distance from my house. I'm gonna skip like a lily white person to go vote.
Yeah. No, bro, like literally, bro, I had to go and get mine.
Yeah, in regards to my vote, I gotta holler at you about that backstage.
I went in and got my actual registration, brother. Again, because in Texas you have to do it in a certain amount of time. The registration. I got my registration. I was like, you know what, brother? I'm gonna tell you straight up. And I don't care what nobody say, bro. I don't care what nobody say. I was making. No one can tell me who ain't in my bank account, who ain't in my house, or dealing with my family or my children or me or my business personally, that I don't have certain amount of money. If I say, look, I made more money under Trump, it's not, oh, well, you know, it's Trump that said it. No, bitch, make my money better. So, okay, if you don't like what I'm saying, make me make more money than what you're saying. Okay, now if you made more money than when I was under the Trump administration, then now I can say, you know what, I might not like your politics, but my pocket was bigger. Okay, now I'm down with that. Because it ain't about politics. At this point, it's about the money. And the only people, like I said earlier, a lot of people that get that bread in their pocket, man, they don't give a damn, because once again, remember, these niggas gonna retire. They getting their Social Security. But what about us? What about our children? They can get a damn dime. We let them, not only that, we're giving billions to people who don't give a shit about us. And then we know them, not only that, we persons of colors now. We ain't even black people no more. We persons of color. I'm not a person of color. We fought against being called persons of color. We said we're black. We want to be represented as black. We're black Americans. Okay, you call African American, call what you want to call. You feel me? I mean, you know, people be, you know, on some other shit, but I'm like, I ain't mad at the tethers that say, oh, yeah, you know, we don't want the money. No, it's cool. You don't need it. You already rich. You came from Nigeria. You know, you making six figures. You don't care. That's cool, brother. When we get ready to get that money, don't ask for nothing. Okay, don't ask for nothing, bro. Just go ahead and stay over there. Don't be over here on the internet, though. Oh, yeah, black folks is lazy. And this is why we come over to America. We do better than y'all. Why?
That's because they're giving it. That's because they get off the boat and they're given the opportunity. They're giving the businesses and stuff.
You know what? Can I speak on reparations for a hot second? My thing is this: if I was the U.S. government,
yeah, go ahead. I'm smoking. Go ahead, bro.
Especially now of all times, I definitely would be giving black folks reparations. Like, we already know who the ADOS people are simply through your Social Security number. So I'm giving you $5 million a year. You have to be 18 plus, but I'm giving you $5 million a year for 5 years, tax free, you know, every tax season. The reason for that is because I know you're going, and this isn't a slight, it's where we live and it's the truth. We're going to turn around and give the money back. Okay, not all of us, but a great majority of us. That will boost the economy like it's never been boosted before. Restaurants, hotels, housing, blue collar stuff, tech, everything. That way you can go ahead and start paying people a livable wage because the money will be flowing again. Do you understand?
Now you're kind of starting. Now it sounds like you're tapping into a utopia, in a sense.
No,
as they would say it. Even though it sounds like it makes natural sense to me, but
I mean, it's the only sense it would make. I mean, it's not like we gonna take the money and build rocket ships and move to Mars. You know, we're fickle people. You know, we're stuck where we are. There will be some of us that will get the hell up out of here as far as the country, but there will be a lot of us who will stay here and continue to do what we do, which is, and I'm not saying all, I don't even know why I'm saying that. Y'all are smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. Is that there's a lot of us who will stay right here and burn through that money. We will piss through that money. You know what I'm saying? So you're looking at least a 10-year swing of economic prosperity in the country, coupled with what Trump is trying to do, where he lowers the energy costs by drilling, digging, you know, using the natural resources that we're just sitting on, but going to other countries and raping and pillaging from them. All right, we turn it back around. Yeah, we
So,
turn it back to become self-reliant, self-sufficient. Go
are
ahead.
you against Tariq's narrative for reparations?
I have no idea what Tariq Nasheed talks about.
Yeah, well, he believes that we should get reparations no matter what we spend it on.
Yeah.
Well, the point is, what my man was saying was that actually builds on what he was saying, because at the end of the day, even you look at the Dave Chappelle thing, right, and he was making a funny with it, but Dave Chappelle was right? You give him reparations, right? Cadillac gonna go up, right? And you know what I'm saying?
All that, yeah.
Yeah, like we ain't gonna go to China and start spending money with them. We gonna spend the money right here. So we be getting the money, we spend it right back with us. So a lot of times we ain't even spending it with our community. We gonna give it right back to them.
What community?
So, exactly. Okay. So to give it back to
He
them.
said, "What community?"
No, he's absolutely correct. Because think about it. We're not gonna fucking do that. We're gonna give that shit right back to them, man. And then look, not all of us, but some of us, thank God, we actually got a voice where we actually speak to each other. You got brothers that actually, you know what, we do get, and like I said earlier, some of them say, well, we don't even want it, man. Niggas ain't nothing but lazy niggas, and this and that.
I say, motherfucker, right though. What community, Devin? You're right about that shit. Because most of my help I received, Devin, was from niggas, and I just now, over the span of 7 years, found out that the engine of the fuckery of niggas is the damn white supremacy.
Well, it happens, but see, brother, we gotta remember, just the fact that we're sitting here talking now. Imagine, okay, we're not the little hats. We're not the Japanese of the World War II. We're not the Mexican or the diasporans of the illegal immigrants. We're not none of that. Okay, but look at what they're getting. And we sit up here and we fight amongst each other about whether we could get any dime or this and that. Oh, yeah, we lazy and this and that. See, we'll sit there and let folks. See, one thing about it, they got discipline. They ain't gonna say nothing, even if they don't want it. Small hats, the Japanese, even if they don't want it, they got millions and billions of G's, but they ain't gonna say nothing when they got some money coming down the pipeline. They gonna be like, yeah, and they gonna take it. Guess what's gonna happen? They gonna take that money. They talk that hot shit, but they gonna take that money. And the same thing what we doing. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people that spend all their money up. You right, cuz. You exactly right. But guess what? You got brothers like us who may very well get that bread. And you know what? We already well to do. We taking care of our business. We not lazy at all. Matter of fact, we didn't came above the bullshit. And here today, still taking care of our business. When we get something, we can take that money and actually do something with it. They don't want that at all, because that's why we got this here with Obama. And you know what? I voted for Obama twice, and I always felt like he was a great orator. His words, he could speak. He could make you just, man, even if you knew he was full of shit, that nigga show said some good shit.
He could tell you a broomstick.
He would. And guess what? Now I look at him now, I'm like, I even seen some of that. I'm like, man, damn, Kamala got you out here doing this, bro. Like, I've been down with you, nigga, in certain points, like just the way that you even attached, not necessarily your politics, but the way he attached himself and when he spoke. He made them white folks sit down there and listen to him. And now you look at this shit we said now, he like, man, he reminded me of Kamala. Oh yeah, y'all better stop doing that, and y'all, better vote for her. And I'm like, man, you ain't never talk like that, bro.
Y'all better be some good niggas.
You know when he lost me? He lost me. Okay, I gave him half the benefit of the doubt with the Skip Gates arrest incident. But now that we look at it, Skip Gates deserved to get arrested because first and foremost, it doesn't matter whether those cops and the neighbors knew who you were, bruh. Just produce your ID so that way we have it on file. Because it could be somebody that looks like you or whatnot. You could have a twin brother. Skip, you're not famous like that. Very few people really know who you are outside of the Black community. You're known in your circles and maybe somebody that may have watched you on a PBS special, but that's it. So he was getting indignant. He got arrested really for running his mouth. What they normally call that, disturbance of the peace. When you run your mouth like that, that's normally the charge. So he got arrested for that, and Obama sat down and had a talk with the cop and everything. He had a quote unquote beer. And then after that, it became open season on Black men by racist cops, who eventually kind of got drummed out of the business thanks to the George Floyd laws. So there's that. But at any rate, then it was like, because we were getting shot, where it seems like at least 3 times a week, a brother was getting toe up. This is how, Black Lives Matter, where Black lesbian mansions was able to make their millions, billions, trillions. But when Dylan Roof killed those people in that church, okay, and this Kenyan American got up there and sang I'm trying not to curse or lose my temper, but he got up there and sang a Negro spiritual and did absolutely nothing. I mean, not one piece.
My boy said he trying to get pissed off.
The biggest thing he did was the body cam law. Outside of that, he really didn't care. And it's not like he needed to write a new piece of legislation or anything like that, because the laws were already, police brutality laws have been on the books for a long time. The problem was they just weren't being enforced.
Exactly.
Okay, they just weren't being enforced. And instead of him saying mandating, it's like, hey, look, especially after that first month, he should be like, hey, look, from now on, I decree if you kill an unarmed citizen unjustly, your ass is going to jail. Like, I am not playing with you. Like, you're not going to sit up here and take out your frustrations over me on unsuspecting citizenry, especially the Black people. Like, you're crazy. You're crazy. Even if he would have just done that, I would have saw him as a good president. But that's not what he done. That's not what he did. He turned a blind eye. So after that, I was done. So to sit here, because I didn't vote for him a second time, but to sit here and have him finger wag and so-called chastise us in a room full of women, Black women and gay men, because let's be honest, who else was in that room? Did you see any heterosexual Black men sitting in that room?
It was questionable at best. It was questionable at best, because I was like, who is he talking to? Is he talking to the people in their room, or is he speaking at us like as Black heterosexual men? Because that's what they want. They need heterosexual men. They thought Tampon Tim could bring them that shit, but Tampon Tim, which is gonna come out, they got people that's coming out on some Penn State stuff on him. Come on, he assistant coach. But yeah, you got some people.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, you got some Penn State stuff coming out on him. That. Yeah, get ready, it's coming. Like I said, it's October surprise. But ain't no surprise. They knew what Tim Pond was doing.
That's gonna be the nail in the coffin. First of all, why would you want tampons in men's bathroom in the first place? Where's that going?
See, you know what? Here's the thing, the concern, and I don't know why this bathroom issue is for Kamala to be all about women's rights and women's safeties, when really it's just about 304s using abortion clinics as birth control.
You hear me?
The truth of the matter is that in all honesty, most buildings have at least 4 to 6 bathrooms. How hard is it to designate one bathroom for people who identify outside of their gender. You know what I'm saying? Their biological gender. How hard is it to give them their own freaking bathroom?
You're gonna have to
How hard
give
is
these
that to them?
motherfuckers their own island. I've been saying that shit.
They need their own
Motherfuckers
sports
trying
too.
to they're trying to force this coexisting shit is not gonna work.
At all.
Shoot. Matter of fact, one of the guys, I think it was some weirdo looking dude, you know, a man in a dress talking about some, if you try to stop me from going in a women's bathroom with your daughter, you're in for a big surprise. And he wound up getting his butt kicked.
Yeah, you damn right. That's righteously so. Hell yeah.
I'm about to have you in the bathroom with my little cousin, female cousin. Y'all, I'll whoop your ass. I don't care nothing about you being a transformer.
It's like,
Boy, you trying to get Shane, motherfuckers trying to get Shane's song out here, ain't they?
We told women back when they were trying to push this, no, you don't want that. Trust me, we're men. We're telling you, because I don't think women really understood that there are men out here like Michael Phelps and a whole bunch of other men running around here pretending to be women, that for them, this is like a sexual fetish for them. This is a sexual kink for them to put on lipstick, a wig, and a dress and pretend to be one of you in order to be in the locker room, waving their dick around in your face.
Yep.
To sexually assault you. I mean, you got dudes in prison who are suddenly saying that they're gay, so that, you know, well, we're trans, so they can get transferred to women's prisons and continue to be violent offenders against women, particularly rapists. How many women have been raped by so-called trans men ever since this whole situation happened? In prisons. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't mean to overtalk y'all. Hello?
No, you guys were talking about reparations earlier, and one of the reasons why I think we'll probably never get reparations is because they know some of us would kick the bad parts of the community out and start our own community, and they can't have that.
Yeah, that's
they'll be getting the reparations too.
Well, so you obviously disagree with FBA Tariq Nasheed then.
No, I think we should get reparations, but they know some of us would leave some of these motherfuckers behind and let them waste the money and then just create our own community.
We've already done that.
Pretty much, yeah.
They don't want that. They don't. The reason why they don't want that, brother, is because of exactly what. And see, here's the problem. Because see, we're speaking on this now as black brothers, you know, and thank God that we can actually even have this conversation. But see, here's the problem, brother. We are sitting here talking about this amongst ourselves, and we go onto the race thing, right? But here's the problem. The white folks actually getting hit with the stuff now. See, back in the days, they used to have certain drugs that was just black folks' drugs. They didn't give a damn. But when white folks started doing it, then it became a problem. So now here we go with this LGBTQ, AIPTA, whatever. And now we got this stuff. Now they is getting a problem of that now. They're getting some of them actually, well, we know what, hold up. You know, we getting hit with this too. But see, we as black men, we automatically know. And we was shamed for saying anything like you said, bro. Blue, no matter who. We didn't care if they were saying, you know, no, what do you say, the nuclear family, no nuclear family. We're going to abort all the ones we can. We're going to do the rest of them when we get rid of them. We got Chicago, you know, July the 4th, 100 motherfuckers shot and killed. You know, what happens the next July, 200 motherfuckers shot and killed. We don't care. Oh, no, it's white supremacy that's killing us. No, not in Chicago. It's Negroes killing Negroes. White supremacy. As Justice Smollett. Justice Smollett.
I have a simple question. What's the difference between black folks' love for the Democrat Party and Jim Jones?
It's the Kool-Aid flavor.
I think it's like pinkberry.
Was it grape? AB was it the grape flavor?
I guess I don't know.
Oh, you mean Jim Jones? Yeah, it was grape Kool-Aid.
Yeah, what's the difference? What's the difference between the Kool-Aid?
the recipe.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't see a difference anymore. I mean, I'm done trying to kiss the Democrat Party's ass. I don't know what these other black folk are on. You probably the fact that y'all sitting up here acting like Kamala's an intelligent black woman. I mean, I'm done. Go away.
When you have Kamala, let's be honest, Kamala is an idiot.
Yeah,
she's an idiot. She's an idiot and she's a whore. Let's be honest, she's an idiot whore who slept her way, into the position that she got in California.
Yep.
Joe Biden, how dare you talk about your auntie like that, boy?
That ain't my fucking auntie. Go fuck yourself.
She's a DEI hire as far as the vice presidency, and now they're trying to push this DEI hire, this idiot, into the presidency. But the truth of the matter be told is that when they tried to assassinate Trump the first time and they missed, they knew then it was over. So in all honesty, let's be honest. The Democratic Party put her up there because they knew that the election was a lost cause.
Yep.
They knew it was a lost cause. And you can clearly see that it's a lost cause. Her only talking points is abortion and her skin color, but not necessarily her ethnicity. They left it up to other people because that she hasn't said what she is. All she said is that I thought we moved past this. No, chick, you do not have an African American or an African bone in your body.
Okay? She doesn't even say black. That's the thing, like black. She's person of color. Now she can say person of color a million times, but black, she doesn't say black.
Right.
And they just now said, and shout out to Tariq, and I don't agree with everything Tariq say, but I'm saying that shout out to him because they was forced to. She waited so long to her to say, well, FBA, and they started saying $8, and I was like, bitch, it took you that long? You supposed to be on top of that. Who is your campaign manager? Like don't call out Obama on 26 days later, like 28 days later, like zombies. Like don't come out 28 days later when for sure you could have said something, even if you was lying to us. Well, we know.
They used them two dudes, man, basically to rev up the crowd for Kamala. Just so Devin for next time when she come out and speak and shit, they're gonna be like, here, Kamala, we got the crowd already and revved up for you, girl. Yeah, there you go, girl. Take the stage.
We're gonna send you out there and cut your teleprompter off soon as you get started.
Yeah, she's starting to crack, man.
32 days.
Yeah, that woman is not good under pressure at all, bro.
Question. Hold on, wait a minute. Question.
Give me 1 second. Trump goes out there every time he gets in front of the podium, the mic, and all he does is just talk his talking points. This chick, you've been at this long enough where you should already know what the hell you have to say. So when a teleprompter goes off, you should be able to wing it on the fly. Just be yourself. Show your personality.
She doesn't have one. Come on, man.
Exactly. She don't have a personality. She
word salad.
Form a coherent thought in her own head. Okay. When she's nervous, she lets out that freaking cackle like the Joker. All right, especially when she knows she's lying. Can we admit that?
She needed
absolutely.
Hold on, wait a minute. She needed a teleprompter for a town hall.
Why?
It was so, and actually, that's not even the funny part. The funny part is that town hall she had in Nevada. They imported those people. They weren't from Nevada. Those were Latinos from all other places.
Yeah.
But that's not even the funny part. To their
Hell, I'm not
credit,
surprised about that shit.
yeah, to their credit, they asked some good questions. And she still couldn't answer that shit.
That's
Then she asked some really good questions about our healthcare system, and she still couldn't properly answer that shit.
That 60 Minutes interview.
Yeah.
That dude was not nice to her.
He was on her ass, man. He was on her ass. And like what you were saying, when I saw that because it was Univision, right? AB, it was Univision. You know who Univision is, right?
Yeah, the Spanish channel. Yeah.
Right.
Latino channel.
So now even then she tried to start saying, "Hey, Cabasso," she trying to go do all that shit. You feel me?
Dead ass, Joe. She dead ass did that.
Some of the hot sauce. And
Mitt
all that
Romney coming out with that darker face foundation. That's what that was. That was Mitt Romney. Remember he went to go speak to Hispanics and his face was darker.
He would have got a 10.
When Biden went in, right? When he wanted to talk to Hispanics, when they said that song, it was a song. He started saying that song. What was the name of that song? I forgot the name of the damn song. But he started saying the song. And the Hispanics was like, we didn't like that. Like, why you? I forgot the name of that damn song. But it was a song, and they was like, he said, man, well, we y'all, man, what's up with my money? And what's honest is a lot of the Hispanics who have the right to vote, because guess what? They did the right way, and they are either second generation, first generation, or people that have actually went in and got their money and then did the whole thing and went through the right proper thing. Guess what? Those people, they are mad because they're like, well, hold up, you gonna get them thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. They commit crimes, we're going to give them free driver license and damn near give them right to vote. $10,000 in food stamps, another $10,000 in motherfucking Visa gift cards. We're going to give them a house, $150,000 cash. You can have the house. And we won't even charge you no money until you sell it years later.
Shattered. The gangs in Chicago said, damn man, they ain't putting up with that shit.
Yeah.
Negroes sitting up here, we get told we lazy for even saying the word help on loans for home. And they can sit there and give them 150 bands, ain't got to motherfucking sell the house until they get ready. And then we still let you have it. We don't even know. They got 20 different matricular cards. I don't know if anybody knows. A matricular card is a
stamps and cash.
Mexican consulate card. Matricular. I know a guy that's got a matricular card. He's got like 20 of them. The face he got.
What's a matricular card?
A matricular card is this. So like, let's say it's a
basically the American dream.
Hold on, let him explain. I want to hear it.
A matricular card. I'm gonna give you what it is. Matricular card is when you come up from the Southern diaspora. Matricular card, you can go to the Mexican embassy or the consulate, and you can get a matricular card. And then the matricular card, that is like your ID. So you can have ID. Don't ask me how I know this. I know. They have the ID. And then the ID of the matricular, they can have, I see one guy, he explained it to me. The same face, the same matricular card, he had like 10 of them. And it's different names. And he like, oh yeah, man, we'll swipe this one. Oh no, okay, this one ain't working. Try this one.
Why did they call it that?
The matricular card is like a consulate card. So they can sit there. I know a guy, man, bro, I'm telling you, he got like 10 identities. It's giving them multiple identities. Okay, we don't have no multiple identities. Niggas.
Wait, hold on. Help me walk through this. Walk me through this. So what you're saying is that the Mexican consulate, they have a collection of cars that they pass out to their people, and they use that car as your ID based on the registration?
Not only that, but with the cards, what I'm saying, it's like an ID or like a driver license, but it's not an American driver license. It's not American ID. It's a matricular card. So what you can do is, before you even get a Social Security card, anything, you can use the matricular card and have multiple identities. I know a guy that he told me straight up. He showed me. I saw his shit. He opened his wallet, and it's multiple IDs. His face, different names. 3, 4, 5, 6 different matricular cards, different names. Guess what? Every time they do it, and I know a couple cats right now, they go to the border. It's a whole deal. And I'm on the border, so I know. Bro, they go out there. He comes back every 30 days. 10 bands. He say every time he go there and come back, they give him a cell phone and they give him $10,000. Bruh.
Okay. All right. So you're saying card, C-A-R-D, a matricular card. Okay, that's a card that they give you there in Mexico to identify you as a Mexican citizen, and it might not even be you. It's like a fake ID, pretty much. You can have a fake ID.
Multiple.
I had to Google that.
They got different names. That same picture, that matricular card.
I kind of figured,
bro. And I'm like, if you just let's just say, as a black man, you shit. Let's just say, you run into a car. Let's say you had an accident. They're gonna run your ass. DUI. Let's say you're DUI. They're gonna run your ass. I've seen them using matricular cards. I've been in court, and they will go in there and they would let them go. But your black ass, nigga, you done, son. Man, them folks got all of them. Man, they don't give. Man, bruh. And I say this now. Oh, you're just a racist. You don't like. Man, I'm just saying about the fairness, man. This shit is bullshit, bro. And now we niggas, man, we know what we got to deal with. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all gonna let them folks get over on us like that, and y'all don't give a fuck, huh? Okay, bet that. I don't give a damn. I hope Trump send all their ass back home. The ones that's the murderers and the other people with man, I hope he send their ass back home. I hope they do. Because it's bullshit, bro. Because look, man, we sit up here, man, child support, DUI, let's say you have got into any problems, your license, you cannot get no matricular America card. You can't get no secondary social security number.
Well, you can, but it wouldn't be legal, just like with them.
Yeah, you done. But look, you done, son. No, us, we done. They know who you is. Man, you better not even answer motherfucking me internet. Dang, they gonna shit, man. They gonna know who you is. You better not on no child support. Well, you better say something on that motherfucking internet shit and try to put in, man, bruh, please. They gonna find your ass, they gonna get your ass. Okay? And then now we got these people here. I go in the bank, they don't speak no English. They give them loans, 200,000 cash loans, give them houses. Well, we just talking about just trying to get a little couple of acres and some motherfucking shit. We can't even get nothing. We can't get shit. And then we got a motherfucker that look like us allegedly talking about, oh, well, you know, we gotta. Well, what would you do that's different than Biden? You ain't been to the border. Oh yeah. Oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Nothing. Everything's gonna be same, except worse because I'm stupid. Biden is senile and I'm an idiot, so it's going to be 10 times as worse. No, but as far
Biden's
as
the worst president in U.S. history.
There's a reason. Okay, first, I mean, they never really get to why they overturned Roe versus Wade in the first place. And this is the problem with the American government is that, and actually a lot of governments, is that they don't want to tell their people the truth. But since we live here, let's worry about here. They don't want to tell the people, hey, look, we have to overturn your right to get an abortion outside of rape, incest, and ectopical pregnancies, because our birth rates are declining. We're at record lows, and at this rate, there won't be an America left, which is, of course, who's the guy? Was it Bill Gates that wanted depopulation?
Yeah.
This is
Bill Gates. I'm gonna tell you what he said, and I asked the AI this, right? I asked the AI this because I saw this, and I'm gonna tell you why. He sat there at the TED Talk. It was a TED Talk. And now I'm gonna ask all y'all brothers up here what y'all think when he said this. He said, well, we got to get rid of a couple of old people because, we got to hire a couple more teachers. And he said, well, if we continue on our path with the amount of vaccines and that what we are doing, we can be able to depopulate. We made the population lower. So I'm like, well, how is it that if you just said if the more vaccines we put means the less people that we have, how is it that the less people? Well, you say he's at TED Talk. He said, well, we got to get rid of them because, hey, we got to get rid of the old grandmamas. We gonna, hire a couple more teachers, and not only we gonna hire a couple more teachers, but we got to get rid of these people. And the more he had a Venn diagram, which Kamal, that's her favorite thing, Venn diagram. He had a Venn diagram up there. He said, well, the more vaccines that we give, we will lower the population. So I asked the AI that, and then the AI said, no, that he didn't say that.
Just because the AI lies.
I'm
the AI lies. It's not really artificial intelligence. It's like Siri. You know what I'm saying? Siri isn't artificial intelligence. Well, it's the baseline of artificial intelligence. It goes by programming.
But
it's called machine learning.
But think about it, AB. Think about it like this here, right? If we, like me and you, AB, if we made an AI to not go just on what the AI should go on, like just basically on what we knew, we was playing it to game it to where we want to game it. When people ask a question or people do stuff.
There's terminology for this. They're called machine learning models. There's different kind of models you can set up to get AI to do different things.
Right. And so now if we asking this question to the AI, when instead of it giving us the real no politics answer, it is game to tell us that does not exist. Although we know Bill Gates said if we increase the amount of vaccines, we can decrease the amount of population. So how is it if we increase the vaccines that we decrease the population? He said this. He said it. And how can, if the vaccines was helping us, we gonna go to Africa. We're gonna go to Africa. We're gonna give them this back. How is it, brother, that if we're gonna sit there and say we're gonna give these folks these vaccines, it's gonna make us live longer? How can it make the population go down? Man, it's ridiculous, bro. Go and look it up, bro. Just go and look it up. Put in your AI right now. Put in your AI. Did Bill Gates say in the TED Talk that if he gave more vaccines, it would make less population? Just put it in there and watch what the damn flips they do to lie. I'm like, he said that. He's like, oh yeah, well, we're going to Africa. Yeah, we're going to give more vaccines. That makes less population. I thought you wanted us to live longer. I thought you wanted all of us to get all the Social Security and the retirement at less. Oh no.
I think you got to code it up though, bro. Instead of saying the whole back, I think you got to. I don't know what kind of code word you
Man,
want
bro,
to
I'm gonna tell you something right now. Just go and type it into your AI. Go into ChatGPT.
use. No, I'm just saying. Just talking about saying the word back on here.
It will say that is a lie.
Because of YouTube.
Yeah, you can go on YouTube currently right now and watch the entire TED Talk where he said on the Venn diagram that Kamala Harris loves so much. The Venn diagram shows the more vaccines, the less population. I thought that the vaccines meant you're going to make us all feel good. You're going to make us all better. No. The vaccine, more vaccines equals less population. Well, how is that, Bill Gates?
These motherfuckers is trying to kick off a whole revolution, boy. I tell you. Yeah.
Because most motherfuckers
all these fire starters, boy, for Civil War and Revolution.
They don't give a damn about that because they don't give a fuck. You know why? Because they don't care. You know why? Because we don't care. And if brothers like us even say anything about it, then we're conspiracy theorists. Which at one point I was like, oh, conspiracy theory, no good, no dirty, no conspiracy theory, But you know what? Half of the conspiracies that I thought that was conspiracies in the last year, they done came true like a motherfucker, man.
Hey, you know what though, brother Shatter? You right too, bro, because shit, I just thought about it, man. Hell, motherfucker, when other countries, damn it, shit. There's been a few countries, shit, where it shows shit when their people unite, damn it. Hell, the motherfuckers will take down their own damn president. Shit.
Man, UNESCO. Look at UNESCO. And look at not only UNESCO, but what's the other one? Charles, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's UNESCO and the other one. And UN it's got all we give certain people. I remember Sudan, it was given. They didn't have no food, so they was giving the Sudanese people these different type of for their kids and for their shit. It's like this nutrient block, and they're eating it, right? They're eating it, and there's some of the people that was over there was like, hold up, this nutrient block stuff is actually like it's killing us. This is the food that the UN is giving us, and it's actually like making us less fertile. It's actually doing things to us. I mean, come on, man. You feel me? Like, come on, man. You feel me? We sit there playing. What is we do? What does the LGBTQ really go to? If you got everybody want to be LGBTQ, I'm gonna ask all you brothers, what in the long run, those people, whether it be women that's LGBTQ, whether it's men LGBTQ, what is the long problem game of it?
To create less kids.
Less kids. Man, come on, man. They say that if you say anything, put that into your goddamn Google. Put that into your damn shit right now and say,
I feel you, bro.
Put it in there. Put it in there. And then say that is a lie. The damn AI would say there is no such thing as less population type of thinking. Well, we want more. That's a goddamn lie. It's like,
yeah, man, you're right, bro. Because there's a lot of shit, man, that intertwines together that reveals that yes, if these motherfuckers are on some population reduction, it's ass shit.
If you put population reduction, if you just type in, it's going. First of all, I'm gonna say it's a conspiracy theory, and second of all, if you even give it the actual data, it's going to try to tell you that is a lie. Even when we know, I even put Bill Gates in there with the TED Talk when he said if we give more vaccines and more this and more abortions, it will actually give more people, but really knowing that it's gonna give less people. It said it's a conspiracy theory to even
Of all
ask.
this shit these motherfuckers did to black men.
Exactly. That's because when you find out the truth, they want to tell you it's misinformation.
Yes, did you not know? They already came out with a misinformation department. 1984, did we hear? Right? Misinformation, disinformation. So now, you know what I'm saying? They got that shit that was like, well, they already said it. They already wanted it. They wanted that. They were like, well, shit. If you say anything that we don't like, that's misinformation. We can destroy your channel. I say, yeah, YouTube channel.
Yeah, fact
You know,
checkers.
Facebook. You destroy your shit. We can even, ban you for even saying it. So now I thought we had First Amendment. See, the only thing most people don't know, remember, in let's just go to our next ally in Britain. If you say that a woman is a woman, a female with a vagina on Facebook in Britain, you can be arrested. Think about that.
Oh, you talking about the UK? Yeah, with that bullshit they got going on over
They
there.
ain't ready for that for us. They want it for here. They want it. They want it. They need it because
They want to alter the Constitution. That's why they keep telling everything that they say about Trump. Oh, he's gonna kill the Constitution. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. He's gonna be a communist and a dictator. That's everything that they want to do. That's the whole Nazi way of thinking. But we're living in Nazi Germany, but we're just not feeling it because nobody's getting their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? Goebbels,
in a way, we are. Like
Goebbels is turning over in his grave, green with envy, because he could never get a propaganda system that we are now. What he was doing when he was like Goebbels, he was there. He had it going, but he could never get the propaganda level that we have now. He is turning over in his grave with envy because the way that we have it now is not only do I can say the propaganda, but I can promote it. So now the dumbest of the dumbest, who we can talk about them, but look, they don't know. They on TikTok are poor black folks that don't know no damn better. And guess what? The black men, thank God for us, brother, that we actually able to see through this bullshit and say something about it, man. Thank God for us. Because Goebbels, he would be green with envy with what they got now. The damn propaganda they got now, they can turn us again. And they even got the black man that look like us telling us we ain't shit if we don't vote for this bitch. Man. Man, bro. Hey, look, I hope Trump do get in there. I ain't gonna lie. Because I'm telling you, even if Trump was the most racist, everything that they said he was, if Trump was that, man, I don't even give a damn. Just the fact that what they doing, I'd rather Trump get in there now. Because, man, if he don't, man, they gonna get us, man. They already gonna get it. Even if Trump get in, I believe that the assassination attempts gonna increase. Even if he did get in, they gonna, man, I'm telling you, bro.
If another one comes about, God forbid, man, if another one comes, dude, it's obvious it's from the Democratic Party.
They don't care, bro. It ain't even the Democratic
It's
Party.
obvious. It's obvious that they sent
It
them.
ain't even the Democratic Party no more, because there's people that's in the Republican Party that want.
No, I'm
the
saying
same
it's gonna reveal that that's their ops. Shit.
But look, that's the same. This is what I'm saying, bro. When you talking about this money, if you can't be bought, Ray, bro, remember this. If you can't be bought, brother, you are a fucking dangerous ass person, bro. Because you cannot be bought. That is the most dangerous person in politics you could ever have. That's why they never did think that he would win. They like, nah, man, Hillary gonna win. He fucking won. That's why they had to come in and do that bullshit on this motherfucking COVID. That's why they had to do it. They didn't know that they could win. Now, man, they got 26 days. Mark my words. Natural disaster, terrorist attack, or some type of motherfucking anti shit. Something gonna pop off, man, because they cannot let him get in because that is their last rope. That Obama came out and told black men we ain't shit if we don't vote for this bitch. Nobody talking about 2 acres, 3 acres, 4 acres, 20 acres, no acres, no rep rate, nothing. Vote for this bitch. Half black, no black, ain't even black.
Man, I just slapped that boy, man.
All I know is when it comes to election time, black men, we need to show up and show out and get these people the fuck out of the White House. I'm telling you, like, there's going to be shit. We're going to see shit, the lights we've never seen if she gets in. It's already bad with Biden. It's going to be much worse with her. Just remember that.
Oh, so Trump gets in.
She promised me low income 1 acre project apartments though.
Oh shit. I mean,
what you say? 1 acre projects? Charles?
She promised me 1 acre project apartments.
That don't even sound right.
Oh shit. Well, motherfuckers need a foot up the ass and get sent to Jupiter. You hear me?
But look, you talking about
She said if you vote for her, bathtub collard greens for everybody.
Oh hell no!
Oh, not the
paired it with her
bathtub
feet too.
And the mama gonna be on the grill making curry. Mm-hmm. You know what, y'all? You better thank a
Now,
union member.
you know my people Jamaican. I love a good curry goat and I love some good curry chicken. But man, look here. And my people from Caribbean too, man. Hey, look here, man. We ain't never made no greens in no damn bathtub, man. And they need to stop lying, man, because we do not do that, man. They need to stop that. I don't know about the Haitians with the cats and dogs. I don't know nothing about that. But I know
Matter
we
of
do
fact,
no damn shit.
matter of fact, to be honest with you, she said if you vote for her, if she gets elected, she's gonna put food trucks out with Haitians making their finest cuisines. And remember, the food is not just off the hook, but it's definitely off the chain.
And it's off the leash too.
Off the chain. Off the chain. He got off the chain. That poor cat. That poor cat ain't got no life, man. That's it.
Matter of fact, the shit's so good. The shit is so good that, matter of fact, you get to raise the roof, and it's gonna be the craftsman.
Raise the roof.
Vote for Trump because Trump care about your dogs and cats. Kamala
And
don't.
guess what? We're gonna open up a Haitian restaurant called the Cat's Meow.
No, you gotta stop.
Hey, look, have you
We're gonna
seen?
call it Nine Lives Dining.
Hey, Charles, have you seen some of them, the Haitians? They actually have come out and say this is the way we actually season the damn cats and the dogs. We actually no. Trump said that bullshit. We actually tell you how we really eat them, and I'm like, yo, they ain't never went in there like we know Joe Scarborough and all these CNN bitches on here and Whoopi Goldberg and did y'all actually go to the damn Instagrams of some of these actual Haitians like, yeah, we do eat the shit, and this is how we season them. And you gotta season the cat like this, and we need young cats, and we don't like old cats, and like, why is it that like, y'all ain't like? And then you'll give JD Vance. JD Vance is responding to his constituents. He's got videotapes of them actually taking the cats. A woman eating the damn cat. Like he's got the videos. Like, oh no, it's just Trump saying it because Trump is a racist that does not like Haitian black people.
This information.
You won't even say black people in none of your interview. You won't even say the word black people. You won't even say black, period.
But see, here's the problem. When you season your cat, well, then again, so you got to do better than that, You got to go to Fogo de Meow. So,
for the finest of grilled cat.
Fogo de Meow.
Pass the A1 sauce, please.
So, guess what? Would you do it for a
No,
Scooby
damn
snack?
all that season the cat. The motherfucker already seasoned. It smell like shit.
Well, you also gotta remember, man. Shit, we're in America where some of the girls are dirty. Their cats already seasoned.
Yep. That's
I mean, you go past some chicks, you end up talking like a pirate, like she smells like low tide.
I mean, how bad can that coochie be, man? When dude, there's been so many dudes popping up on that Popular Balloon show talking about, oh man, she got to have good hygiene. Damn. Oh boy, for them to have to say that, man, to let you know, dude, there's so many of them out there. So many B. Simones.
Arr. B. Simone. I lose weight and I still look the same. Arr.
Don't wash their ass for like once a week.
Yeah, she stink. Smelling fishy.
Yeah, but the OG grandma already tell you straight up, like, oh, you go to a woman's house, and her house look like this, and she look, the pussy ain't gonna be right. You know what I'm saying? OG grandma gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's up to you, son, to understand what she's telling you. Now, this is grandma. She telling you, no, son, if her house dirty, or her feet looking nasty looking, her pussy nasty too. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new, Charles. We know this. Your grandma gonna tell you that. If anybody, you should know, but grandma gonna make sure you know. Like, oh yeah, don't mess with her, baby. You know what I'm saying? Good.
I mean, shit. You gotta think about this, man. Sometimes the problem is that you gotta use word salad with a little blue cheese and Italian dressing. Because I remember growing up in a middle class family on the east side of Baltimore and the west side of Los Angeles. And every state should be united. Red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack. My brother, I'm surprised they'd actually do that shit. Somebody actually,
bro, and they be feeding into her ear. See, that's the problem, man.
I think there's no women that's worse than Indianapolis women.
Well, look,
No
they look down, right? They look down, like she looks down at the, if you look at these damn debates, I already told people back in the days, it's definitely a teleprompter there. So they look down, they're gonna see it on the iPad Okay, they got it in their ear. Okay, she's being told, and they've got it set to where they can be told in their ear. But here's the thing, like you said earlier, Trump, although Trump, he's an arrogant bastard. I give him that one. He's an arrogant bastard, but that son of a bitch can go on and on and on without a teleprompter on what he talking about. This bitch here, man, she can't even talk straight up, man. Even when Oprah looked at the bitch like, bitch, I gave you a straight up softball. And you can't even respond. Like we said, well, what do you do different than Biden? Well, I am not Trump. Okay, I Trump. What else? And I know that all Americans are good in their soul. And this bitch, I asked about money. Man, my eggs $7. Man, gas high. Bitch, what you mean? Bitch,
Hey, bro, did you see? Hey, bro,
I
did
would-
you see the photo op that she did with Doug Emhoff at that gas station? She went to like a Sheetz somewhere in Pennsylvania, I believe, and she over there celebrating with a $10 bag of Doritos. I'm like, bitch, don't act like that shit ain't expensive. I gotta do like 3 Uber trips just to afford that, bitch.
I'm gonna tell you what's the funniest shit ever. When it was this couple, when she was doing the interview with Oprah, and they asked her what she's gonna do to fix the economy, and she went into this whole spiel about growing up in a middle class family. And I understand that one of the biggest things is that we, as the people, gotta realize when the money is funny, you got to go into the woods and look for some honey. See? I swear to God, man, somebody ought to do a Dolomite voiceover with this chick, man. You ever saw the black guy who's not really from the hood try to fit in with hood niggas?
Yeah.
I get that same vibe when she be talking from the. Maybe if she actually show who she is, see it with a black and mild and some cognac or some shit.
Hey,
Some
Charles.
miles in there yet. Miles in there yet.
Hey, Charles, when she goes to buy weed, she says, "May I have 2 drugs,
On
please?"
the Shannon Sharp show, she went on the what was the bitch name? It's some white woman, like feminist, lesbo, straight up straight up fetish ties, crazy white woman that's on all kind of crazy sex stuff. Then she went on her platform. Then she comes back on Howard Stern, which I can never understand, because Whoopi Goldberg, I cannot take Whoopi Goldberg serious, because when this bitch go on here talking about some Whoopi Goldberg, look, when Howard Stern went with the brother from what's his name?
Ted Danson?
Nah, not Ted Danson. I'm talking about the brother from Good Time. What's his name?
John Amos?
Nah, man. Look,
JJ Walker?
Yeah, Jimmy Walker.
Well, you
OG
mentioned Whoopi Goldberg. I'll say Whoopi Goldberg and Leslie Jones are related.
Whoopi Goldberg. Look it up. Look it up on that. Your boy over there, Mr. Howard Stern, had this man.
Oh, you talking about you Sherman Helmsley? I know what you're talking about.
Yes, yes. He's sitting on that. He called Whoopi Goldberg all kind of black niggas and all this here.
Oh, hell
And
no.
yeah, man, look it up. I'm telling you, bro.
It was like a skit.
Hemsley was with Whoopi, and then he's sitting on Howard Stern lap, and he said, "Yeah, you just a no good monkey nigger, Whoopi." Yeah, she was like, "Yes, I'm a no good nigger." He was like, "Yeah, bitch." I was like, "Ooh, I'm like, so he didn't get canceled.
But you know what? He was actually parodying Ted Danson, because when Ted Danson was dating Whoopi Goldberg in the early 90s, they went to some banquet hall or something, and he did that. He went up in blackface and he was saying all types of nigga, and she was just sitting there laughing. So they was basically doing a play on that. But that's still crazy that Howard Stern even would do that.
Yeah, okay, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. And then she changed her name to Whoopi Goldberg. That's not her name. Because she changed her name to the small hat type of name. And then when she got on The View and started saying about small hats, what happened to her? They canceled her ass for a week or two and brought her ass back. Because, see, she remembers. She just didn't give a damn because she's like, well, I'm gonna be straight anyway. Remember, brother Goldberg, and Miss what that big name is up there, Sonny Hostins. You know, they get the people, and you know what? Funny enough, when they brought Usher up there, and we get No Diddy. When Usher got up there, they wanted Usher to support Kamala. Even Usher, Charles, even Usher wouldn't even support the bitch.
Usher was like, he was singing the ending of Good Times, just looking out of the window.
Usher was like, well, we can't just talk about that like that. Usher was like, well, he did not want to. They was trying to make him enjoy Behar. I cannot stand that dirty, no good broad. She tried to make Usher look at that bitch and was like, nah, you're not finna make me say I'm going to vote for Kamala. And whatever Usher situation is, I know that, he was at Diddy Flavor's camp, but at least he did not go for Kamala. Shout out to Usher for that one, but man, I know Diddy. He got all these other brothers out here, man. But good Lord, man, at least Usher didn't go with the bullshit. But you usually vote or die. Remember that? Vote or die, Hillary. Vote or die. Who started that? Brother Love? Was that Brother Love, Charles? Brother Love?
Oh, that definitely was Diddy back in 04.
That
Vote or
was
die.
Diddy, the diddler.
Diddly do.
That motherfucker trying to take over Heavy D. Oh man. Oh my goodness.
Greg Mack is dead. Tupac is dead. Biggie is dead. Good Lord.
And I mean, goddamn, the diddler. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You
But
shouldn't.
no, has he endorsed Kamala this time? Well, I know he probably's already busy with his stuff that he got going on now, but I'm just saying, I'm thinking, and I tell people that 1,000 bottles, 100 bottles of
baby oil.
Yeah, that 100 bottles of baby, I think that's a distraction.
It is.
Because think about it. You got a whole nother 100 dildo room. You got 1,000 bottles of fucking oil. You got the dildo room. And you know what? Honestly, had we saw, I'm gonna ask y'all this question because I'm just saying this on my own accord. But had we not saw the beating of Cassie on that video on TMZ, right? That right there, when I see him beat Cassie like that, kicking her like that, I was like, man, bro, yeah, whatever they say about the nigga, man, yeah, he did it.
Yo, to be honest with you, I just had this probably like 2 years ago. I used to watch like a lot of them deep dives into like Tupac and the whole East Coast West Coast thing, And I seen a video where they pointed out a lot of songs from Biggie's last album, like the Life After Death joint. And I'm telling y'all, and that's my all-time favorite Biggie album. That album is one of the most cold-blooded albums that was ever made because, for example, Long Kiss Goodnight, Biggie explained he explained the quad shooting, and he explained the Vegas murder. You know what I'm saying? Just listen to the lyrics.
I know because
They put it right in your face, but if you question it, oh, it's just art.
I know because because population control just sounds so nasty. All you got to do is really tell people that you're taking an extended piss. No paper, wash directly. I mean, this shit is getting so abysmal. It's like, what more does she have to do for you not to vote for her? It's.
Well, I mean, with Obama, the thing about that, Charles, is I'm thinking that same thing. But with Obama normally, even though whatever he says, right, even though I don't like how he just makes it look good and he makes it sound good. I saw him, it was like he was desperate. When I heard him and he was like stuttering, Obama never stutters.
Yeah, that I sensed the same shit too. Yeah, he was like, desperate and shit, because I think that's part of it because of him being rushed to go out there, and speak for it because it's getting close to that time.
But you're a black man, Ray. So since you're a black man, Obama said, well, black men, we're misogynists. So, the reason why we don't want to vote for Kamala is not because she's not black. It's because most black men, we're just no good, dirty, misogynists, and we're white adjacent.
I'll throw my milkshake at that motherfucker, boy. Let me milkshake. I'll toss that at there.
The presidency should be just like any other organization, especially during golf.
I'm glad I wasn't there, damn it.
We got two rules. We got two rules. Okay, guess what the other one was? For goals that will not be met. We're gonna have a party bus with everybody's favorite get your booty to the pole strippers. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm definitely having a watch party that night. Charles, you coming through?
I'll come through. Oh my goodness.
Drinks and smokes on deck.
I remember when I smoked listening to Tupac in college. How old was Tupac when you was in college? Like 6?
Yeah, and you're smoking weed. You said, or I do. Now, keep in mind, Charles, the first state that I remember, okay, that was like, weed, we gonna have weed, it was Cali. So Cali started up, right? So now you are in that prosecuting brothers that was on Cali that was having weed. You're prosecuting brothers for weed. When those brothers in that situation, you are the first state to even legalize it. So how can you at the same time, brother, go and prosecute these brothers for having weed? We don't even care. We talk about all this hot shit, man. We don't even care. We got certain black women, and I will say exactly what we just said to them. And they'll tell me, Charles, she's black, this and that, woo. I'm like, yo, she ain't even ADOS, yo. She ain't even FBA. Y'all don't even know. She's married to M. Hoff. She don't got no kids. She take care of white babies now. But let that be Obama. If Obama would have had a white woman taking care of a white stepchildren, that nigga would never been elected to office.
Oh, he would have never won. They would have called him Wayne Brady and voted for McCain.
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to this shit because it's gonna be interesting as hell. Mm-mm.
I'm thinking, man, like we seen this here. We got double hurricanes. Hell, the poor people in North Carolina, South Carolina, I feel sorry for them because them valleys destroyed, man.
Well, is it safe to say, man, we can call this a year of the hurricanes? Shit.
No, because we always have hurricanes down here. Now most of the time it does not go up north and hit as hard as it did.
Because multiple tornadoes hit us and shit, boy, like a motherfucker.
Look, we get hurricanes down here every year. But here's the problem. Okay. Now, they have allotted money, for Lebanon, for who else? We got Lebanon. Let's just go ahead and make. We had your boy Zelensky over here. He's begging for money. We gave him another 100 million. I mean, Charles, we giving them so much money. We're giving them airframes. Now we're giving them airframes. We're giving them Paladins. Right? We're giving them Paladins. We're short of artillery pieces. We're giving them Paladins. We're giving them artillery. We're giving them, and we don't even have that. We're giving it to them, and then the millions of dollars of cash that we keep giving them. Okay, we're giving it to them. The drones. What I'm thinking is we have let in, like I told people, and it is what it is, man. My people get mad at me for saying what it is, but I'm here on the border, brother. And we even on the news that is controlled by them have found whole pallets of RPG-7s, grenades, fucking multiple, small arms, and brother, what I'm saying is they've got it. And, these people are in our country. If they want to make a fuss and do something, okay, they can do it. We got what? Look at this. HSI said they found what? 2,000? They found 2,000 known terrorists. Known.
Hey, how serious are y'all on when it comes to him? On when it comes to Trump, talking about there's going to be this, he's going to perform this mass deportation.
Mass deportation is not.
How serious you think? How serious you think he is about that?
It's not going to happen like people think. Understand? I'm on the border. I see this. They have already supposed to be doing this with, let's just say people that, do crimes that hurt people. I don't even want to say it on Charles' thing like I could say it. But there are people that are not citizens that done stuff to people that go down to the courthouse and get out of jail. Okay? All the time. Millions. It doesn't matter. They're like, they don't care. Now let you go open there and don't pay an extra 5 cents on your toll. They'll come to your house with guns ablazing. Get your black ass. But these folks don't care about that. Well, remember, man, when I'm telling you, and you can say what you want to say, bro. I'm telling you straight up, I'm on the border. I see them. Brother, this stuff here, if we even say anything about it, we conspiracy theorists. I'm gonna tell you, they was paying $70 an hour just for people to even go into the Charles civilian militia to even be out there to stop it on the border. Trump, he's going to do what he can do. But guess what? Even though you say that they're going to try to go over there and do the deportation, it's not going to happen like you think it is. We got 20 million, what we have counted in our shit. It's probably 30 million. 20 million what we count. It's probably 30. You ain't gonna get rid of all of them. The only thing that you can do, and even in the other states, like what is what do you call it? What do you call that shit? The sanctuaries. You ain't gonna be able to get rid of them. You can't. Only thing that Trump can do is get rid of people that we know that committed crimes and deport them. And what's wrong with it? If they're bringing airplane tickets and shipping them up north to where y'all at in different places that's not on the border, if they shipping planes worth for them up there, then why in the hell can we not take that plane and ship their ass right back to where they came from? I ain't against it. Let them do it. I don't give a damn. Do it. Because guess what? People talk that bullshit, but guess what? Every job that they get on top of us is a less of a job that black people can have. And a person can't tell me nothing. Because I done been everywhere. I've been in the union. I done been on the street. I done actually did my own jobs. I done actually got all kind of action with different type of jobs where I actually did my own jobs versus the illegal immigrant. I had to go down on my money to even get the jobs because illegal immigrants was making my jobs less. I've done it. And you know what? Guess what? Those people, I'm not mad if they take them out and put them in the next motherfucking state or city or put them in over put them back down southern, past the border. Send their ass back. Send their ass back because guess what? They always talk shit, well, black people don't want to do the jobs. Benny Thompson, which is a Mississippi senator, which I think he's a no good, dirty son of a bitch. Because they talk, oh, well, black people don't want to do the jobs that, we got to bring the illegals in and we're going to, man, what you mean we don't want to do the jobs? What you mean we don't want to do the jobs, man? Come on, bro. You mean to tell me you asked all the black people in your state that they didn't want to do the jobs? Oh, yeah, we got to go and get the illegals to do it. Fuck you, nigga. It's plenty of black brothers that need them damn jobs. How dare you sit there and say that in their constituents? Man, ain't no good.
Yeah, that kind of shit pisses me off too, but I hear you.
Man, that shit made me upset, bro. Because I'm telling you, I hope he do. I told one of the little chicks I was fucking with that she, she's more of a, feminist kind of leaning or whatever. She pretty girl. I like her. She cool. But I was like, she was like, well, why are you so mad, man? I said, man, I explained the same thing I just told y'all. And she was like, you know what? And I was like, man, I don't give a damn if Trump get in. I hope he do. I hope he send all their ass back home. She's like, why you say that? I said, man, I'm dead serious, bro. Because this the reason why everything's so damn high. They giving them all this shit. Man, come on, bro.
I wonder if there's motherfuckers getting attacked for wearing Trump shirts.
Man, what? Nigga, you better not. And you'll wear a Trump shirt and walk outside. Right now. Big better have your gun on you, boy. Tell you right now.
Oh yeah, definitely that. Oh yeah, that and Ninja Stars too. Yeah, I ain't playing with motherfuckers shit. I ain't playing with these damn chaos goblins.
No, you better have that pistol, man. I'm telling you, you put that Trump shit on, even if it's best for us. But see, they didn't got us so fucked up in the mind. They sit there and keep talking about this person of color bullshit They got our folks thinking, oh, well, you know, yeah, let's keep on letting them in. Even people that don't even work, bro, that's on Social Security, that's on this. I'm like, look, bro, if they let them in and they giving them Social Security, what they say in 10 years, we won't even have no more. If you on Social Security, bitch, you supposed to be like, no, well, let's not let them get free Social Security. Because Kamala and crew have gave us enough dumb people to say, oh yeah, what do they say? Oh yeah, you know, it's racist not to let them in. It's racist. What? Well, you keep talking about this person of color shit, but you ain't said a one. Go back and go look up Kamala and look up black. See how many times she says black people or black anything. Everything is person of color. She does not say black because she cannot say it. Black people are so foolish. They won't even say it. Won't even say black. Even Obama, he'll say something about black men, but won't say nothing about black reparations. Won't say nothing about black nothing else. But he'll say something about black men. Kamala, she won't say nothing about black people. She want person of color. My mother was a middle class citizen, and I flipped McDonald's burgers. Bitch, stop lying. I ain't flip no goddamn McDonald's burgers. Ho, you ain't shit. And I'm gonna tell you something, you Canadian motherfucker, your ass is a lie. You fuck Willie Brown, and the fact that the damn Democrat, imagine if it was Trump, and they knew where he got his money on the political side of it, where he was having sex with women that was giving him a political upside. Man, they would have Trump dressed up and down. She's having sex with Willie Brown, Montel Jordan. I mean, they ran through her in Hollywood, man. And now she talking about this shit, talking about you worked at McDonald's and you a middle class family. You bitch, you a goddamn lie. You ain't said not one word about black. You said you was even on the Food Network. Oh, I'm what it would say? She was Indian, and then they said, oh well, you know, I'll put the greens in the tub. The fuck? Man, please, bro. What nigga you know put any green? My grandma rolled over in her grave if you put some greens in somewhere where a nigga wash his ass at. Hold up. Come on now.
Some greens in the goddamn tub. Shit. I'm gonna tell you that.
That's what they do in Baltimore, Charles. They put greens in the tub in Baltimore.
I don't know. I've heard about it in Carolinas, you know, but that's like way down in the valley deep. Shoot. Let me get off this joint, fellas. I'll probably be up here tonight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to get some rest, man.
Yeah, me too, man. I got some stuff to take care of. All right, Bubba.